About 2 weeks into my time at BHM, I got to the second stage of a recruitment process that I had begun with a helicopter cadets program. Now there was a helicopter helicopter servicing company called Atlantic Aviation. For those of you who may be familiar with the Nigerian oil space and oil servicing industry, the two main operators in Nigeria's oil space in terms of helicopter services are Bristow and Caverton. Aero Contractors has a minor operation too. So as at 2014, there was a fourth operator coming into the space called Atlantic Aviation, which was allied with the global helicopter servicing company CHC. And Atlantic Aviation was owned by a Nigerian company called Jagal Group. So I got to the next round of recruitment with Atlantic Aviation. So there was an online stage. I passed that. Then there was a like a group stage, an in-person group assessment. I passed that. Then there was what they called a semi-final stage, which involved a sort of there was something called a Wombat test. Wombat is an acronym that means Wondrous Original Method of Basic Airmanship Testing. So it's like basically a flight simulator. I passed that, which was a very, very difficult test. Then there was a panel interview. I passed that. Then finally there was an interview with the MD himself, which I passed. And then finally, when the 12 that were selected, because they wanted a cohort of 12 to send to the Bristol Academy in Titusville, Florida, in 2014. So 12 of us were selected. We were sent to Cooper Medical Center. Those of you who are in the aviation space will know Cooper Medical Center. Anyone who has to do an NCAA medical, whether you're a pilot or an air hostess, has to do it at Cooper Medical Center in Isola. So we were sent there. We did our medicals. We did our psychometric evaluations. We were measured for our pilot uniforms, and everything was perfect, right? And then, bear in mind, by this time I was already working at BHM, so I was just waiting to get my sort of invite to Bristol Academy, and then resign from my job at BHM and fly off to Florida and become a pilot. And then I got an email on Friday telling me, and the subject of the email was your job application. And then the email said, "Thank you for applying to Atlantic Aviation. We regret to inform you that blah blah blah." I don't think I ever finished reading that email. I didn't understand what happened at first until much later I got to find out that, first of all, the company cut the number of people it was taking from 12 to 3 because of the uncertainty regarding the 2015 elections. The company wasn't sure whether Buhari was going to win the election or not. And if Buhari won the election, the company thought that its growth outlook was going to be very poor. So it cut the number of people it was taking from 12 to 3. And then much later on, I got to find out that even the 3 who eventually went never actually got to complete their training, because before the end of 2015, the company completely folded down. Because as soon as Buhari came in, one of the very first things he did was run a tsunami through the oil industry. And I'm sure there are many people who are going to speak today who are going to have their experiences with the oil industry after Buhari came in. So, I faced my job at BHM. I rose from an intern, then I got confirmed, then eventually I became head of content. And I left in 2016 to set up my own content creation agency because I thought I was good enough to do it. I thought I was big. Unfortunately, I did it in the middle of the recession in 2015. And unfortunately, in a recession, the very first thing that always goes is marketing budgets. So everybody everywhere in Nigeria was slashing their marketing budget. So nobody had budget for a content creation team, content creation agency. So by the time I left BHM May 2016. By August 2016, I found myself like sort of just on the floor, like trapped, nowhere to go. So I became an Uber driver. I put my car on Uber. I was an Uber driver for 3 months. During this time, I have so many adventures which I will share one day, but the one that sticks out in my mind was one day. This was at the height of the so-called Badu gang a ritual killing problem in Ikorodu. One day around 2 a.m., I got a request taking me to Mile 12 from Lekki. And it was a cash trip. I used to love cash trips. So I took the request. It was a man and his wife. And then we got to Mile 12 and they were like, "We didn't want to tell you because we thought you wouldn't take the trip." Now, at that point, I should have said, "No, come down here, please. I like my life." But I needed the money because that's how desperate things were at the time. So I kept going. And then we got to a Greek bus stop at the corridor. And they were like, "Yeah, actually, we're actually going to a place called Igbogo." And long story short, I ended up driving to Igbobo that night. I drove there back, which was a hell of a risk to take at that time, but I did it because I needed money. And then finally, at the end of 2016, I started freelancing. Then started 2017. I went back to full-time employment. Then I got into Channels TV, and everything was looking great. And then the weekend before I was supposed to collect my contract, the Channels TV, my dad died. And why did he die? He died because the mega city, Lagos State, didn't apparently have an ambulance that could reach Ogudu GRA inside 2 hours. It took the best part of 2 hours for the ambulance to get there. He had a stroke, and by the time the ambulance got there, he was already dead. I watched him die in front of me. And then the ambulance, by the way, when he showed up, said that they don't carry dead bodies. So they basically checked his body, and then got back into the vehicle and drove off. So I had to then Google on my phone what private services in Lagos carry. And then the morgue at Bagada General Hospital said they are not going to accept the body because it doesn't have a death certificate. So I had to pay a bribe to basically get a death certificate done in front of me. And the cause of death given was psoriasis, which is ridiculous because that's like saying someone died of eczema. But that's what's on my dad's death certificate because I had to pay a bribe. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken his body, and I'd have had to drive around Lagos searching for a morgue to deposit my dad's corpse in. So, long story short, came out of Channels, became a sort of frontline journalist eventually, and then EndSARS happened, and I find myself in exile. And everything I built, I basically lost. So that's my what I've lost since 2015 story. So at this point, I'll hand over to Bishop and Pearl to kickstart the session.
Thank you, David. Thank you for this great opportunity to co-host the space with you. It's a great privilege on my part. You are someone I look up to, and being on the same table with a mentor is it's a dream come true. Thank you for making one of my dream come true, and I'm grateful. I'm just gonna let us know that we have a hashtag. Okay, most of you might be mic shy. Okay, and if you know you're mic shy, please go to your Twitter handle and just make a tweet and tell us what you've lost since 2015 with the hashtag lost since 2015. It's spelled LOSTSINCE, then 2015. Please make a tweet with the hashtag and let's know what you've lost. Okay. Also share the space. That's what I do anytime I co-host a space. I tell people share the space. Yeah, we need more people to come and share their what they've lost, and we can't just get enough. Okay, guys. To share a space, you look beneath the space. There's a blue round button with a white cross sign. Just click and share. Thank you very much. Well, for what I have lost since 2015. In 2011, I left Nigeria. I paid a sum of 680,000 naira, and then I left for Qatar and Doha in 2011, and it was really a tough time because I didn't know anyone in Qatar, and I just had to hustle alone and just be there alone. I did so many things. So luckily enough, I started off as a document controller, and I got interested in health and safety, went into health and safety. I built myself by the grace of God from scratch, and God helped me. And I gathered little money, and I decided to invest back home. Opened a pure water factory in 2016. Got the land, did everything, did all the survey, what's the topographical, whatever survey was done, we did everything, paid the money, we paid everything. I sank virtually 70 to 80% of all the money I saved into that, and gradually we started. good because I invested everything, both time, resource, everything I invested into that company. And gradually, we reached the heights. And then all the factors around the bad governance in Nigeria started affecting that business. Bad road begin to spoil my vehicles. I used to supply water. Then the materials for purifying the water went up. A lot of things. I don't want to bore you guys with the details, but I ended up closing that business, and it wasn't a good thing. I lost a lot of money. The cars were sold as scrap. It was nothing because the roads were bad. Whenever the rain fell, it was a whole disaster. So I lost a huge part of, do I say better part of my life savings on that project? And except for divine intervention, I don't know. But I'm not someone to give up on life. I keep pushing and pushing and pushing. So, guys, that's my story. I'm going to hand over the mic to Pearl now. Pearl, Uncle Yusuf, you're welcome. I see you. Thank you for being here. Pearl, the mic is yours.
Thank you very much, Bishop, and thank you so much, David. It's very good to be here today. Thank you for sharing your experiences, albeit very sad. We're going to make this space as interesting, engaging, and as fair as possible. Therefore, everyone will have to speak for just 3 to 4 minutes so as to give room for others to speak. Please do everything possible to summarize your submission in just 3 minutes. And like my co-host has said, share the space with the hashtag Lost Since 2015. Invite more people to join us, and let's discuss our experiences and talk about the way forward. I'm not going to hog the mic too much. I'm just going to start from the first speaker here, FS Yusuf. You want to share your experience with us?
Hi, good evening, everyone. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, good to be here. Actually, David brought me up here to co-host together with you guys. But since I'm here, since I'm Nigerian, I've been here since 2015. Definitely, I've lost a lot, and I'm grateful to David for setting up the space because it's time for people to hear human story. Because it's only the human story that can truly open the human heart. I'm glad that we're having this kind of opportunity to speak here because when people see us taking certain action, when people see us speaking in certain ways, they think we just want to come up here and just type or pressure. We are here from the place of trying to survive what is remaining. We are here from we come up here from a place of depression, sleeplessness, and anxiety and fear. But people don't see that. People don't see most of what's happening. But they might take it that, okay, you're just there to tweet or you're just there to trigger someone. And sometimes people react in certain ways that you go back wondering, like, are these people also in Nigeria? Are they listening? Are they really checking what's happening? In fact, when we look at our statistics alone, it's enough to say millions of people have lost a lot. When we look at our economic stability, we look at insecurity, you look at our social economies, you look at human rights abuses, we've lost a lot. I'm from a military family. My dad served in the military. In fact, my dad spent most of his time on the war front than the time he spent with his wife. I've got siblings, but we're also there fighting and trying to ensure that we live peacefully here. And despite all this, I believe they're not getting the reward they should get. I believe they're nowhere rewarded. So if I'm here trying to speak out and trying to ask for a better system, I'm speaking because I'm very affected. As far as I'm concerned, I've lost 8 years of my life to blatant misgovernance. So blatant and completely unfit for purpose. I've lost 8 years to this nonsense that was brought upon us. And it's so sad that this same political machine that brought this system upon us are not even remorseful. They should be pleading to Nigerians and not even campaigning again. Yesterday, 17 soldiers died, but I tell you, it's not just 17 soldiers that died. 17 families are mourning. 17 extended families are mourning. And 17 families will not get the benefit of their father coming out to lay their life for this nation. They will not get that full benefit. I'm sorry to say that their children might not get the right education they deserve. They might not get that upbringing they deserve. Because their parents have decided to lay their life to a system that is not ready to reward them. But rather, we have a system that wants to reward mediocrity. A system that wants to reward foolishness. But we don't have a system that should reward honesty. We don't have a system that should reward patriotism. And some people will think they have the right to wake up and tell Nigerians to be patriotic. Hey, you don't ask for patriotism that way. You earn it. Government must play its basic role for such government to steer patriotism from the people. If government can play basic role, then such government has no constitutional right, democratic right, moral right to ask for patriotism. What are Nigerians asking? They're not even asking for Dubai. They're not asking for Hong Kong. They're not asking for the United States. Give us the basics first. Give us electricity. Give us protection. And we can pick up from there. Give us the enabling environment. Because even the basic function of the government. Give us the enabling environment. We have the ability. We have the courage. We can pick up from there. But in a place where this enabling environment is not there, everything will go to shit. I need to stick to the time and just leave the mic to someone else. But the fact is, I've lost family members, friends, I've lost relatives, acquaintance in the past 8 years. And this is a loss that cannot be replaced. The only replacement I can do for this situation is to ensure that a better system starts by 2023. I believe that this is the only opportunity I have. Because as far as I'm concerned, I'm not troubled by any threat that anybody puts out here. Because I have a lot of things to kill me already in this country. I can leave my house and be knocked down by a car from a frustrated driver. I can say, okay, let me travel to Kaduna and check my business and get kidnapped. So anything that anybody wants to do here is just nonsense. There are enough things to kill me in this country. So right now, that is not even the issue anymore. I've seen a lot of threats. I've gone over a week shutting down my main line because of the kind of information I was getting. I'll read the mic from here. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you so much. FS. We have a lot of requests coming in. So please, when you're on stage, after you're done speaking, you may do well to move down. So we bring others up. Thank you. So we'll go through. We'll go the. Okay, the screen is shifting. Okay, so the screen is shifting. So we just. Okay, the screen is shifting. Okay, the screen is shifting. So we just. Nigerian Jason and Kayode. So we're gonna start with Opemikwo.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the space. I want to say well done to David and everyone for putting up this wonderful space. Tonight I'm not going to talk about a personal loss, but I want to talk about the general loss that we're experiencing as Nigerians. I'm a news publisher, and I have access to backing. I have access to analytics. What that means is that I can tell what kind of Nigerians would engage with prior to 2015 or even around 2015. When we write news about killings, about bombings, about kidnapping, any violent kind of news. It used to generate traction because Nigerians were worried. Nigerians wanted to know what was happening. But in the last few years now, it seems that the human part of us has been lost. The empathy part of us is dead. Not just myself now, Nigeria. Today, when we write about bombing, people don't even read any longer. They just scroll past it. Why? Because it's now like a normal news. You understand? Yusuf was talking about the fact that some soldiers were just killed. Sometimes there was a time that the killing was so much that to even report it as a news platform for us was a problem because it was as if that was all we were about. When all that you're reporting is just killing, bombing, kidnapping, and it's as if there's almost nothing positive happening again. But in the midst of all of that, what I have observed is that Nigerians no longer really care whether some people, when we say the only time we now pay attention to killings is when maybe like 50 and above people are involved. So I think the empathy, the part of us that used to care about the fact that people are killed has been lost. I think I'll give the mic now.
Thank you so much, Okemi, for sharing your experience. We pass the mic now to Christopher.
Okay, thank you so much, Pearl. And thank you so much, David, for hosting this space. And thank you as well to co-host Bishop. My name is Christopher Ogbonna, and I want to start this discussion by first of all craving to spread a legal blanket. I'm a lawyer by training, so I want to first of all start by spreading a legal blanket that I hope will protect us. And the reason why I'm doing this is because there are wolves whenever sheep, so to speak, are gathered. You find wolves nearby. There was some space that was hosted some time back about horrible bosses, and there was this very enthusiastic young man who participated, and he went ahead to actually start compiling something. Because of confidentiality, I can't give more details. But guess what happened? Some of those entities that knew they were horrible bosses actually ganged up together and sued that young man. As I speak to you, he doesn't have much income, but he labored to be able to defend those lawsuits, and he's not doing so well. So when you come up to speak, you need to know yourself and know your surroundings. David was very brief. If I tell you the number of lawsuits that have been filed against him, you will not believe. But they are meaningless because he is out of jurisdiction. So if you're within Nigeria and you're reachable and you want to speak, I just advise do so with caution, because there are persons who come here with no other intention than to weaponize what we are saying. Having said that, who am I? As I speak to you, I'm currently facing a 270 million naira defamation lawsuit at the High Court of Lagos State. My wife is currently charged by the Nigerian government on a 2-count charge of attempting to hijack an aircraft belonging to Air Peace. We have at least 6 lawsuits pending in various courts in Nigeria. And as I speak to you, my wife had to smuggle herself out of Nigeria by road to Ghana to escape to the US because local Interpol was being used to hunt her. I'm not telling you something that you can't verify. Just go on my pin tweet, go on my page, it's viral. How did all of this thing start? Very simple hand luggage. Give me your hand luggage. Oh, let me take it in. I've flown in this aircraft before and I'm confident that it can go in. No, you will not take it in. And a pilot comes on board, orders that is either my wife surrenders the hand luggage or she will not board the aircraft. My wife surrenders the hand luggage, goes back, and there's an altercation with the pilot because, according to her, he keeps abusing her, using foul language, and she retorts and says, I'm respecting you because you are older, but I'm not going to take this from you, blah, blah, blah. And she goes to her seat and sits down. I'm not going to bore you all with the details. It's all on my pin tweet. But my perspective is This is an issue that could have been resolved amicably. We wrote to the airline requesting for an amicable resolution. We took steps to ensure that this issue does not escalate. But because certain persons felt that they have the means, they have the resources in Nigeria to hurt those whom they feel are less privileged than they are and get away with it. That is why we are here today. If I did not have the means, the support of somebody, because when this issue started blowing up, we reached out to Nigerian newspapers. I don't want to name names because my intention is not to defame anybody. They did not respond. It was only David Hundeyin. It was only David who looked at the evidence, reviewed it, and wrote a story objectively about what had happened. That story forms part of the basis for my wife's asylum application in the US. My family is safe now, but the question I have is, what if I was not a competent lawyer? What if I did not have the means, the resources? What if I did not get the kind of support that came to me? Where would we have been? My wife would most likely have been languishing inside prison for an offense that she did not commit, for an offense that was not even committed. That is what my family and I have lost since 2015. This incident happened on the 10th of December 2019. It's very long, but because of the time limit here, I can't go into all the details. So this is just the summary I'm presenting. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Christopher. Man, your story brought tears to my eyes, and I don't know. We're gonna give I think Pearl, who is that? Is that Ibukun?
No, the next person is it's Ibukun, then Obiloka.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. It's sad that we have all come together to talk about our experience, which is definitely not a good one. I'm a sport journalist. I'm someone who is very close to a lot of people. And my personal experience, I will just talk about a friend of mine who came from 100 to 0. Like, when I finish this story, I'm sure a lot of people would maybe want to request for his contact as well. So this was someone when we were in school in Unilag together, this guy could practically afford everything. He was into I think it was shipping stuff to one of these big supermarkets, African giants. You guys know who I'm talking about. So all of a sudden, this government came in. They didn't even provide solutions. They just brought in problems for people. So this was someone who had a lot of cars. This was someone who was practically could get everything he wants. And this government just said that they want to stop, what brings food to his table and also to his family. So this guy is a young guy who is married, well-to-do, and when he lost his job, he practically couldn't do anything. He was just at home, just asking a lot of us to help out. We tried helping. We were asking questions why the government had to stop, that sort of process, but we didn't get any answers. So as days go by, years and all, his wife, started acting somehow. She started, bringing in attitude. This was someone who before, when he comes into the house, he's always, when a man has money, you guys know now, you always have this confidence at home to be the head of the family. And also, this is someone who couldn't even provide for, one square meal, if there's anything like that to the family again. And, the wife started giving attitude. So this person will wake up in the morning, he himself will go to the kitchen to cook. The wife will just, we just sit in bed and press phone and, so there was this consistent attitude and all. And before you know it, she said he's too lazy, that he should go out and start working and all. So this guy almost killed himself. He almost killed himself. He, when you have everything and you lost everything at the same, had it been, it was a gradual process, would have said, okay, maybe he was prepared for it, but he just came from 100 to 0. So his own story from my own end is that he lost his job and also lost his family. I am not joking. This person I'm saying now doesn't even have a house of his own. This person I'm talking to you now sold his car, sold every property he has. So you guys can understand why people will tell you that you making a choice for 2023 has to be personal, because you are affecting other people's life, not your own life. I was seeing David Street talk about, people were bashing him that allow people make their opinions. No, this my guy now. Where the guy did now? Some crazy people made some fucking decisions in 2015. Where is the guy now? He has nothing. Why won't we take it personal? I've always said that we have to take the 2023 election personal, just like we did with the NSAS. It is the part we have to get it right in 2023. If we don't get it right, people would even lose more than what this my guy lost. It's very, very unfair. You cannot tell me that you want to vote for this person, that it is your choice. No, it is not your choice. It is not your choice, for crying out loud. You evaluate these candidates and you know for yourself that this person is not the right choice for Nigeria. So why would you say it is your choice? I don't want to get pissed. I don't want to get angry. I'm just saying that if we are making any choice, let us remember those who cannot afford to travel out of the country. Let us remember those who are already in it, who are enjoying their lives. That don't forget that the wrong choice we make today can make someone go from 100 to 0. Thank you very much. God bless you. God bless Nigeria.
Thank you so much, Ibukun. Absolutely, we are not leaving our future in the hands of charlatans anymore. We are ready to take the bulls by the horn this time around. Thank you so much, Ibukun. So we'll pass the mic now to Obiloka.
Thank you very much, Bill, and good day to everybody on this space. I will need to quickly make the basis of the little time I have, so pardon me. So I just want to contribute to this discussion by, sharing my own, some of my personal experiences, and also speaking for, how do I put it? My own, let me say my own set. That is those of us who finished school around the time when the 2015 election took place. So, as a young guy growing up, Nigeria was a country that, opportunities were not so hard to come by, because, I can remember when we were in the 100 level, 200, stories of, in the fellowships among our senior friends. You hear stories of people going for job interviews, even as undergraduates. People being poached by people with outstanding academic performances, being poached right from school by companies in different sectors, be it banking, oil and gas. But if you sit back and if you are a kind of person that observes, you will notice that those things are almost. If you tell some people that those things used to happen now, they may not believe. Probably only maybe tech or some very, very few outlier industries are still doing such now. Because why? The economy was utterly mismanaged by the government that Nigerians chose to elect in 2015. And let me just quickly go to my own industry where I relate with every day. I'm an architect by training, and there are no jobs. So fortunately for some of us who did professional courses, we can stand on our own and do little things. But what I noticed was that when I was an undergraduate, you will see civil servants, ranking civil servants, be it state or federal. You will see people with small scale businesses, building personal residences, expanding their what's it called now? Expanding their real estate assets, because things were much cheaper than what we have today. It used to cost much between 6 to 8 million to build a decent 3-bedroom bungalow in my own part of the country. But today, if you want to embark on the same project, you need at least 18 to 20 million. And what that means is that, because don't forget that these things are things you do after you are well fed, after you have attended to the essentials like school fees, health, and others. So it shrunk the markets. It shrunk the nowadays you hardly find honest civil servants, honest small scale business people being able to. A lot of projects had to stop. So many people are like, if you join the space early enough, imagine somebody who was running a business and the business collapsed. If such a person has a project that profits from the business we are going into, of course, what happens when it's I don't know if I'm still audible.
Yeah, we lost you there.
Okay, yeah.
Pearl, I think we should take another person. Then Obi, just kindly go down, then request the mic again. Then when you
go into, you cannot verify from the comfort of your devices.
Yes, please. I agree. We take another person. I think next on queue is Emmanuel. Emmanuel, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you very much. I was actually inspired to come and talk after listening to David Udeni talk, and because I have just 3 minutes, I'm just going to mention just 2 things that I would say they make me bitter a lot of time when I think about them. The first one actually is it's about my dad. I left Nigeria in January 2018, traveled, and hoping one day I will come back to see him. And he just traveled for the burial of his sister, and just a very minor accident, he fell down, and he needed attention. He was rushed to the hospital. No phone in the ambulance to transfer him to they did not have oxygen in the hospital because I think he eventually got into coma. And there was no phone in the ambulance to take him to another hospital that is close by. And those kind of very minor stuff. And that was why he lost his life. This is someone that he has, I think for the past more than 20 years, I can't recall a time that he has been sick. He does not fall sick. He's very strong. He's good and he's going strong, but it's just what Nigeria can do to you. When you think, okay, maybe at least I'm able to hide somewhere and I'm not going to be affected, I think something can just happen out of nowhere and Nigeria will take what is very important to you. Nigeria will just take it away. So that's something that I'm still very bitter about. And I get very personal when I see people trying to support these very nonsense kind of leaders that we have. Then the second one that I'm just going to mention before I drop off is about my elder brother. Although I don't really feel too much for him because he was one of the people that thought Buhari was the Messiah in 2015, even though he retraced his step. There was a time Buhari banned more than 25 items from being shipped to Nigeria. We don't know his intention, but probably because of those kind of people he surrounded himself with. But he banned one very important item, which is steel and all those things. And this is a country where you are not producing steel. Ajaokuta is there, you are not doing anything about it, and you are banning some of the most important items that can keep manufacturing companies going. So, but to cut the long story short, my brother was working in an automobile assembling company then, and I think they make some of those things themselves as well to I don't know how they do the stuff actually, but eventually the company could not import stuff again. Most of the goods they have on ground, they have to just export them and sell them away and all those things. And more than 80 people that were working there, even though it's a small company, but at least more than 80 families were feeding from that. More than 80 people that were working there they sacked all of them. And since then, he just has to go into some kind of business and all those things. So now, when you look at someone with that kind of years of experience, with that kind of skill, knows how to do that kind of thing, those are the top talents in the countries that we are running to. Those are the most desired people in the countries we are running to. But what are they doing? the brain is drilling and they are just left with going around and doing things that has nothing to do with contributing to the economy of the country. So I will just stop there, but I just want to say that the decision in 2023 is not personal to you. If you are saying it is personal to you, it is not personal to you. And if you think that you are just going to like maybe shut us up when we talk, you are not going to be able to do that because it is personal to every one of us and it can affect anybody at any time. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Emmanuel. Next on the queue is Coco. You have 3 minutes.
Hi everyone. Big shout out to David for this session. So I'll try and keep it very, very quick here. My experience was with the security operatives. It was a very messed up one to get. It was a very, very messed up one. And I know almost every Nigerian must have had an experience with either the police, the military, some kind of maltreating, and we all have that experience. But I think this Buhari's administration, it worsened. It got to a point where you experience first-hand stereotyping from security operatives to just looking some type of way. They could just extort so many extortions, so many things. It's still happening though, but it's one of the reasons I had to leave to get. And this upcoming election is like it's the only opportunity young people have, and the only power you can have is your PVC and your mobile phones. It's good to always record all these things. It's good to always have evidence. If you don't have your phone, if there was no mobile phone, they will tell you NSAS never happened. So I think your PVC and your mobile phones everything, record everything. Just that's just different. I had a very messed up experience. I won't share everything here, but there is a lot of stereotyping going on in the Nigerian police force, EFCC, DSS. They are just I'll just leave it here, man. This is just it. Please, that's all.
Thank you so much. Yeah, go ahead, Bishop.
No, you can go ahead, no problems. I'm here. I mean, the stories we've heard so far, I had to go get tissues. I mean, it's heartbreaking. I mean, it's just heartbreaking to hear what, and these are what we are hearing. What about the ones we've not even heard? Those terrible ones we've not heard. I mean, nobody listening to what Nigerians have gone through would want the ruling party to continue, or someone who is incapable of ruling this country to be at the helm of affairs of this country. No one. And I want to say that, I mean, I share the grief of those who have lost a lot, and we're here for you. Trust me. I think that the space should just go on before I get too emotional. Thank you, Pearl.
Absolutely. Some of these stories are very heartbreaking. Yeah, but if we don't share them, how can we learn not to make the mistakes we've made in the past? And I really appreciate everyone who is so courageous enough to come here today to share their experiences. Thank you so much. Next on the queue is Ebo Emmanuel. You have 3 minutes. Sorry, Ebo Emmanuel. Yeah, Ebo Emmanuel, sorry.
That's fine. Good evening, everybody. So before I start, before I say what I've lost since 2015, even though it's actually been before 2015, let me just say this, right? There's absolutely not going to be room to tolerate any form of stupidity in the race to 2023, and that's just a fact. I mean, be it from a pope, be it from whoever. I mean, I understand that there is freedom of speech, and everybody has a right to their opinions and all. But Charlie, if your opinion is not geared towards a better Nigeria, with Peter Obi, obviously, then keep it short and to yourself. Because me, I will come for you. I don't know about any other person. I will come for you because this is personal to me. Right now, I did write an open letter to Buhari. This was before he got in the seat, and this is last administration, right? And I said a lot of things in that letter. I don't. If you want to go reference, check it. Go reference and check that and see what exactly I said in that letter. But this is the truth. People are saying, why are we taking this too personal, or why are we so overdoing this campaign thing and all that? If I personally missed this cycle of election in terms of getting the wrong person on seat, I have totally missed it completely for life. I mean, I'm not gonna go back to the years I've lost or go back to the age I will be after 8 years, right? Now, it is very, very unfair, and I'm using the word unfair, that somebody, a young person with the right sense of mind, will say, I still don't want to vote Peter. I will use names. I understand one of the speakers said recently that we have to be cautious with what we say and suing and all that. Lagos, you people have energy. I mean, the energy you're using to sue people for saying the things they say or the things that it's actually bothering them, you are suing them. You are a witch. You are a wizard. That is just the plain truth, because you have nothing positive to do than rather want to bring somebody down that is airing his opinion, that is, okay, this is how it's paining me, right? Now, in 2011, I registered a company with CAC, right? That was right after I returned from Ireland, okay? And after staying in Dublin, Ireland for years, right, and the things I experienced and how life was in Dublin, Ireland, coming to Nigeria, ever since then, my mind has been changed different. Every little thing pisses me off in Nigeria that's not being right. Like, why on earth are we accepting the abnormal? Why is things that are not supposed to be becoming normal for us, right? And somebody was saying something about empathy is dead, because, I mean, I like to think that's true, because evil things, wrong things are now the normal things in Nigeria. People are okay with it. People are comfortable with it. And the system has influenced people who further make others lose a lot, right? Simply because they are in a position to do so. So aside the fact that people are losing a lot due to bad system that we are currently living in, there are people that are also further making this loss a huge thing for others, simply because they are above or in a power in place for them to do it. Right now, I registered this company as at that time with less than everything total. These certificates, I got my certificates, everything for the business, less than 11,000 naira. But today that's not the case, and this is 2023. If you want to register a business right now, you're looking to have at least say 20,000, 25,000 and above. And the stress, Charlie, is not here. This took me like less than a week to register. I literally did this like in less than a week. But that's not the case this time. That's not the case like right now. For me, what I have lost, I'm using past by notes.
Sorry, Abel, can you round up in a minute, please?
I'm rounding up now. So for me, what I have lost is even way before 2015. This was since I came back from Europe. Everything is just not working. And for those that have not been privileged to travel out, for those that have not been privileged to see outside Nigeria, we've lost a lot. We are losing a lot. Like, we literally need to wake up and sit up and say, we're taking it back right now. And if we miss it in 2023, we've missed it for life. There's no, 2027 or 2031. After 8 years, with the current situation we are in now, we miss it, we've missed it. And with that saying, if you're going to have an opinion on this election or on this campaign prior to 2023, and if it's not geared towards supporting Peter Obi, now even for Peter Obi himself, he needs to understand that this election is way beyond him. If he does too much, like Charlie, it's now or never. That's just the truth. I'll yield my mic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, bro. We really appreciate you. I think it was Ebo who spoke just now. So let's give the mic to a lady. Light Ojoma. Ojoma, how are you doing?
Hi, good evening. I'm very fine. How is everyone doing?
Hi, looking. All right, go ahead, Light. You have the floor now. Speak.
Okay. Well, it's a privilege being on this space. I want to thank Mr. David for being the host. Like, I'm very grateful that I get to talk. Well, I'll be speaking on behalf of the common Nigerians, like down to the street. I graduated in 2017, actually. So if I want to talk about what I've lost since 2015 is a whole lot. Like, I'll start with the fact that getting admission was something very hectic. Then you get to the university, the lecturers and all. Now, I don't want to talk too much, but the most painful part of it is in the fact that out there, your book doesn't matter. You just have to be streetwise to get it in Nigeria. My friend and I were discussing last week, and she was like, Ojoma, like, did we get the grades we got to just be business people, while those with the other grades, I don't want to mention, are the ones in offices, and we look at them and the rest. Going around offices with your shoe patched, and you get people asking you, do you know this minister? Do you know this senator? It's a whole lot. Like, it's painful, especially somebody coming from the scratch that doesn't have anybody at all. It's just you, your parents, and some loyal relatives. So I would say this government has done me no good. I wouldn't even want to start from 2015 or 2017 that I graduated, because even till now that I speak, it has to be what we do out there on the street for us to get something to eat and to support our family. So like the last speaker spoke, I'm not calling any name because I have my own candidates, but if we really want the good for this country, everyone should do what is right. Like, we got to do what is right. And I still want to beg, like, I know this is not supposed to be, I'm begging with the permission of Mr. David and other co-hosts, please, I sell palm oil and I deliver nationwide. I beg, this is the job I do. Nobody want to give me a job. So please, you guys, patronize me. I can deliver everywhere. Thank you very much, guys. I appreciate so much.
Thank you very much, Ojoma. I think we'll send you the bill for that advert. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, guys. Thank you all for being here. I think we have a whole 7,461 people listening, and a lot of people requesting the mic. Please, if you have spoken, kindly drop the mic so that others can have the chance to speak. I don't know, can we take another lady? Because I know Mr. David would love an inclusive government. Can we take another lady? Dora Tucker, are you a lady, Dora Tucker?
Yes. Good evening, Bishop.
Good evening. How are you? You have 3 minutes to make your submission. Please go ahead and try not to make us cry.
I'll just cut it short. I have a friend of mine, a very good close friend of mine. Like, can I call her a sister? Yeah. She had those fibroid issue, and at the same point, she decided it affected her womb, so they have to remove both the womb and the fibroid at the same time. So at first, she never wanted to go for the operation, but because of everyone's telling her, okay, you have to do this thing, just get this thing out of your body, because she was going through pains, because I was with her throughout the period of time. Each night, she cries in the morning, stuff like that. So to round it up, when she decided to go for the operation, because she agreed that she was going to go for the operation, so they could remove the fibroid and the womb together. So at the point where they were operating her, I don't want to call this popular hospital. It was a very popular hospital in one of the biggest cities here in Nigeria. So let me just keep it a secret here. So at the point where they were going through the operation, they took lights in a very popular hospital in this country. They took lights, and at the spot they were trying to fix the light and that stuff. So I didn't know what happened. The next thing, before they brought the light, because I was close to the theater. So before they brought the light again, it took over like 1 hour. So at the point, I lost my friend. So since then, I feel that I don't want to talk too much, but it is well. So that's the story. Very much. Thank you.
Tucker, thank you for sharing. I know it was difficult for you to, let it out, but thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing with us. Really appreciate that. Let's go to IUFBI. IUFBI, how are you doing today?
Hi guys.
How are you doing?
I'm good, and you?
I'm fine. You have the space and you have 3 minutes. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, I'll make it as short as possible. Now, thanks to David, I've been a fan for long, and I really appreciate the fact that he brought this up. What I'm going to say is very simple and very short. In fact, the fact that we are here having this conversation about what we have lost since 2015 is, in fact, to me, I really do not think that any sane person, like if you're sane, like Nigerian government banned Twitter for 222 days. And we still have some people, I mean sane people, who are still out there canvassing for these same people. Do you know how crazy it is? Like you took the same Twitter away from people who probably had their own means of livelihood through this Twitter. We had influencers who couldn't do anything at this point. I had a gig at that time that I lost. It was approved, and because Twitter was banned, obviously, no big company would risk doing any campaign or any publicity on Twitter when federal government had banned it. So I lost I think an 8-figure deal to this Twitter ban. This same government opened fire on its citizens. You know, it doesn't even. Sometimes when I see people tweet, I am for leave and let others. But then, like I've forgotten this guy's name. Like what he said, you can have an opinion, but if your opinion is stupid, then I think you should keep your opinion to yourself. These are the same people. This is the same. APC by now should be apologizing to Nigerians, not even saying that they want to field anybody. In 2015, I remember 2014 December, I had $100. I knew how much I changed $100 for. $1 was 178 naira. Today, a dollar is 610. In 2014, before Jonathan left, a pure water bag, a bag of sachet water was 80 naira, 70 naira, 80 naira. Now they sell it the least you can get it is 250 naira. A bag of rice was sold for 7,500. Now today is 32,000, 35,000 naira. A 12.5 kg gas was sold how much? Today, you people are out there going back to Abacha era, buying coal pot and doing all this stuff. So it doesn't even have to be personal, but sometimes you just have to leave and let others. But then if you are here on this space and you are still rooting for these same people who have impoverished Nigerians, like a lot of people during the lockdown. I wasn't a politician. I've never been a politician. But people were literally coming to my house to beg me for food because they knew that, okay, I'm a young person who was probably doing well for himself. I was sharing rice, giving people rice, giving people palm oil, giving people groundnut oil and all of that, giving them one as low as 1K. And these people will pray for you as if you've given them the whole world. It wasn't this. We've never gotten this low. It has never been this bad. So if you see anybody saying that they still want to tow this route, it's very insane seeing someone saying that. What does APC want to offer now that they couldn't offer in 7 years? Do you understand? So Nigeria has taken a whole lot, like a whole lot. You imagine a government decided, someone gave the order that they are constituting nuisance because they are not making money at Lekki to go and kill them. And people are out here, the same people, the same youth are here defending these people that killed their fellow youth. It's a whole lot, honestly. But then, if anyone is here and you still think that APC should be given a chance in 2023, I think you should really reevaluate your life because we have never gotten this low. Look at electricity tariff. Every day, prices of commodities are going higher. Income remain the same. A lot of people have been out of job since COVID-19. 2,000 plus of my former colleagues were laid off. Some of them are literally doing nothing now.
And every day, the prices of commodities are going higher and higher every day. Diesel is about 900 naira per liter, and yet you still want to support APC. You see, you can support whoever you want, but then if you support what will be a threat to my life, I'm rounding up. I'm rounding up. If you support what will be a threat to my life, then we can never be friends. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I would leave the space now for another person.
Thank you. Don't leave the space. Just yield the mic. Thank you very much.
Sorry, I meant the mic actually.
No problems. No problems.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Ayo. I took some valid points from what you said, and thank you for coming. Let's give the mic now to Nigerian president. Andy Patriots. You have so many names. Yeah, go ahead, sir. You have the floor now. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, everybody. I want to speak to two things: what people are losing generally, and what I have lost personally. Generally, we hear reports of people getting killed, people getting kidnapped, but the reports we don't ever get to hear is the massive depopulation of the file of the Nigerian army. I'll use a personal experience recounted by my friend who is an officer. 2 weeks ago on June 15, they went out to set up base. Against all advice, they went with just half a platoon. None of the officers were armed. They ran into an ambush. Before them, the guys in the hillocks in front, they killed all of them. As they were trying to figure out what was going on, the coastal bus they were riding came under heavy fire. Everybody in that bus collected bullets, including this person who told me this thing. All the officers collected bullets. In the process of trying to leave, they left about 6 soldiers there. They killed all of them. And that is what has been going on. They recruit soldiers who are barely prepared, send them to go and die, as it were. And Nigerians are not talking about it. If you know how many people are dying, and eventually, when they reported it 2 days later, I think Premier Times caught on the story. They just mentioned the officer that died. The 12 soldiers who held on for all the officers to drive out of that ambush couldn't even step in and say it is honorable to honor these guys who have widows now. Many young Nigerians are dying in the army, unsung, unacknowledged, unheralded. 12 of them died. They couldn't even go back and carry their corpse till like 2 days later. That's how bad it was. But nobody's talking about it. They mentioned just the officer that died. It's as if some lives are more equal than the others. Personally, what I've lost from 2015, my father retired in 1999. In 2020, my father asked me for money. I was surprised because he had things he was doing to get money, and he would never ask me for money if I don't give him. But I was surprised my dad was asking me for money. And to show you that it is very critical, I don't like to open my WhatsApp. I come to Nigeria fairly often. I relocated to the US in 2014. I come to Nigeria at least in a year, I come like 3-4 times. I'm avoiding people now. Before, when I come, anybody can know I'm around. But now I avoid people because the next thing you start hearing is this or that. I'm a civil servant. And I can't afford everybody having difficult financial problems. People I never expect. Even one of my pastors asked me for money. I was shocked. Direct. It is very critical. People have been pauperized in these 7 years of low cost. People are going through a lot. There was a guy, my very close friend, who was in the oil industry. Immediately this man came in 2015, everything crumbled. Some of his friends committed suicide. The guy drove Uber. He drove boats just to get back. All his money frozen in the bank, even though he's not a big player. Many people have lost a lot that we can't quantify. And I can't wait for the outgoing government to go out forever. It's the most difficult 8 years in the history of Nigeria. From 1914, arguably. I'm a historian. From 1914. Let me use the mic.
Thank you very much for that input. We really appreciate you. Thank you very much. We really I really wish more can be done for men in uniform who has lost their lives, mostly the soldiers, protecting this country. I think more should be done, and I know more can be done. Thank you very much, Dapel. Dapel, how are you doing today, my brother?
I'm fine, thanks. How are you two?
Fine, thank you very much, Dapel. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead and tell us what you've lost personally. Thank you.
Yeah, so what I will share, I may be speaking on behalf of a number of people on this forum. Pre-2015, if you had some balance in your local Nigerian bank account and you attempt to move the money out of Nigeria to abroad, after 2015, you have lost the foreign value of that money by threefold. On top of that, if you are attempting to do a master's pre-2015 or say 1 year postgraduate program in the UK, with 5 million naira roughly, you would pay for your tuition and living expenses. But now with 14 million naira, you cannot. So these one common losses that is not just associated with me, but a number of people on the horizon. But it would sound somehow for me to, place emphasis on losing money when people are talking about lives of those that are so dear to them lost. So the losses are unquantifiable. On a general level, like between 2010 and 2014, Nigeria's average living standard in terms of GDP per capita was growing by roughly 5% a year. And from 2015 and upward, it was shrinking by 1.6%, such that the overall average within the decade was less than 1%. That means the gain recorded pre-2015 was eroded by the economic events that started with the new regime. Now, to my mind, the biggest reason we are talking about what we have lost, we know that grieving over the past would never undo the past, nor would it really shape a great future. But it has what it takes to reanimate our passion, to push back against the reemergence and reinforcement of bad leadership that generated these terrible outcomes, and to also at the same time propel the government or the leaders we think will bring about a transformation in the economic fortunes of the country. But here lies one problem if we are seeking for a new change. I recently did a poll online and I closed the poll. I was trying to find out what are the main drivers of election outcomes in Nigeria. And to my striking surprise, credibility accounts for roughly 1%. So we see the rise of religion, ethnicity, and money in Nigerian politics. So it ended up creating a government by the people, but not the government that the people want, although the people created the government. So one way that we have to do is to see that all these parameters that determine outcomes are no longer the parameters. And with what has been going on, there is a fear based on pessimism and the realities on the ground. You would say Nigeria would never have good rulers ruling it, but that's me speaking as a pessimist. But speaking as someone that is hopeful, Nigeria would eventually have someone that is good to seize the key to the Aso Rock and bring about the positive change. Now, in closing, I want to pass a message to David. Now, I salute your courage for stepping out and bringing out these truths. And something that is unique with what you put out is that your whatever you write, they are fact-filled, and you hardly find people that refute them. And because you trample on falsehood, you constantly have backlash to discourage you. Now, when you feel discouraged by these voices, you should know that there are thousands and thousands of people on the other side who are cheering you up full of the truth. And a lie is a lie, even if everyone is for it. And the truth is a truth, even if no one is for it. And I wish Nigeria well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dapel. Thank you for that input. Thank you for speaking on behalf of others. Pell, you want to say something?
No, I just wanted to appreciate Dapel for his submission and then pass the mic over to the next speaker.
Okay, I'd like to take a lady now. Thank you, Suman. Olachi, how are you doing this evening, or wherever you don't know?
Oh, it's afternoon. I'm doing well. How are you?
Fine, thank you. Olachi, you have the mic now. You have 3 minutes. Shoot.
Okay, well, hi David, Bishop, Pearl, or Pearls. I left Nigeria in 2014, so I guess you could say that I missed, I sort of dodged that bullet, but at the end of the day, my life is not made up of just myself. So realistically, I did not. In that 2015, I lost my granddad. Let's try not to cry. I lost my granddad. He wasn't even that sick. I mean, he was 90, but he wasn't that sick. Just, I don't know if, I believe it's called FMC Owerri. Pretty good hospital from before that era. Very good hospital. Treated so many people so well. But just to go there and receive simple medical treatment, a man that went there healthy, a day and a half later was dead. Same thing as my uncle last year. He went there. Peradventure, he had a leg amputated, but unrelated to that, but somewhat related to that, he had respiratory issues. Funny thing, he didn't even die of the amputated, like he had respiratory issues. And it was COVID time. They didn't even check this man for COVID. My mom asked the doctor, did you people test him for COVID? They didn't test him for COVID. All the doctors coming in and out, nobody wearing PPE, nothing. Anyways, I feel like there's been a lot of sadness on here. So I was gonna share a poem that I wrote, realistically about COVID, but it's really about being distance from the people that you care about, and it's just and a glimmer of hope at the end of it. I'll read it to you, pieces of it to you. Secluded and apart from pieces of your heart, distant makes the heart fonder, but I can't take it any longer. I need my fair share of a dose of fresh air, to dance in the rain, to wash away the pain. With no end in sight, it's causing a fright. We must fight the fear. We have to persevere, strengthen our resolve until all is resolved. Come hell or high water, we will again have laughter. Until then, look up to heaven, where we'll find our safe haven. Hold on to your loved ones, for we shall overcome, and we will win the war. Rise up again with honor. Celebrate the courage and pay homage to those who led the charge and endured the barrage, yet of endless opposition, yet held their position. Truly valiant warriors, truly brilliant carers. We will reflect on the cost of those who we have lost. We must always remember they are more than a number, each with their unique stories, forever in our memories. Let us focus on their smiles that we got to share for a while. We'll learn to carry on. With time, we'll get it done. Let's take care of each other. Let's put our hearts together. Spread peace and love. We will rise above. These are my tender words. Sincerely, my heart to yours. That's my poem. I have no market to sell. Emotions and hope. That's my market to sell. I hope that some of you can find hope in that poem. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Olachi. Thank you very much. I don't know who is cutting. I hope, can you hold on a bit? I don't know who is cutting onions around me, but I just keep tears keep running down my eyes. But it's fine. Thank you, guys. I'd like to appeal to Sweet Witch, Ben King, Alotobe, Chris, Ator, Neats, called and Peter Obi Evangelists. Please kindly give I'd like you to give the chance to Hopo. Hopo has a flight to catch, not giving him any sort of preference, but I think we should just give him the mic to say what he has to say so he can just hop off. Thank you very much, and thank you guys for waiting. Hopo, you have the mic now. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead and speak.
Thank you very much. Thank you for organizing this. I'm very, very grateful. And that was very insightful when my Ology. Yeah. So I'll start with 2015, December. Oh, yeah, after NYC. I finished my NYC sometime in July 2014, new graduate, applying, trying to get a job, applying for scholarship, tons of scholarships. And I got this Commonwealth nomination. Will I say screening? I passed the Commonwealth scholarship screening, which the way it's done is they will refer you back to the Nigerian Federal Scholarship Board, and the scholarship board will now nominate, the best candidates out of all the people that Commonwealth have, sent to them. And I went there with my dear friend then, my departmental mate. His name is Aminu Temitokwe. We traveled all night. We took night bus, no money, and we arrived in Abuja. Did everything, and he was the one. His name is Aminu. So alphabetically he was ahead of me and Oppo H. So he went in to meet the screening committee before me. And when he came out, he came to me on the queue and he said, in Yoruba, I said, "It's a waste of woman. This is a waste of time. They already know who they're going to choose." So I didn't want that to dull my morale. So I still summoned courage and went inside. My course of study then was renewable energy, and the person interviewing me asked me, "Why renewable energy? What do you want to do differently?" And I said, "Well, I'm thinking about doing a research in DREA, distributed renewable energy access." And then she spoke Hausa to the person next to her, and they started laughing at me. I still don't understand why they were doing that. They said, then she just said, "Why are you deceiving? You're deceiving yourself. Why are you here?" And I was mute. And that was the end. I never got to know anything about the scholarship. I think after a month, they told me I was rejected, which is okay, which is fine. I mean, if you want to sacrifice meritocracy on the altar of corruption, you do it hidden. You don't do it broad daylight. I still don't know why a screening committee will be interviewing someone who is passionate about making a change. You'll be laughing at him and speaking in a language he does not understand. I said that was not enough. 2016, I got another scholarship, this time Petroleum Technology Development for National Scholarship, and went to Abuja. It's always Abuja, right? My other friend then, he got a graduate assistantship. He's in Port, we went to study in Port, he did his PhD. He's working with Intel now. And I got this scholarship. I was number 1 in Lagos State, and my admission then was UNSW Australia. And there were a few students also slated to go to, they were awarded to study in UNSW Australia. Awarded us, and after months, I got to hear that they will not sponsor us again because there's no money. To cut the long story short, PTDF strategically reduced people who do not have contact, people who do not know who, from going to study in their school of preference, even though the scholarship that was issued us in our award letter was any school of your preference on the planet. I will not bore you. PTDF boosted 2 years of my life. I resigned from my job because they gave me an award letter that I was going to leave in February. And these guys just kept merry-go-rounding, and it was like they were trying to frustrate people. If you don't know anybody, they would not even make things easier for you. You go to the tower, they're speaking Hausa to you. It doesn't make sense. And I have nothing against my Hausa brothers or people from the north, because the key people that are being used for this instrumental evil are actually not the Hausa people. I mean, most of it was like 80% of the people in those schools in the PTDF are northerners. But there are some strategic positions that it is people from the south that are actually the dogs that do the dirty job. There's a professor, his name is Professor Ajayi. He's from FUTA, and he's supposed to be a consultant for PTDF. And this professor almost destroyed my life. I did admission. They told me to choose between Germany, France, or Brazil. I ended up choosing Germany. And they said I should get an admission. I got admission, 4 admissions. I tendered one. they approved, they will pay my school fees, full scholarship, which is like at least 4 times cheaper than Australia. Only for me to get to Germany just 2 days after my arrival. This professor called, and I was even happy. I thought he wanted to congratulate me. He said, we're not going to pay for that. We are not going to pay your school fee. I said, I don't understand. He said, we're not going to pay your school fee. Go and resume in anywhere that they don't pay school fees. To be an abroad. I said, what? You think it's about coming abroad for me? You know, this is kind of country we have. This is how bad things were for me. So for about 9 months of being in Germany, I was writing emails and telling PTVF to pay my school fee. I ended up getting someone who knows someone who knows someone who knows someone who knows a DG. I went to PTVF to speak outside to them, and the man just called me on the phone and said, Victor, in English it means they've spent my school fee. So, but they will find a way, but they said they cannot pay everything. So they said I should raise 40%, they will raise 60%. So on paper, I got full scholarship, everything paid for, but in reality, I still had to pay 40%. You know, and this is what we call a country. And it's painful. It's painful because I am here. I've struggled, I've finished, I'm working now. But I don't want to be here till I'm 40. I'm going to be 32 in October. I'm in my job, I follow the European Union emission trading system. I wish it was African Union emission trading system I'm following up. We have to fix this thing. It's now or never. And I have to be a little violent. If you are an adult, if you're an elder, if you're on this call, and you think that we are not wise for making decisions of wanting to change strategy or choosing things that will favor us, that would brighten our future, even though all the things you and your generation have done has failed us, I think you are hopeless, you are helpless. I think you need to listen and accept that you guys have done things wrong. We need to do it right. Give the youth, give this generation the permission to do things right. We cannot re-elect APC or PDP. We cannot recycle. We're on a pathway to Somalia. Every indicator validates that Nigeria is doomed for destruction.
Mr. Hobo, can you round up, please?
Yes. Thank you very much. That's my submission. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hobo. What you just said reminded me of a picture I saw on Twitter. It was a quote, and the quote is a Turkish quote, a Turkish proverb, which goes, "The forest was shrinking, but the trees kept voting for the axe." The forest was shrinking, but the trees keep voting for the axe. Hashtag lost since 2015. Let's go to Mr. Chris. Mr. Chris Akko. Mr. Chris Akko, how are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear. So you can go. You have 3 minutes to make your submission. Go ahead, sir.
All right. I was part of the Africa Rising generation. In 2012, I went to the University of Oxford to do a master's degree, and after that I came back hoping to come and work in Nigeria, and that was when the whole APC coalition was taking shape, and the direction pointed that they all wanted Buhari to be president. I was alarmed. I studied political science. I am a student of Nigerian politics, and I was like, come on, this man, we know his antecedents now. Why are we trying to bring him back again? Of course, I was shouted down, and I kept my peace. Election happened, and he won and became president. I had to. But then after I became president, I had to make a decision. That is 2015. And it was clear to me what the man was going to do. And I was like, well, I have to suspend my dreams, my aspirations. I have to be among those that will hold his administration to account, even though it will be a very dangerous job. So I suspended my dreams, my goals, my aspirations, and took up a journalism job. In fact, towards the end of my stay, I was David Oped editor in Business Day. But then, so I took up a journalism job in 2015, and I was writing op-eds, writing editorials, very critical of the government. I soon became a target of the government, and even Buhari's spokesperson was describing my editorials and op-ed writings as satanic verses. In fact, they tried to get my employer to fire me, but he refused. Of course, but when Buhari won the second term in 2019, I knew the game has changed and it was going to be a very dangerous game from then henceforth. Journalists are not going to be safe in Nigeria, and they will now openly go out for those who criticize them. Luckily for me, my wife got a PhD admission in the US, and I reasoned that was the best time to make my escape from Nigeria. And luckily, I left in 2019. But what I just want to tell you guys is that this is a once in a lifetime opportunity to reset this country. And if we don't do it now, these guys are really going to mess up the country for us. They will soon die out in the next 10 years. Literally all the guys you see in the political scene that disappeared, but what country are they living for us? So this is a lifetime opportunity to reset the country, reset the trajectory of the country. And I would encourage us to really grab that opportunity and to make the best use of it. Even if we don't achieve our aim, let's try, let's give it our best shot. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chris. Thank you very much. Thank you for opening our eyes to a lot of things and, letting us know that if we get it wrong this time, hopefully, Peter Obi might not even run for president anymore. And oh my God, if that happens, I don't know, because I don't know why would have a country full of graduates and brainiacs, and then we're going to pick people who don't even have certificates. It's worrisome. So thank you very much. We've lost a lot of things since 2015, and let's keep it going. Sweet Witch, how are you this evening, ma?
Hi, good evening, everybody.
Hello, how are you doing?
Fine, thank you.
Okay, before Switch Witch goes on, thank you guys for everything, and I really appreciate you. Please keep sharing the space and let more people come and share their experience. Please, you guys request the mic if you want to speak, and we'll give you the chance to speak. Thank you very much for the speakers who are here waiting. We'll give you the mic as soon as it's your turn. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Sweet Witch.
Okay, hi. So I have a lot of my mind that I would like to share, but I'll try to make it very brief. So I would have to say that I think majority of us are not aware that we are being held hostage. Probably is the biggest hostage or kidnap situation we ever witnessed in our country. We keep saying bandits have kidnapped people and they're asking for like 100 million naira ransom or whatever. But what if we are actually being held hostage? Like, what if we're actually being held hostage in Nigeria? It's so systematic. I don't know how to explain it, but we can't. The police is underwhelmed. The media is underwhelmed. There's nobody to practically run to. I mean, if we all remember what happened with NSAS, there's literally nobody we could run to for help. We had to start tagging one international court law. And then even at that, they're all laughing at us like, who do you think is going to listen to you? Who do you think is going to answer you? So when people come out and be like, why are the youths angry, or why are people angry, or why are people bitter? A whole lot of people have gone through hell. Most people don't remember. I mean, I think, yeah, most Nigerians think we tend to have this long, short span memory or short span memory where we don't remember things. Like, I don't know if it's a coping mechanism, but we really do not remember. If something should happen to me today, probably everybody around me will cry. The next day, they moved on. They are now probably thinking about their own lives. Nigeria has held us to that. We do not have any form of, should I say, mental health to care about other people, because we're also being flogged. So, I mean, if you look at the country, there is practically nothing that is working. We have nothing working. Look at schools on strike. NYC is supposed to be like a time of joy for people that are graduates. It's now like people do not even want to go serve which country. Like, nobody wants to even do the NYC anymore. No state allowances, forget that one. Now, even villages that are supposed to even take care of probably with fruits, oil, and whatever, they are probably the ones begging to help them fix boreholes, help them fix one thing or the other, do like a community service. Like, it's not almost mandatory. So when you look at Nigeria, Nigeria in like 4 years or so, it is terribly bad. It is so bad. Is it the street robbers or those traffic robbers? A whole lot has really gone bad. So it's so annoying when you come online, and I mean, I'm like almost a troll now, because I cannot believe people are still coming to field these same people that are legitimately the problem. That's the reasons why we're suffering, the reasons why we're like in this situation, the reason why you cannot use your card to pay for iTunes on your iPhone. So to pay for anything, your Apple Music or whatever, like, it's really so bad. I don't know why. Yeah, like what Bishop said, the forest keeps voting for the axe because it looks like one of them, probably because the hand is made of wood or whatever. But I feel people are probably overwhelmed. People are in pain. People even believe that there's probably a candidate out there that will revive Nigeria. So they just want to let us continue the suffering with APC. I really do not understand it. So when I hear people, in fact, I know what I went through in Lutz. Yeah, it was a family member. I knew what I went through. I know a friend of mine whose mom died. So when you actually, and will you blame the doctors and the nurses? No, because they don't even have anything, like no equipment, no oxygen tank. They literally, I'm talking about general hospitals, I'm talking about federal hospitals. And then you see these politicians going to France, going to Germany, going to wherever to get themselves checked, to get themselves treated. And you're like, why are you still building? Why are you people still supporting these people? What exactly is your problem? Are you not tired? So I actually feel this is a hostage situation. We're being held hostage or whatever, and we have to actually do something to break free of this. It's not a one-man's fight. It's not obvious. It's not something that we can do now and then we win. Rome probably wasn't built in a day, yeah. But we have to do something to really break free from these people. This is a hostage situation, like, and it's very, very hostile. That's why they keep trying to make sure that you don't have any means of survival or livelihood to actually break free from this situation. Do you understand? They keep breaking down whatever means it is you feel you can use to make money, online, offline, crypto, whatever it is, because they know that if you are able to break free and probably pay their ransom or do something or whatever, and APC, sorry for actually mentioning your party, but really, this is a hostage situation. We have to do something to break free. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sweet Witch. It's okay. It's okay. I wouldn't say nothing. Guys, I want to thank you guys for being here with us. We have massive people on here who are listening, who are speaking. Thank you, guys. Most of us, I'd like to urge us to follow the host. Please click on David's handle and follow Mr. David. He has a body of work coming very soon. I think in a few weeks' time, he's going to drop that body of work. It's going to be shocking. It's going to shake the nation, Nigeria. Trust me. Okay. Let me just leave it at that. Follow Mr. David. So
that please carry on.
Sir, what did you say?
It's not me that said that. Please carry on.
Don't worry. Anything I tell you, don't worry, guys. There'll be something is just follow Mr. David. Trust me, something is about to drop. Something is about to drop. Give it time. But when it drops, you guys are going to know about it. Okay. I'm sorry for giving that away, but expect it. Okay. Also follow my host. Follow Mr. FS Yusuf. Mr. Yusuf is someone who really does a great work on the movement, the Peter Obi movement, and not just the Peter Obi movement, but for a better Nigeria. If it was another person, Mr. Yusuf would still be doing that work. And thank you, guys. Those who follow me, I see you. I'm going to follow you after the space. Thank you very much. I'm going to hand over the co-hosting to my dear host, Pearl. She should take over from me. Then I'll just be on the background. Then I might come on later. Thank you guys for hearing my voice, and thank you very much. Let the space continue. Pearl, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you so much, Bishop, and thank you once again, David.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Sweet Witch, for your submission. I really don't understand how anyone will so vehemently defend this government who can't even breathe to defend you. It makes me wonder if some people have Stockholm syndrome. But we leave it at there for now. We hand over the mic to Kayode. Kayode, are you there? Hello, Kayode.
Yeah, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity.
You're welcome. Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. You have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you, Kayode. Please go ahead.
Opportunity to share my fears and what I've lost over the administration of this useless government. I worked with an international tobacco company from 2014 to 2016 when we were laid off. And when we were laid off, I have a little savings that I believe that I can start my life over with. I don't need to start running off to find a job. So I started packaging egusi. For those that know egusi very well, I started packaging egusi and elubo, which is cassava, yam flour, and pepper. So I started the business, and the business was doing well. To my knowledge, I was happy that I was doing something very, very good, and people were calling for demand and all that. I was very satisfied and happy. In fact, I was thinking, why didn't I go start earlier than when I started? So what now struck me most is in 2017 February, the egusi paint over that I used to buy at the rate of 450. It increased from 450 to 650 naira. It was unmanageable. We're cutting down the expenses and that. The pepper that I used to buy at the bag of 11,000 naira increased to 15,000 naira. I'm talking about February 2017. We're still trying to manage, but due to the small amount of money I started with, I couldn't buy I couldn't stock my raw materials. So by July 2017, the price of egusi increased to 1,500 naira, and the price of pepper increased to 22,000 naira. The price of the yam that I used to buy at gram from Kayama increased from 55,000 naira to 90,000, 100,000 naira. I couldn't buy anything again. The money I have is not enough to buy the raw material. I lost a lot of customers. I lost everything. I couldn't continue again. So I just have to close down the business because I don't have enough money to start the business. So I started thinking what I can do again to keep my life going. So I decided to start collecting daily contribution, which is they usually call a job. So I started doing that, and people were coming in. So I discovered that the people I was dealing with, they need money to do their business and all that. So I run to a friend who knows someone that can give me money to start it. So the man borrowed me 2 million naira. So I started giving out small loans to all those market women I was dealing with. But to my surprise, I don't know what was happening to me, was happening to those market women as well. So the money they were borrowing, the price of product they were buying was increasing, and they could not make more profit. They could not pay back. I was stuck with the money that I borrowed from someone. They were stuck with the money they borrowed from me, and it became a case. It became a case on my neck. I'm telling you, last year, December to January, I almost committed suicide. I couldn't do anything. Police was on my neck. I was running after people with police also. Police was on my back also, going from one police station to another, dragging people from one police station to another too. So everything was lost. I lost everything. My dad couldn't even help because he's a farmer. Him too, in our village, in our community, they couldn't go to farm. They have to make sure that everybody in the village take away their goat, because Fulani headmen were in the bush. They couldn't go to farm. If you go to farm with your wife, they will kill the husband and rape the wife. It happens twice. And the instruction given to our king in our hometown was that nobody would touch anybody in the bush. I'm telling you that from Kogi State, I'm bold enough to mention the state, and I'm bold enough to mention the governor. There's not anybody. He just not die. Now die. Any die, now he die. Nothing will happen. I make sure that I engage in politics vigorously in my state, so that I won't have to fight again, or my children will have to fight again. If I fight and die, I die. I will know that I won't bring any child into this country. I'm telling you now, so I'm begging everybody. I'm doing this in Kogi State. I'm investing all my effort. In my area now, I have people. I make sure that I have boys in my police. If it is gone, I will provide. If it is anything, because election in my state is heavy. I'm telling you, it's ta. And my area, we are ready for anything. I'm making sure I'm going to all local governments. If you are online and you are saying here we need change, forget change. The principalities of power we are fighting is higher than what it is. I have been declared wanted in my state twice. My father is a deputy man. He was removed from position he was heading. I have been declared wanted during 2018 Kogi State election twice. So to die, no they fear me. But this thing must change. I'm an educated person and I'm of the street. So I won't give any fucking body room to mess my life again. I was doing well in ITC, International Tobacco Company, in a popular company. I was doing well as a sales rep. I was doing well. So I'm telling you this, the Lord have not finished paying it. I'm still paying, but I don't even want to know how it's going to be. But with this government, if people will lose, I will know that I contribute my quota. I did my best. I will know that. So anything that is going to take us, most of us are online, that we are not doing anything. Every day I go out there, every day I talk to people. Wherever I find myself, I talk to people. I make sure that I must take on one. Because everybody is experiencing it in one way or the other. Everybody is going through the fire. So those that are still supporting this government, probably they have what they are doing, or they have what they are doing. I have met one who I have met. Maybe I will share it on my post or on my Twitter. I have met with governor one-on-one. I'm not a person that anybody will just push aside in this game anymore. I have gone to a level that if you have to kill me, people kill me, let me die. I know what I'm standing for. So I'm begging everybody, it is beyond Twitter or beyond. Let's go down to the street. Let's start talking to people. Let people we know talking to another people. Let's start sharing the message. It has to be done. If we fail this time around, I'm telling you, we are not going to go through again. Because they already know what is going on and they know what can happen. They are prepared for it. So we too we must prepare. And if we fail this time around, I'm telling you, it will be hard for us to take back. It will be very, very hard for us to take back because they will enforce it again. They will do more than what they have done because they want to keep everybody in their circle. So please, I'm begging everyone online. I'm begging everybody. Please, let's do our best. Let's forget about the noise anybody is making. Yesterday, I was threatened by certain political talks in my community because I have to use my money to bring an INEC officer to come and begin to register people. I was threatening directly like this. But thank God that I'm not just ordinary person on the street. My boss speaks for me. It's not going to be easy. I'm telling you for a fact. So please, let's go down to the street, everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kayode, for your submission. It's very unfortunate you had that experience, and it's very unfortunate the amount of damage the current government has done to the economy. That is why we need to open our eyes and pick the right candidates this time around. We pass the mic to Constance Domo. Constance Domo, are you there?
Yeah, hi. Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, all right then. I'm so happy today. Having to be part of this space with David. I've always been looking up to hearing David's voice because I'm on this place to say thank you to David. Myself and my family, every time we listen to David, we read David's post, we get a little reassurance and hope again on this country, Nigeria. I listen to David, I follow Renew, I follow Aki, then FS Yusuf. I listen to him again here. So I don't know how you people are made, how you are wired, whatever strengthens you. We owe you so much. We can't thank you enough. Because at this point in time, Nigeria is on a ticking dynamite. I don't know how people that live in Nigeria, I don't know how they survive. I listened to one lady that said Nigeria is on a hostage. That is the real truth. We're on a hostage. A hostage is where they will hold people down. People is on escape route. You just look for a way to get out. Whatever we are doing, whatever people are doing in Nigeria, I don't know how they are surviving. But I want to say thank you to everybody on this space. David, I cannot thank you enough. I don't know. Anytime, I'll keep sending you messages into your DM. But whoever is doing anything to change the narrative, I'm so happy it's no longer business as usual. Nigerians, we don't even know what primary election was before. But now, with the great awakening by people like David, Renew, Aki, FS Yusuf, so many people, I'm getting it. We can at least be hopeful a little bit. For Peter Obi to come up, Nigeria should be paying Peter Obi for at least for saying yes to come and carry this mess this government have put us into. And for this government to have the audacity to still come up to campaign, to ask for votes. This is the government that have turned Nigeria to an abattoir, killing every day. Nobody cares. Somebody spoke here that says killing is the order of the day. No feelings. Nigerian life has no value anymore. I know how many jobs I do here to send money back home. It's very pathetic. To be a Nigerian here, you have to struggle. You have to do a lot of things. Put in 5 times the effort in an office where you know you're good. And they know we are good. So I'm really, really very happy seeing people that can still give me hope. I look at these people and at least there's a little hope about this country, Nigeria. Whatever this government is doing is endless. Nobody, we can't, what do we, even to start with, Nigeria Defense Academy, Kaduna, was attacked. By who? If Defense Academy cannot defend themselves, who will defend Nigeria? See, today, nobody is on trial. They didn't hold anyone. And if this thing had happened in Yoruba land, so-called military people will erase all that local government. If it happened in Igbo land, they will erase all the local government and bring people and say these are the people that are doing it. Killing people every day. The military men are dying every day. What is happening? Is this government in a blood ritual? I don't know. We can't continue like this. I have that hope that something is going to change. How Peter Obi is going to do it, I don't even know. Anybody coming to say I want to be president of Nigeria has a lot. I can't even do it. Give it to me for all the teacups in China. No. Where will you start from? Please, I'm just so happy. I've heard David's voice, other people speaking. I now have a little hope that people are thinking, and I pray that we'll get it right this time around, because we can't afford to miss it. We can't. This government and their cabal, all of them and their gang, they're not ready. They're not ready to leave the space. And whatever, waiting. If you see a bed, they dance for Johnson. Waiting they beat drum for an in the corner. For APC and all this terrorist government, from the PDP down to all of them that have held us hostage, for them to be having audacity to come and say they want to. If not that INEC rigging, now they assure them, you get waiting there behind them when you get the assurance that they get. On what ground are they campaigning on? On what now? On the killing? They want to turn Nigeria to mortuary. Atiku lives in Dubai. And coming back to Nigeria every 8 years. Please, I can continue on and on, but please, I want to just thank you to everyone once more. I'm so happy, and I pray we'll get it right this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Constance. Yeah, we all hope we get it right this time, and that is why we're carrying out spaces like this to create awareness for people. As we're sharing our experiences like this, it makes us wonder why anyone want to support the current government and their candidates. So, thanks for your submission, Constance. We pass the mic now to Temidayo. Temidayo, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Now, before I start, I want to say that I lost hope in this government, I think, early enough in 2015, where, President Buhari, chose ministers maybe after 6 months. And the list of the ministers he chose weren't, encouraging. And I also want to talk about, ASUU strike. Like so many of us, so many students, maybe after writing JAMB and all that, you are so happy that they gave you admission finally. You calculated your stay, maybe 4 years. Okay, like me now, I believed I was supposed to finish around maybe August 2021, and because of this, ASUU strike for 8 months, another one 4 months. Now I will finish maybe 2023. I don't know when this thing is going to stop. Nobody is talking about it. Before we left school, I told my friends that this ASUU strike isn't going to last for long, because we're in the election period, and every government in the world, they want to settle their grief sets in the society just because we are in the election period. That my prediction did not come to pass. I also told them that okay, before APC have their nonsense convention, the federal government is going to call off the strike just because they want to please us. That didn't happen. Like, we have a government that don't care. Like, they don't even care if maybe students will vote for them or not. They are so confident about spending their embezzled money in the election. They don't care. They don't, this kind of eye service that all the politicians do, whereby they just settle everybody in the society just because they need your vote. Like, APC is not doing it. They don't care. They are very, very, very sure that they are going to bribe their way into 2023. And I want to talk about answers too. I protested in Surulere, and what happened in Surulere, where they killed, I think, 2 people or so, and so many people were injured, the case of Ojabi, Oxlade, and all of that. You know, anytime I pass through Ojo Elegba, I'm so, how will I put it? Is it trauma or something? I remember it, and I begin to fear for my life because we ran that day. We actually ran. I don't know. Like, I'm not trying to, compare myself to people who had bomb blasts in Kano, in Owo, in Kaduna, train attack in Kaduna. Like, what trauma are they going through? If I can actually go through this kind of, small trauma just because I went to protest in Surulere, it is very, very crazy. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Temidayo, and I agree with you. The government of the day doesn't care, and I wonder if anyone they will try to impose on us will care as well. Unfortunately, we know the answers to that. Dr. Amina, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Thank you for letting me speak. I've listened patiently for about 2 hours and I've been moved by contributions. I'm going to predicate my own contributions on basically 2 things: the economic section and the economic situation and family situation. Firstly, as many of you know, I'm a teacher. I'm a university lecturer and I have been this is my 12th year now as a university lecturer. In 2015, I was a lower level lecturer and I was earning about 132,000 then. Because the official rate of the dollar was about 198 naira at that time per dollar, I was earning $660 a month. But if you go to the black market, because we know we have 2 markets or even 3 or 4, it was about $450 I was earning in 2015. Between 2015 and 2022, I have got a professional diploma in education because I love to teach. It's my passion. I have obtained a PhD in industrial microbiology from a world-class university. I've written 20 research papers. I've written uncountable book chapters. I've held dozens of administrative positions. I have mentored hundreds of students, supervised at master's and undergraduate level, everything a teacher is supposed to do. So you would agree with me that between 2015 and now, I have improved, I have added value to myself. So you would expect me to earn more. In 2022, I now earn, after 2 promotions, I now earn $536 on the official rate or $366 on the black market rate. I was earning $450 in 2015. I now earn $366 in the black market. That is less than cleaners, shoe shiners, any menial job you can think about earns in many developed countries. If you become a lecturer today in Egypt, you will earn more than me, who has been a lecturer for a dozen years and is a senior lecturer in Nigeria. So we keep saying, maybe we should put our money where our mouth is. Maybe we should ask for better pay because inflation is is galloping. So lecturers went to their employers and said, look, your drivers, everybody around you is earning more. People in national identity management, whatever, are earning 3-4 times those of us that taught them. And we don't even have single national cards, ID cards. Nothing is being done. NNPC has not been, refineries have not been working for decades and they are earning 5 times what we are earning. Do you think you should increase our salary? So over a decade ago, the 2009 agreement that universities, ASU, university lecturers ASU signed with the government was that they would increase our salary. Now, over a decade, almost a decade and a half later, they have not implemented it. When ASU got tired of being a gentleman kind of organization, they went on a strike. Government promised them heaven and earth, gave us a few pennies. We went back to work. We got poorer and poorer. We decided to go on another strike. As I'm talking to you now, it's been 4 months since lecturers have been paid. My colleagues, some of the brightest minds I know that I'm privileged and honored to work with and call colleagues, today are farming. They are Uber drivers. They are begging for money. You know why? Because we chose to teach people. I would have been a beggar I would have been probably Uber driving or something, if not because, well, I am lucky enough to have fallback options. And it should not be this way. Why are we opening our eyes and seeing terrorists, bandits, and political jobbers and thugs carrying around bags of money? We see it with our eyes, being paid, stealing, collecting, and ransom and all that, while the best people who could literally change the trajectory of Nigeria are earning $360. I'm in the US. People earn $360 a day in this US. People less qualified, less dedicated than academics in Nigeria are. This is the same academics that people are looking at and saying, senior, there's senior in her name. What is the senior lecturer? Hajiak Anche Kinzama senior lecturer, I don't like it. And name they are begging you for money because they think you are now earning well. You will contribute to your family and friends to pay ransom when their relatives are kidnapped. You contribute to the younger ones when they want to japa. We have to run multiple businesses. We are not even concentrating on the academia that we chose, the academics and the mentoring that we wanted to do.
Hello?
You see, the second section I
Can
would
you hear
now
me?
talk about. Why? Hello, can I continue speaking, please?
Yes,
The second
Bangis, I'll drop you from the speaker. When it's time, just request the mic again because you're interfering, or I'll mute you, okay? Go ahead, man.
The second situation I'd like to talk about is more personal. Because of what we have gone through, I was a banker earning so much, but I loved to teach, I loved to mentor. I resigned banking. One of my managers called me and said, why are you leaving banking for academia? What's your problem? I said, see, you won't understand. It's like a curse for me. It's a passion. I want to teach. So when I went to teach, I decided that, okay, I would focus on teaching and grooming the younger ones. Then when my eyes saw fire in 2015 to date, I now decided never again. My husband's nephew came to me and said, I finished with the first class and my university wants me to teach. I said, God forbid. Affliction has struck enough in this family. We are not going to let you be a lecturer. Go and apply for scholarships abroad. I guided him and all of that. This young man, very young, bright young man, got scholarships in at least 3 universities that I'm aware of. When he got the first one, he said he was feeling ill. Next thing, he went to the hospital. They said, it's just headache. Drugs did not work. He went to the teaching hospital. He was admitted. And I went to see him when I saw that he was really deteriorating. I took one look at him and I started crying. I wasn't crying. I could not say what I was crying for because I couldn't put it to words. I called all my friends. I said, okay, the doctors are saying we need a CT scan. Everybody, the doctors in the teaching hospital, everybody was saying, it's a Sunday, we don't do CT scan. It's only in Nigeria that hospitals expect you to tell your body, okay, don't fall sick today, it's Sunday. CT will not open, MRI will not open, so you can fall sick on Monday. This young, brilliant man with a bright future was hanging on to life by a thread, and a nurse came in and gave him glucose saline. I looked at it and I saw, this is sugar and salt they're putting in this guy's body. He's probably suffering from an aneurysm. I shouted, I called, I begged, I was begging, grabbing doctors by the lab coat. Everybody said there's nothing they could do. I watched him slip away. This guy died a few hours later. This man, 2 weeks after his death, another scholarship, fully paid, came into his email account. When his brother came to tell me, we sat together in my office and we were crying. So if my generation is suffering, the younger generation is suffering, how is this country going to improve? The current government between 2015 and 2022 has stolen my past. All my dividends that are unclaimed, that I hope I will claim someday, they have collected them. They stole our past. They are stealing our present. They are not paying us our allowances running into several years. They are not paying us good salaries. They are stealing our future because they are borrowing monies that they will not even live to witness us repay. My children, your children, and their children will pay these loans back. All these trains, roads you are seeing, it is the money of you and your children unborn that they are borrowing to do these things. So they've stolen our past, our present, and our future within 2015 to date. So here I am worrying about my economic situation. I'm worrying about my family situation where young people, my relatives are being kidnapped, are being killed, are dying because of poor hospitals. And we still have to worry about our future because believe me, unless we take drastic action for the good of the nation, we have not seen anything yet. This is Sari. The real fasting is going to come. We need to be very, very careful and think long term. It's not normal for us to think beyond today and tomorrow as Nigerians. But believe me, for the sake of your children, born and unborn, we should look beyond today and even tomorrow. This country is on its last legs. You and I are the only reason, the only people that can make a change. Anybody advising you to vote for politicians is doing that because they have been paid. Peter Obi, Buhari, Tinubu, Atiku, look at the merits of their individual arguments and make a decision you can live with. Because when the chips are down, it's only you, God, and your conscience that will remain in the night. And let me assure you, it is easier to build than to destroy. And we have been destroying, it is more difficult to build than to destroy. And we have been destroying Nigeria for 40 years of my life, and especially in the past few years. One thing I know for sure is, if you ask me, what have I lost since 2015? I have lost my innocence. I have lost the spring in my step and the spark in my eyes. Everybody told me, oh, study, work hard, be a person of integrity. I did all of that and I can barely feed myself and my children. I have become disillusioned. I have become cynical. I have lost my passion and I'm now even losing hope. But then again, what are we if we have no hope? I yield the mic. Thank you.
That was deep. I mean, that's something we all can relate with. You just spoke the mind of about 40 to 50% of the people on the space, and we really appreciate you for coming. Thank you so much. Guys, I just want to come in before Pearl takes over. So many people are calling me out, asking me to repeat the quote. The quote is not, I didn't write it. Like I said, it's a Turkish proverb, and I'm going to repeat it slowly so that people who want to tweet or retweet it can retweet or tweet it. It says, the forest was shrinking, but the trees kept voting for the axe. I repeat that again slowly as possible. The forest was shrinking. The forest was shrinking, but the trees kept voting for the axe. Please, you can interpret it as you wish. Thank you very much, Pearl. Thank you for giving me that time. Go ahead, Pearl.
Thank you so much, my co-host Bishop, and thank you so much, Dr. Amina, for your submission. That calls for deep thinking. Next on queue is Nate Coder also, and I'm sorry if I don't pronounce your name well. Nate, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay, sure I can. You have 3 minutes.
All right. Thank you very much for having me here. Well, I will start like this. Coming from 2014, I have a very good paying job that I was hoping. I got 2 promotions within a year. Within 2014, I got 2 promotions. So we are preparing for the 2015 election. Let me say, fortunately or unfortunately for me, the vice president was a board of director in my company then. So everybody was like happy that, man, if this man gets in, our company will get this, our company will get that. We are going to be like this, we are going to get more promotion. But after some years down, some months, Buhari won the election, we are hearing something of like inflation. That inflation here, there, they need to downsize. I was like, what is going on? Before we know, they had to cut off the managerial positions because the company could not pay again. We were like, but with the VPs, even the board of directors, I thought they were going to have our interest at that. So we have lost a lot. Living there again, I decided to start my own business to feed my family. But before even the downsizing of the company, I got an admission into a school in Canada, Fanshawe College. I was like, okay, let me defer my admission till 2016 to see what's going to happen after the election, my family, to settle my family too before I leave. But before I know it, dollar rise up again. I could not pay for my tuition again. Since then, 2015, my people have been struggling. Seriously, I couldn't get myself that kind of opportunity I had in 2013, 2014 again. I've been feeding ourselves from one maniac job to the other. I couldn't get a job that can even put good food on my family's table. So this election 2023 is kind of very personal for me, and I believe it's personal for a lot of Nigerians as well, because we have suffered a lot. I remember in 2020 at Alausa during the NSAS protest, I conversed with a lot of youths that are so angry, but it's so unfortunate that most of them now are campaigning for the same bad government you are talking about. But still, we will not give up. The Aluta continue. It's our country. Even if I'm going to run out of this country, if you have the opportunity to run out of the country, can 200 million Nigerians move out of this country? Japa? No. The answer is no. So I believe 2023 is the time for us all to get it right. Unless we are going to, Nigeria is going to go into the kind of chaos we are not expecting. Because the NSAS was something that brought out some kind of fire in people like me, that I am not ready to listen to any dead politician to tell us about how he's going to do this for us. What have you done? How are you going to tackle this? That is the question we should be asking them now. We should not be too sentimental about what we are going to gain from the government or what. And the funny thing is that most of them don't even have their direct contact. They just believe, if I support this man, tribalistic, this man is a Yoruba man, is an Hausa man. We should look beyond that. I believe this 7 years suffering should have opened our ears and our head to a lot of things and see the reality of life. People outside this country, we see the system that are working. They are not rocket science. Nigeria is so blessed that we should not be going through what we are going through at the moment. I am kind of very emotional, and it's so sad that we are in this position we are as a nation. Coming from 2015, our hopes were very, very high that this country is going to take a change. But we failed to ask a question then, what kind of change are we going to? We never knew it was change. It has been change all these 7 years. And I just hope that we open our eyes to remove ourselves from this bondage come next year and make a better choice for ourselves. Thank you for having me again, David. Thank you for having me, everybody. God bless you all.
Thank you, Nate. Absolutely. We have what it takes to be one of the best, if not the best nation in the world. But what does it take? Good leadership, which we're lacking right now. Thanks for your submission, Nate. I'll hand over the mic to Empress. Empress, are you there?
Yes, I am. Good evening, everyone. My name is Shin.
Empress. Yeah, you have 3 minutes.
All right. First and foremost, I want to say thank you to David. David is what David has done has, let's just say, shown the light. And I just hope that everybody could really follow and get this right, because first and foremost, I live in Kaduna, and with everything that has been happening back to back, like, it's not getting better. Today, you're hearing they killed this set of people. You're just waking up and hearing news, and then there was the shooting at the church, and it's not getting better. Very soon, I was talking to my sister, and I was like, very soon I will just be walking. I will need to be protecting myself. Maybe I'll be carrying fork or something, because I don't even know what's going on in the country. The economy is not even getting better, because I'm working and you can't even prepare for the inflation. Today, you want to buy maybe rice, you want to buy noodles, and you're like, okay, I want to pick up by so and so time, and then you've calculated this amount in your head, and then you get there and then it's different, and you don't have a choice. I'm trying to do better for myself, but there are other people that are suffering, and it's not even getting better. It's just getting worse and worse. And then there are other people who can't even see what's looking for scraps every day. Their businesses are ending, going down. There's no hope. And I'm sorry to say, this government have the audacity to they're not even trying to solve the problem. They're not even trying to pacify the people. They just ignored us and just continued on their merry way, and people are still following them. And it's unfortunate, and there'll be people like that, but it's just unfortunate that they are the ones. I just really hope that we can really get it right, because everything is just getting worse. The other time, there was an announcement that Zafara will be picking arms. That is one of the... America has not even solved its gun violence, and they are giving people arms. I don't know what is happening, but I really hope we get it right. And I really want us to vote Peter Obi, all hands on deck, and well, may the odds be in our favor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Empress, once again, and welcome everyone to this space. Thank you, David, for making this space available for us to come share our experiences of what we've lost since 2015. And thank you, my co-host Bishop. Thanks to all who have made their submissions, and for those requesting to come up, we bring everyone up. We're gonna try to make sure everyone has the opportunity to share their experiences here. But please be patient. Once people are done speaking, we'll try to ensure they go down to give space for others to come up. And like I appealed before, try as much as possible to summarize your submission to make it in 3 to 4 minutes. Thank you once again. Hammer, are you there? Hammer of God. Hi, Hammer. Okay, Hammer is not there. Onyi Boli Oscar, are you there?
I'm
Yeah.
here.
Good evening.
Just got into it quick. Maybe Onyi should speak.
Okay, then Onyi, you have the floor. 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Hardy, David, and thank you, Mr. Bishop. My name is Onyebushi. I will start by saying, by the topic I see here. Actually, I have lost a lot from 2015 today. First was my uncle. I think he was the only hope we have then. Suddenly, around 2016, we got a call like this man was shot dead. And after that, this 2022, my cousin wife was killed by the police. After which we have tried to pick up the matter, but the police in question which mount the roadblock at that very spot all denied being there at that moment. To no avail, we had no news. Actually, I'm not in Nigeria now, so I couldn't follow up the case. Then, as of yesterday, my uncle was kidnapped and we had to pay a lot. Then, after then, he was released. So, this Buhari government has cost my family a lot. I will start by saying those who lost their job and other things which we have lost, but these are the three main things that bothers me a lot about Nigeria. Now nobody is safe in Nigeria. Walking on the streets, you may be a victim of kidnap or straight bullet killing you. Which a safe country shouldn't be that way. Last time I think I see some of my friends who were posting like talking about APC government. At this time around, we didn't supposed to be talking anything about APC and PDP, despite being any tribe or religion. I don't buy the idea of some people talking about PDP and APC. We need to find new people and put them in those positions where we already see some of the exploit those people have achieved in life. So that's all I have to say, and I really want to share my bitterness about Nigeria. And thank you everyone for letting me in on this space. Then I leave the mic for now.
Okay, thank you, Onyi, for keeping to time, and thanks for your submission. We hand the mic over to Joy Benson. Joy, are you there? Hello, Joy.
Hello, I'm here. Good evening.
Good evening, Joy. You have the floor, 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I just want to say first, thank you to the host and the co-host for this opportunity. I think it's actually a good one to give people the time and the space to just vent and also relate with others, and they know that they are not suffering alone. What I'm going to say, it's basically borders on security. It's just really unfortunate that since this era, traveling it's now something that one has to do with fear. I was born and bred in Kaduna, so my parents, my mom, my dad's late, unfortunately, still live in Kaduna, but most of us kids we've left Kaduna. But we can't even travel down to Kaduna right now to see our mom if we want to visit. Between 2015 and today, I've only been to Kaduna once with my family, and that was like maybe 4 years or so ago. My sister who lives in Germany cannot even come. Anytime she's in Nigeria, she stops in Lagos. We have to make arrangements for my mom to come over to either Abuja or Lagos for her to be able to see her. You know, I have my brothers also out of the country, and coming back home and going all the way to Kaduna is always difficult because we are afraid. That's just the tall and short of it. We are afraid. To give an example, just about 10 days or so ago, I don't know if you guys heard about the kidnapping that happened at Ajaokuta. Those people, 7 of them that were kidnapped, 5 of them were like my mom's cousins, so they're like my second cousins. They traveled to go bury their mother, and on their way back, they were kidnapped. And some newspaper carried it, yes, but what they didn't carry after that was they had to pay a ransom of 15 million before they were released. These are just, should I say, innocent Nigerians who went to the village to bury their mom who passed. And for some reason, people saw them spending money in the village and they felt, oh, these ones had money. And they just had to cash in and they had to kidnap them. And it's just rather unfortunate, to be honest. A few days ago, about 2-3 years ago, I lost a friend, a close friend of mine. She died at Luz. And it wasn't because she couldn't be treated or whatever, but first doctors were on strike and they said they didn't have the facilities or whatever they needed. And we watched this girl wither away and die before our eyes. We couldn't do anything. She died at Luz in Lagos. And these are the issues. It's gotten so bad that, just like the lady who just spoke a while ago, Empress, you're walking on the road and you're afraid. You don't know what's going to come at you. And for me, that's one of the major things I've suffered with this administration. That security has gotten so bad that you cannot even travel freely to go see your mom. When my mom leaves, we are careful to ensure that when we are doing renovations in the house or whatever, we do it in a way that is coded, because we do not want to draw undue attention to the house. About a few months ago, like 6 or so months ago, she called one day, frantic and afraid, saying the community where she stays in Kaduna is called Karji, that the community leader or something received a letter from kidnappers forewarning them that they were going to come and operate in that area, and they were asking for their cooperation if they didn't want to die. That's the Nigeria that we live in today. That you will even be forewarned, So yeah, I don't know. It's it's a sorry and pitiable state that we're in, and I really do not know what we have to do. But I'm up for it. Whatever the ideas are, whatever the suggestions are, whatever it is, I'm up for it. Just for us to just have a sane country. I have kids, and I don't know the kind of country I'm going to leave behind for them. This wasn't what I experienced growing up, but unfortunately, this is what I have. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, thanks for your submission, Joy. Unfortunately, insecurity has become the order of the day in our country, and we have to do something about that. And what can we do if not by electing a very good candidate to take us to a more secure nation? I'm gonna hand the mic over to Ogosa. Ogosa, are you there?
Yes, I am. Good evening. Can you hear me?
Sure, we can. You have 3 minutes.
All right, cool. So my community is exactly Obuja Northeast local government of Benin City is an agrarian community. Basically, farming is the only thing they do, right? So a couple of years ago, my uncle was on his way back from the farm. I mean, this is something I grew up seeing that this was the structure they had on ground. Everybody just goes to the farm, even if we didn't live there, but you have extended families and all that good stuff. So on a random day, I'd already moved away from there. Work brought me to southeastern part of Nigeria, and my cousin calls me to say her dad was it was the end of the planting season, so they would just go back, do regular maintenance, weed, and so on one of those days he went alone, and then when he got there, he saw like cattle just all over the farm, feasting on it. So if you have ever gone through like the process of farming, it's a very difficult process. So he fled up in anger, and then he was trying to have a conversation with them. They started speaking their northern language. He didn't understand, so he became sort of heated. Mind you, he was the only person. Now, when he came, he did not have one arm. This is somebody that went to the farm whole. He didn't have one arm. Apparently, they were going to cut him on his head, and then he blocked it with one of his hands, and then he ran. So he went back to the community. Everybody started complaining. I was actively tweeting. I think it was 2017 or 2016. I can't remember clearly. We went to all the media houses in the city. It was like word went out, right? But nothing was happening. Police was not arresting anybody. The military was not doing anything. So youth in my community got fed up. They all went around, got weapons, and it became very intense. A lot of people died, right? Now, when the head of the community of headsmen in my community then went to report to the same police station that people from my community had gone to report this, because it wasn't a one-off thing. It had happened time and time again. It was just the reason I knew about this was because it had affected a member of my extended family, right? So they went to the police came after and arrested youths in my community for that were basically defending themselves, right? Now, when I started living on my own a couple of years ago, grocery shopping will cost maybe around 20,000. 20,000 I would buy everything. Proper grocery shopping, get everything, and it will last me for sometimes even more than an entire month. As I speak with you now, and I don't think I'm an exorbitant person. I'm not living to please. I'm not an extrovert. I'm all about like me and my personal space, right? So just basic living right now, I spend at least 50,000 naira on grocery shopping. Or is it power? I used to spend less than 5,000 naira on power. Now I'm doing 15,000 naira plus every month. Now, mind you, my salary and every other thing remains the same. In fact, if for anything, it's losing value because inflation is becoming crazy. On the 20th of October 2020, I was at work when I watched young people like me gunned down because they said they didn't want the police we didn't want the police to kill us anymore. You ask me what I've lost? Since 2015, my mental health is in shambles, man. I can't talk about I find it difficult to word how I feel when I wake up and discover that I'm in Nigeria every single day. I find it really hard to word it properly. It's not fear. It's not rage. It's a cool aid of every negative emotion because the people we elected to that are in position to make our lives better are making it worse. So what have I lost since 2015? Every single thing. I decided I don't want to live to be negative. I don't want to do anything that will put me not even because of the society or anything, because of my conscience.
Sorry, Rosa, you have 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
All right, cool. So what have I lost? Everything. And I hope for the sake of everything good that we don't make the same mistake in 2023. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosa. We hope we really don't make those mistakes again. Next on the queue is Clarida. Clarida, are you there?
Yes. Hi everyone. My name is Clarita, and I just want to start with thanking everyone who's been at the forefront of this fight. So David, the co-host, and everyone, who's basically putting their lives on the line, fighting for Nigerians. So I grew up in Abuja, and I left Nigeria in 2015. But I would say that I've always been very active, like in the political space. I've always been interested in, elections, politics. And prior to 2015, I was an avid supporter of, ensuring that people don't make the mistakes that we eventually, made in 2015. But long story short, what have I lost? I would say that even though I've been privileged enough to, to not be in Nigeria through the whole, regime that we currently have, one thing that I would say is I've lost my identity. Leaving a country that you grew up in, moving to a new country, having to learn a new culture, having to meet new people, make new friends. It's not an easy move, right? I know, there are people who just, they just want to leave Nigeria and they don't really care about the repercussions of that decision because, obviously it's worse living in Nigeria. But a lot of the people in the diaspora would attest to this, right? It's not easy having to ensure that you fit in, having to ensure that you're saying the right words, you're pronouncing it the right way, having to ensure that you're working as hard, if not harder than your colleagues, working multiple hours more than the normal American, for example, would work just to stand out. All of that, has a toll or plays a role into stripping people of, their identity. Like, where do I really belong? Am I American? Am I Nigerian? And it's not easy. So I try to go back to Nigeria once a year. That's what I've been doing since I left. And every time I go back, it's always one thing or another, like you see situations that you just wonder to yourself, like, how are people coping? How are people able to survive every day? There was a situation where I went to visit family in Cross River State, and I had to take a family member to the hospital. And I saw a man who had been involved in a car accident, and he was in pain, like he was breathing in pain. And I asked, why wasn't he given like any pain relief? Why wasn't he given any medication? And the response I got was, oh, he cannot pay for it. He cannot afford it. So because he cannot afford it, this man had a broken leg and he had to literally endure the pain without any help, without any medication. So I ended up having to pay for it. But then it just got me thinking, you cannot possibly, you cannot crowdfund things like healthcare. You cannot crowdfund things like, just basic human amenities. That's not something that you can say, oh, let's all donate. Let's donate for this person who needs a new kidney. Let's donate for this person who needs pain medication, right? So it's very heartbreaking now that we have an opportunity to, voting a president or, voting people who would actually be able to do the job. And we're seeing different sides. We're not even able to agree on one thing, which is that this current administration has failed. We're not even able to, come together and agree that, okay, we need change. We need someone who would actually stand for the common man. There is nothing happening in Nigeria that is normal, like absolutely nothing. There is nothing that is working. There is nothing that, you can point at and say, okay, at least this works. We can actually try to manage everything else. Nothing works. Nigeria is practically a failed state as it is. The only thing holding Nigeria together is the fact that, we're still able to call ourselves a nation. We're still able to get loans. We're still able to, just basically just run the country using loans that we're getting from other countries. Now we have a chance to change all of that. So I just want to round off by saying, if you have not gotten your PVC, try and do that. Even if you've applied but have not picked it up, try and do that, because they are banking on voter apathy. They're banking on people not caring enough, to make their voices heard. They're banking on people who are, just waiting for their own person to go into power so that they can enjoy what other people have been enjoying. They're banking on people who benefit from corruption, pushing for candidates who would keep on enabling that, that practice, that corrupt practice. So I just want to say that for everyone who has told their story today, I really empathize with you. But on the other hand, I also want to encourage you to go out there, empower other people, talk to them, tell them, that their votes count. Because if your vote did not count, these politicians would not be, spending so much money, trying to buy votes. So obviously it matters to them. It counts, right? So I know we have become very desensitized, to the whole political system. But I just want to say that we cannot give up. Like, we need to keep trying. And if we fail, I don't think we will fail, but if we do fail, we try again. So that's all I have to say. And thank you.
Thank you, Clarita. I like that. If we fail, we have to try again. We can't just stay in the failure. Nobody's above mistakes. We've made mistakes in the past. It's time for us to correct those mistakes. Thank you once again. Hammer, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Good day, everybody.
Thank you.
I apologize for earlier. So my opening statement is going to be predicated on the last tweet by David Hyande, which says, "Those of us who should have become tomorrow's job creators in Nigeria have been forced to leave. All our skills and ideas are helping Americans, European countries, and Arab, become wealthier, while our people at home are doing affiliate marketing and drop shipping and Yahoo. Simply put, I just want to say here that I'm still an employee of labor. 2015, so many things happened. It was very disastrous, for the community of, most especially my community of media practitioners. I was one of the youngest people who started the first sportainment show in Nigeria. One of the first people who started a sportainment show in Nigeria. I had some of the best sports journalists reporting on my TV show. Subsequently, on the radio show. 2015, when this administration came into power, they stopped practically everything. I relied basically on advertisements and sponsorships. There is no advertising agency. I'm just going to be as discreet as possible. Maybe if I want to feed John Hyande, my credentials, for him to look that up. I lost some of the best talents, in the creative industry. Many of them zoomed out of the country, because of the hardship. I mean, we went on recession more than 3 times in 2015, or maybe about 3 times from 2015 up until 2019. The entire economy collapsed. So I'm just here to reemphasize on what have you lost since 2015. I have been a product of employing people, not just people who have talents, not just people who are graduates, even up to NYNC. We had to get people from NYNC to get people for us to train them. What am I trying to say? A lot of families who could have earned a living working for the organization had to practically stop a lot of people because we couldn't pay salary. One of the reasons why we couldn't pay salary was because the entire industry had to shut down. In fact, to a reasonable extent, at some point, Etisalat, when it was Etisalat, Airtel, when it was Airtel, and all these other brands were spending approximately about 5 billion naira every year on campaign distribution, on both out of home, TV, radio, print, and what have you. At least there is no month that my company wasn't raking in some very good amount of money, creating good content, employing people. But at some point, we had to let these people go. Many of them became very frustrated that they left Nigeria. Some of them claimed they were going to school, but we know they were not going to school. Nobody could stand the hardship. Many companies closed down in my very eyes. Many organizations closed down in my very eyes. So what now became the norm was, are you ready to cut a deal with some big boys? Unless you can cut a deal, that's the only time you can bring in some advertisement into your production. If you can't cut deals, then unfortunately they won't work with you because there are so many people who need this money. It took me some time to really come out and say these things because I thought that, the Nigerian gangsterism style, they want to go after you, The story on Boys, King of Boys, that David posted, I was saying to somebody, I said, the entire people in that story, I know virtually a lot of them. In fact, the people who produced the film, King of Boys, I grew up with them. So my point basically is that we have lost a lot. I have about 7 of my staffs who are here in the United States doing their masters, all because they could not continue. They just had one reason or the other before they had to pay or look for people who could sponsor them to come abroad, to come and do their masters. I know what they had to go through. I know how people had to stop feeding their family because some businesses could not even take it anymore. So we have been part of the people, young people, who came out sincerely to add our own quota, to the unemployment rate in Nigeria. And my journey did not start in 2015. It started as far back when I registered my first company in 2011. I have been in the practice since 2007, 2006. So what am I trying to say? This administration have bastardized the entire economy of Nigeria. And when they came out to say that they wanted to come up with the initiative of ease of doing business, there was never any ideological philosophy behind ease of doing business from that program that they implemented. I was part of an association that worked hand in hand with Emeka Mba, who was then DG of what's it called? Nigeria
NBC, Nigeria Broadcast Commission.
Thank you, NBC. When we wanted to launch the digital broadcasting in Nigeria to phase out analog, I do not want to mention the name of the association. I was finance secretary for that association for a good 2.5 years. So I know what I have lost. I'm in the United States today not because I want to be here. I'm here because of circumstances beyond my control. I have done so many things in Nigeria that if I start voicing it here, some people will say, but you have this picture on your profile. That's exactly what they've turned many of us to become. So a lot of us have lost a lot. And so when we vent and when we join groups, when we decide to agitate, we know what we're talking about. We've seen it work here in the United States. And for a lot of people, because there are many wolves amongst us that are sheep in sheep clothing. There are many wolves right here listening. I did not come to America because Buhari became president. I've been coming to America long before Buhari became president. I just wanted to make that clear because you know how they try to twist stories, So my point is, we have lost a lot. I don't want to come here and start mentioning. I cannot pinpoint something that I have achieved throughout the 7-8 years of this present administration. To a point I was owing TV stations airtime money of over 20 million naira.
Please, sir, you have 30 seconds to round up. Thank you.
I have lost a lot. I just wanted to vent and to make sure that people really use their sense when they take certain decisions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Pearl, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, Bishop. Thank you, Hammer, for your submission.
Can I jump in for like 1 minute here? Because there's actually a question that I'd like to ask to the House and to anybody else who's coming to speak. Now, one of the experiences that I had back in 2015, actually, when I moved out of my parents' house, when I rented my first apartment in Lagos, it was a fairly spacious 2-bedroom apartment in Bariga, right next to Third Mainland Bridge, right? That area now, that flat that I rented then wouldn't cost less than 1 million now, for sure. But back then it was 400,000. That the basic rent is 400,000. So my then girlfriend and I, we moved in together. Total household income then was about 250,000 because I was making my salary then was 159,000. Her salary was 99,000. So let's say 250,000 in total. And with that salary, we had a pretty standard middle class life. I mean, we had a car. We used to go out at the weekends. We used to do all of our grocery shopping at ShopRite. We used to go to the cinema. We did everything you would expect, a young middle class couple to do, on a total household income of 250,000 naira. But that only lasted for less than a year because from 2016, as soon as the first recession hit, and then the inflation shock started hitting as well, all of a sudden, everything that we could do before, we couldn't do anymore, right? Because, our salaries remained stagnant, and it wasn't until like 2017 when I went into TV and there was like a significant bump in my income that some of the things we used to do in 2015, we could even start doing them again. Because between 2015 and 2017, our standard of living just eroded steadily. It was actually really bad. So I'm curious, does anyone else have the same experience over that period, especially people who were just starting out in life as I was then? Yes, Pearl, over to you.
Okay, Pearl.
Yes, Bishop, I'm here.
Okay, I think we have another a new question from Dave. Those coming up, if you have such experience like Dave has said, you can share. Go ahead, Pearl.
Yes, thank you, Bishop. Whoever the next couple of speakers will be, you could do well, please, by addressing the question Mr. David has asked. Mr. Banks, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this subject, and I'll just brief my experience since 2015. It wasn't easy, to be honest, because prior to this present administration, before they came in, I was working with my-time consulting firm. We are consulting for NEMASA then, so I basically knew some of the things that was going on in there. So before Buhari won the election, one of the directors called. We are having a conversation. It was like, Tony, you know what? If this man gets to win this election, you better start looking for another job or you get something doing for yourself, because we're not going to continue with NEMASA from the look of things, because we know how everything's gonna turn out. And apparently the whole thing happened the way he said it. It wasn't easy because things changed. It was like things turned upside down for me in particular and some other of my colleagues at work. So it's more like, if not for that, I had a bit of savings for myself. I don't know what would have been my situation. So I tried as much as I could, then go into a relationship and try moving to Canada before Australia came into picture. Then I left Nigeria. I've lost a whole lot. I can't come back home. I made a vow not to come back home till this man gets to leave office, because it's not there's nothing to come home to come and enjoy. There's nothing, absolutely nothing. I do rather give money and then for them to do whatever they want to do. And then I take care of myself out here. This administration is messed up everything. It's messed up every bit of everybody's life. Anybody that can comfortably come out and tell you now that, oh, I'm enjoying my best of life, the person is lying to you, because there's nothing to enjoy about Nigeria. There's no good story that you share about Nigeria. Even those of us here in the diaspora, yeah, you just try to do your best for yourself. You don't bring Nigeria into the picture, because Nigeria is just, sorry to use this word, Nigeria is full of shit. The present leaders, they are full of shit. They can't offer you anything. This is the last chance we have to redeem Nigeria. If not, there's nothing we can do about Nigeria again. Just write it off. Just write Nigeria off if we don't get it right 2023. Just write Nigeria off, because they can't offer you anything. If they can be giving out this money to delegates, what do you think they are coming back there to do? To work for you after spending heaps? No, they're not coming to do anything for you. So it's just forget about Nigeria after 2020 if we don't get it right. Coming to what David said, life then, yes, you can afford, before 2015, you can afford to do certain things like going to cinema, doing, more like things that you can enjoy for yourself. But how many people can do it now? How many people can afford to doing it now? You can't. Most people are now living by, getting handouts from other people. You can't do it. There's nothing like basic salary anymore. There's nothing like that. For me, there's nothing like basic salary back home in Nigeria. Nothing. Things are tough. Things are hard. People are gnashing their teeth. You can imagine a country where people are living by, what they hustle on a daily basis, not like living by their salary. How many people are living by their salary in Nigeria? So it's not easy. We have to get it right 2023. No matter anything anybody is saying, it's not about party anymore. We've had enough of parties. We are looking at the person that will, channel the right course. It's not about the party anymore. We've had enough. We have to do something now. If I were to be in Nigeria, I would vote. But from here, I will do anything I know I can. Both funding and campaigning by any social media that I'm using, I will do it for my candidate. And I know the candidate I'm going for. Thank you very much. I yield my mic.
Thank you very much. Before Pearl comes in, what David said reminded me of what a friend of mine told me. He said, "Hey, Bishop, okay, let me use Pidgin." He said, "Oh boy, this one where the way Nigeria they go now, 1 million don't they behave like 100,000? I mean, the life you can get when David was talking about with a million naira. Now you can't even afford that kind of life with 100,000 naira. So that's how demeaning Nigeria has turned its citizens into. I mean, if the stories we are hearing here doesn't make you angry, then I don't know the kind of person you are. I mean, we should be angry. We should go after those people. We should be on the offensive, like David always say. Be on the offensive. Be unapologetic. Okay, let's be on the offensive. They should be the one defending. Okay, let's be on the offensive. Thank you very much. Pearl, you have the mic now.
Thank you, Bishop. And I agree with you. With all the series of political, security, and economic crises we're facing, Nigeria is currently in its worst state of instability of many decades. And it's really clear that the government of the day is struggling to govern. And are we going to fold our hands and watch this continue? It's high time, like Mr. Banks said, for us to do something, or watch our country fall into abyss, which is what we don't want. Thank you once again, Mr. Banks, and thanks everyone once again for being patient. I see so many hands requesting for the mic. We are going to try as much as possible to give everyone the opportunity to speak on this space, and that is why I've been requesting that everyone should try as much as possible to stick to 3 minutes. I'm going to pass the mic over to iSpeak. Hello, iSpeak.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Sure, I can. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, so I will just go straight to the point. All right, so I'm one of those people who I don't know how to cover words, but I really do not like the president. 2015, I was given the opportunity to travel to study in the UK. Now, I started in January. My school fees was, my mom is a teacher, a very proud teacher. She doesn't want to take any other job. So her salary was okay for the exchange rates at that time, and to even pay for my house rent. They pay per month. So 2015, was the time when there was a lot of campaigning, and most of my classmates that were Nigerian. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Sorry, can you mute your mic, please? Thank you.
So most of them that were Nigerians were saying how good luck had destroyed the country. And I told them, I said, Buhari is going to make it worse. You people should prepare. Not knowing that as I was talking, I knew that it was going to affect, I didn't know it was going to affect me that much. So when Buhari won, I was like, okay, no problem. And I was doing well in school. All of a sudden, he blocked Forex. And as at that time, pounds was 250. All of a sudden, it became 630. So my school fees that was about 1 point became 6.9. It was 2M, became 6.9 times 3. My mom said, Nebiko, carry your bag and be coming home because I can't afford that. At that moment, I was broken. I cried. I cried terribly because I was doing well in school. I mean, I was one of the best. I used my lab reports to show others how to do it. I was the top 3 in my A levels, and by the time I entered first year was when he had come into power. By the time I entered first year, I was already a first class student as at that time. So coming back, I got very depressed, and my mom said, you have to continue school. And I said, okay, no problem. Let me enter UNN. Oh boy! And when I got into UNN, it was very shocking to me because I was in the UK where I was learning. I was using real microscope, and then I came to UNN and somebody is telling me to draw microscope. I mean, it felt like I jumped from the future back into the past. It was terrible. So I was very depressed. I would stay in class and start crying because I knew that I was in the wrong place, the very wrong place. A place where lecturers are literally talking to only the people in front, and every other person, go and sort yourself out. So it was really painful for me at that time. It was really painful knowing that a student who was doing so well comes back and then she can't understand anything. I suffered depression that period. And that's 1. 2, when my mom's church is where there are lots of farmers, during this period, all of a sudden, they can't go to the farm anymore because they're afraid. Her church is in Abuja, but the Fulani headsmen are dealing with them there. Imagine that kind of situation. There was something, my aunt was saying that Nigerians pray too much. We pray for everything. She's in the UK, she's doing good. And my mom said it's because you have lights. Everything is working for you. Imagine in Nigeria, when you come back, you're coming back from home, your car decides to spoil on the road. There's no mechanic. You're calling mechanic, he's telling you something is wrong. Then you now enter bus will now stop on the roads. Then you now come back, you now say, okay, by the time you finally come back, you now say you want to on gen, and the generator has spoiled because there's no lights. It's all right. First of all, let me go and buy fuel because there's no fuel. You go to the filling station, it has increased. By the time you come back, your gen is not working. You just find yourself saying, you know what? Last, I pray, because you know that it's only God that can help you in this kind of country that we're in. Imagine that situation where you are going out and you are afraid that something is going to happen to you. So, man, I lost in 2015. I lost, but I'm grateful to God for the ability not to be able, because I almost died. I'll find myself passing the kitchen and all I could hear is carry knife and cut yourself, because I felt I was useless. That is what this government did to me. But I'm grateful for my family. I'm grateful for my husband. I got married last year. I'm grateful for him for ensuring that I could really calm down and bring out the best in me. So yeah, this is what happened in 2015 till now. Thank you.
Thank you, I speak, and thank you for not throwing the part of harming yourself. And I'm glad you see the positive parts of all you've been through. And thanks for your submission. We'll pass the mic over to Duke of Motherland. Are you there? Okay, Duke is not there. Imabong Israel, are you there? Hello, Imabong, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Good evening.
Okay, good evening, Imabong. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. In 2015, I just left secondary school. I think I just finished school in 2015, and I worked for 2 years. I learned how to bake. I worked for 2 years in a bakery and then got admission to study in the university. I got admission in 2017, and then I started school probably around 2018 because there was a 6-month strike before I started school. And I'm still in school. I was supposed to be out of school with or without COVID, say 2 years ago, and I'm still in school. I recently did my project, my final project, and the labs, I had to pay for a lab to use, and then the strike came in. We had to move from the lab to another place. I had to find another lab outside school. Spent money, time that I wasn't supposed to. So I spent 4 months. So even in the strike, I was still going to school because my supervisor was not even available to supervise me to do my work. I think it's 2020. That was when I realized that I might not be able to do anything with my degree, and I called my brother and I spoke to him, and I told him that I would love to change it to a course that I could probably do something with, and he was like, "Oh, continue." And I was in year 3 then, and I'm still waiting for them to call up the strike to finish school. And then finally, whenever they are willing to now release you to go for service and all that. In between that time, I had a business that I ran. I live in Uyo, that's Akwa Ibom State, where we received the highest allocation, but we are the state that unemployment is at the highest. Then I think there was a particular product I had that I sold for 1,500 naira, and I was making profit from it. Now I cannot sell that for 4,000 naira. The cost of living has gone so high that throughout from 2015, I knew I had jobs from my crafts, and I'm not a very exorbitant person, so I saved up. So now I'm living from my savings, and I had to go finally after struggling. I remember then at 2020, my brother asked me to go and get a passport, and I was like, get a passport for what? Because I don't live in Lagos. I wasn't that exposed. I get a passport, Nigeria will work out. But the day I saw that APC Tinubu won elections, the primaries, I was like, please, how much is passport? Because I knew that at this point it had become a necessity for me. I stopped arguing with my brother because my brother was trying to get me to a point where I could see that this country is not going to work for me. Currently, I had to pause my business because you can't be doing business where you're just working and working and working, and then you don't have anything to show for it. And I had to go and learn tech, something that I never thought. Like my brother was trying to push me into tech, and I was like, this is not my field. But now I'm doing it just as a necessity to be able to survive, just because I want to add it to my degree and be like, okay, what are the next options for living in Nigeria? And I wonder why Nigerians forget so fast. In 2020, the same people that were in government hit palliatives that wasn't their money, palliatives that private individuals came together to contribute money to give out to people. They put them in warehouses to use to. I really wonder why I forget so fast. So for me, this is the first time that I have told myself, and even my dad is elderly. My dad is almost 70. My dad has almost never had a PVC before. But for my dad to come and tell us, go and get PVC, you know that it has gotten to a point where the basic, we can no longer survive. Like today, I was just telling my sister that I fear for my parents that are on pension and they refuse to get something else to do, that it will come to a point where they can no longer be paid. And basically, that is the fear that is pushing me to find something to do so that we can support them. So I really, to everybody on this space, I really, for someone my age, I feel I'm supposed to be doing something better for myself, but I'm still stuck and in school. Why? Because my parents couldn't even afford, or my dad never, he never foresaw this kind of thing happening. Maybe they would have gathered the money and probably sent me to a private school and all that. After 2020, 50,000 naira.
Sorry to interject, Imabong. You have 1 minute to round up.
Oh, thank you. After 2020, 50,000 naira could stock up my house. But now, even if my brother gives me, whoever gives me, even 150, 200K, we are just basically just living for today. And it has gotten to a point where I've virtually lost hope. So leaving Nigeria for people now is it's a necessity for everybody. But you can't say that everybody is going to be able to leave. You're going to have to. You can't take everybody. We have family here. You can imagine people cannot even travel by road anymore. And that is how bad it is. So for everybody that is instigating religion, tribe, and whatever, you just have to know that insecurity does not look at your face. Poverty will not see whether you are Christian or Muslim. Poverty will not see whether you are Igbo, whether you are a Bibio, whether you are Yoruba. It doesn't see any of that. It will eventually get to everybody. Like, I went to buy gas today and I was like, God, where are we eventually heading to? Like, where are we going to? So I'm just appealing that for everybody in this space, I feel that you should take it personally. Even just the people in your household. Even if you cannot reach, you can translate, you can explain to people in your local dialects the impacts. Because I feel that most of them do not understand, because they don't understand how the economy is being run. But if you explain to them in their local dialects why they should not sell their votes, it's going to go a long way. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, Imabong, for your submission. Osoforo, are you there? I'm sorry if I mispronounce your name.
Okay, you've murdered the name already, but it's fine.
I'm sorry.
Good evening, everyone. Yeah, so for me, I'm going to speak for most young people. In 2015, I was 19 years old or thereabouts, and I lost my job then as an accountant. And just because the company had to downsize, so I lost my job and everything. And that moment, everything changed for me. My parents are civil servants, and I never had anybody in my business. I mean, in my family at all, that is into business. But just because I lost my job then, I decided I am not going to allow this thing to happen again. And from being a chartered accountant, I had to start studying digital marketing. And, since 2015 till now, it's been a very, very tough journey. Because, growing up, we used to look forward to growing up and becoming an adult. But now that we are an adult, the adulthood of this is not what it used to be. It's not what we are even expecting, And it's now to a point where we are spending more than our parents spent to pay us back then, even just on ourselves alone. And yet, we are still looking like failures, because when you look at young people these days, young people deserve to be so angry. Because young people, for example, everything is just bad. Like, we did not even have it. Anything easy. Nothing is easy. ASU strike, you cannot even provide internet for yourself. There's no light. You have to provide your own internet. Even the internet is not stable. You have to buy almost all the network providers. You provide your own electricity. And then you have to now learn things that you may not even be passionate about just because they are like the high-paying skills of these days. And then you now become an adult. Becoming an adult, then if peradventure you live in a place like Lagos where your landlord can just decide just anytime like that to just increase your rent and you don't have any right to even negotiate. At the end of the day, young people are spending almost all their money, spending it just to survive. And then we are looking like failures. Like our whole generation is looking more like what exactly is going on. Because things are just so bad. And looking at all of those things, all of us, at least there are about 5,000 people listening to this space. And all of us, we are able to tell this story just because we are alive. There are a lot of people that have died since 2015 till now. Like, we cannot even account for them. It is scary that as a young person, you are not even certain of anything because even going out, you can end up running into a police officer, and instead of you to be secured, you are all tensed up because you never can tell what you want to expect, like what's going to happen next. And everything is just so bad that even now that, okay, yes, now I'm into digital marketing, running a digital marketing agency, employing people, it is difficult. Because when you see a master's degree holder telling you that, don't worry, I'll come and intern with you, master's degree holder saying, I'll come and intern with you, everything is for it. Like, it's nothing to write him about. And listening to this space since, Jesus, I've been so angry. And I don't know what exactly is going on that some older people still think that what they've done in the past to ruin everything is still what we should do in 2023. Currently, I'm 26. My life is fast going, guys. Like, I have some friends that they had the opportunity of traveling sometimes ago. And when you look at the things that they've achieved, the way they spend their energy, the things that they focus on, it's not the same thing that you are focusing on in Nigeria. The fact that you are even born inside this Nigeria, life is already leaving you like 7-0. You're already losing already. And so I'll just round up all of those things by saying, please, let's try as much as possible to get to like this 2023, because if we miss this, maybe we'll just become refugees. And I don't know. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Shofowora. And yeah, of course, nobody wants to be a refugee in their own country. Thanks for your submission. I think we should take a lady this time. IJ, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Hi, everyone. It's very nice to be on this space. I think I recently discovered David, and I kind of started following you. I've been quite impressed with what you've been doing. There's a lot of people here that I'm not following, so I'll do very kind to follow a bunch of you. I mean, I can't really speak to, when I think of what I've lost since 2015, I have been out of Nigeria since 2015. So on a personal note, I can't really speak to what I have lost living in Nigeria, but I do have a family that live in Nigeria. I'm constantly paranoid about their safety. I will say more than anything, I've lost my sanity and a little bit of innocence that I have. And what I have acquired is constant anger and pain when I think about Nigeria. So, I mean, some of us grew up in Nigeria in the sometime in the 90s and 2000s. I mean, there was a time in the eastern part of Nigeria that I did not know anything called fear of, safety. Like that was non-existent, because you could be outside at any time of the day. You could go anywhere with your parents to the villages and you were just safe. It was not an issue of is the gate locked? Like everybody is just constantly looking over their shoulder for all your family members. So it's mind blowing how much we have fallen. I mean, again, you think about the dilapidating nature of virtually every section or sector of Nigeria. Like, I can go on and on about that. My dad was misdiagnosed and he eventually passed away. I mean, even just very recently, we almost had the same situation with my mom in the East. And I vehemently told my brothers, I'm not going to take one person's opinion of my mom. I need you guys to have her go to a specialist hospital. And there are some of them in Nigeria scattered all across, but they are quite expensive. Like, not every Nigerian can afford 20,000 naira or above just to get a card to even be seen. And by the time you get out of those specialist hospitals, you're spending way over 2 million naira. Not every Nigerian, so many people can't even see that in a whole year. And that's how much you have to pay just to get health care. So that was most of the time. So, I mean, this is one of the governments where we see people, bandits are being treated better than citizens. We have laws that are basically protecting henchmen and their cattle more than they're protecting human beings. We've never heard of a single accountability. We hear situations where bandits are being, if ever they're even being captured, the next thing we're hearing is, some authorities, some information is coming through to the police authorities in that area and they're being released. Like, these people have arms and ammunition that have no reason to be in the hands of civilians, and they have it. They have every equipment, they have everything they want. So my question sometimes is there is a difference. People need to understand there's a difference between an incompetent government and a government who is really out for blood. I feel like Nigerian government is not just incompetent, which they are. Obviously, none of them have a basic education, but they are also out for blood. These people are evil. That's in my opinion. And I've heard a couple of people here talk about how they don't even care about your voting. And I think they do not. So we really need to wise up in this upcoming election. Because, I mean, when you look at people like APC, I absolutely believe APC has zero interest in the vote, in the actual vote. APC has no interest in that. And the only reason PDP seem to feel like maybe they want to get some votes from some areas of the country is because they know they will be beaten by the money when it comes to who can outrig the other, who can buy the vote more than the other. APC seem to have already banked all the millions in Nigeria, settled and waiting for this election. So PDP know they cannot fight them money for money. So they perhaps want a little bit of vote. But APC has no interest in that. And I'm absolutely sure about that. Tinubu is not interested in who is going to vote for him because he already knows what he's going to do. And that's rig the election. So that is my fear. What is going to happen? I mean, I'm glad that we're waking up. I'm glad that everybody is interested in this election. But more than just being interested, we also need to know how to protect the vote. Because if it's not going to be counted, then we're back to square one. I've been following some laws to allow people living in the diaspora to cast their vote electronically, but I know several times when that is tabled by the government, the Senate or the House, whatever, they knock it down because they don't want that to happen. So unfortunately, somebody like myself cannot cast a vote, but I can continue to talk. Anybody that comes to me, my friends, family, if you don't have a PVC, don't tell me anything. Don't ask me for anything. I know things are hard, but I'm not going to help you. If you're above 18, you're capable of voting and you don't have a PVC, don't come to me about anything. So that's my own little contribution. I mean, very recently, a lot of people here can even attest to when we could ride the regular buses, the Chiscos, the ABCs, from the east to Lagos or Abuja, or even to the north, to Jos, Plateau, all those places. We can't even do that. People can't even get on the bus because you could literally be killed. I can't let any of my direct family go anywhere on the bus. Everybody flies and it's not expensive. How many people can afford to be flying? But anyway, they go to Lagos, Abuja, they're flying. It doesn't matter where you're going to. I'm going to have you fly because that for me is the safest way they can travel. And that's not, this is just where are we going? Nigeria is really falling off the cliff. And these political leaders are not ready to listen to us. Very recently, my kid brother is in Abuja for something. And he's been living in a hotel. Again, because I'm scared. I'm just paranoid about his safety. And somebody was like, you can't keep paying for a hotel every day. Get a sublet. Now, I have gone through more than 20 sublet. I'm talking to everybody. I'm trying to figure out how safe is this place? Who lives around here? Who are the community? Is yet like you ask all these questions that you don't even need to ask. Just because I don't want to wake up any day and receive a message that my brother is missing. But those are possibilities because they happen all the day, all the time. So what all I can say is we have a chance right now. I listened to the lady who has all the education in the world, and she doesn't even make my 1-day salary here in the United States. And that's pitiful because I know she is vastly more qualified than I am. And so many other people that have spoken here. It's just, I mean, I understand we cannot become America, but we can be better. There are so many countries that Nigeria can be better. We have what it takes. We have the manpower, we have the brains, we have the ability. We just need to be able to choose the right leaders. It's not going to happen overnight. Peter is only a step in the right direction, but please let us do everything we can to get it right. That's all I have to say. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, IJ, for your submission. We're gonna have to stick to 3-4 minutes so as to give room for other speakers. And please continue sharing this space with the hashtag Lost Since 2015 and share it as much as possible. And I'm really sorry for all the DMs I've not responded to. There seems to be so many of them, and I'll respond to as much as I can. And for those requesting for the mic, please be patient. We'll try as much as possible to give everyone the opportunity to speak here. Now I'm going to hand over the mic to the Idea Junkie. Hello, Idea. Are you there?
Yes, I am. Good evening.
Good evening. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, I'll just be very fast about it. I'll just go straight to the point. I have a narration, about me and my friend. I'll start with my friend before I get to me. Someone I know came to Jos to serve. I live in Jos, Plateau State. Came to Jos to serve. I met him and I tried to convince him to stay. He's Yoruba from Lagos. And what happened was after service, he kind of liked the North and wanted to stay back. And to a very large extent, he started supplying grains, I think, to some companies like that. And in one of the occasions, one of the guys he was working with, one Mr. Alhaji Usman, actually attempted to kill him just to take over his 1 million naira. This thing happened last year. So the full story is on my timeline. I think I had to retweet it because of this opportunity so that people can read it in details. He contacted the police. He went to court. He's the only guy. He's like a pin in a haystack. So there was nothing he would have done. As I'm talking to you now, the culprit is walking free and the case is not being talked about much. And I tried to mention as many people as possible so that they can get justice for this guy. Even if it is just his money, he has lost hope. This guy is depressed. I had to use my timeline, drop the story. I told him to narrate it, screenshot it. It's on my timeline. I had to, bring it back. So Nigeria actually happened to him very, very sadly. And it's because it was totally relatable to me. Let me explain. I'm a farmer. Most of you might not know that strawberries grow in Nigeria. I'm a strawberry farmer and it grows in Plateau State effortlessly. Now, in the whole of Plateau State, it doesn't even grow like everywhere in Plateau. It grows only in Jos South local government in Plateau and in a particular village called Chahais in Vom. And that village, the fertility, the relative, whatever humidity, the weather, everything is just perfect. So it grows there effortlessly. So we have like hectares of land. I think I've been featured on CGTN once on a global TV to talk about the challenges we have. And I talked about security. Now, last year, in fact, the thread is on my timeline again, where Fulani herdsmen came, brought their cows, to the farm and they ate everything, and when they ate, the ones that the cows could not eat, they brought a sickle and they started harvesting them, So we've had these incidents come and go. The village has been impounded with a lot of insecurity. In fact, we go to the farms broad daylight, and we don't take our cars or vehicles there because we know that these guys can just invade broad daylight. I mean, shining sun. So it's a paralytic situation that when you're trying to plant, it just keeps getting terrible by the day. So this country has happened to me. I lost a couple of millions. In fact, I had to. I'm someone who will not put an account number out there, but I had to sold my car just to try and raise money to continue, because we are in the season of strawberries. I supply strawberries in Lagos, in Abuja, in Port Harcourt, and imagine, even if the security is okay, right? Transporting strawberries that has 72 hours shelf life is pretty hard in itself because the roads are bad. If you go to the airport in Jos, only 2 airlines, Max Air, Arik, and if you don't have those strawberries will perish. So imagine the losses, and it has been a consistent loss since 2019. COVID came, we lost a lot of money. 2021 came, then there's invasion of these people. So it just tells you a lot. It actually got so many of us to say, we're not doing this thing again. And there's a man who got a loan of 3 million naira, and this thing is all gone, and he has 6 children. I'm lucky I don't have a wife, so it's a little easy on me. So it actually happened to me. Now, the last thing I want to talk about is in 2016, just to mention how 2015 till now has affected me personally on a personal note. In 2015, I read industrial chemistry. I have an MBA, master's in business admin. I used the principles of sciences, right? How we coat iron with paint so that we can reduce oxidation of the iron, right? So what I did was that because of my strawberries, I wanted to try as much as I can to increase the shelf life of strawberries. So I did a little concoction, a biological process in my kitchen. And I brought out an innovation and an invention that was literally covered on an international TV again, that can preserve fruits for up to 40 days without refrigeration. Now, I tried to get funds to push this forward, right? It didn't actually do well for strawberries because strawberries, just like cashew, are the two fruits that has their fruits outside. They have their seeds outside the fruit. So it was pretty much very difficult. But then I was able to preserve oranges. I was able to preserve apples. I was able to preserve tomatoes for up to 40 days. There's no refrigeration. Now, this will revolutionize the agricultural sector in the whole of Africa or Nigeria as a whole. I mean, there are farmers, okay, you go to a typical market and then you get a basket of tomatoes. Like in Jos, you can have a basket of tomatoes for 1,000 naira or 2,000 naira. But in the evening, these things become 700 or 400 because this guy cannot literally take these tomatoes back home. But with this kind of innovations, what would happen? He can preserve, just sprinkle this pigment, which is 100% edible. These are pigments that you can consume because they are made from plant extract that we eat on a daily basis. So I was able to isolate this antimicrobial component to preserve them. Now, why I'm bringing this up is because Nigeria still happened to me because the idea is in a shelf. If they say apply to that, get that, nobody's talking about funding it. Nobody's talking about, okay, there's that. I even heard that Nigeria has like how many percent for research and development. That doesn't work at all. So it's like a circle of heartbreaks, right? It's like it feels like there's a roof, that you can't pass through. You keep making effort for this country. You keep representing this country. I have an attempt to do a Guinness World Record in September of this year. This is still me again, the same person that was jabbed 1,000 times, but then I still have a way of standing up to see, okay, what can we do? I started a hiking group in Plateau State just to synergize the Christians and the Muslims. I was featured in Waterloo University in Canada because of my effort to see that unity and peace and coexistence are there, in Plateau State especially. And we're able to do a hike where myself and my team gathered 3,811 people. Now we're trying to do 5,000, which is a Guinness World Record. The government don't care. Nobody's talking about it. It's still in my own. It's a burden on me to see how this thing can come to life in September. So my point is, just to summarize, see, it has happened to my friend. If you go on my timeline, you'll see the story. Please read it and try to. I don't know how possibly Mr. David will come through to to amplify the whole thing, or if somebody has a better advice of how to go about it to get justice for this guy, I think it will go a long way. His name is Isaac. The story is all there. He wrote to the AIG, the court cases, the pictures. He recorded conversations in the courts. He has every evidence, but it's not holding sway for him. So Nigeria happened to me too. My farm has been eroded by these guys. So it's like a continuous thing. So this thing is in our hands. I wrote that it is in our own hands to decide the fate and the direction of Nigeria, right? I love this country so much. I love it. And if I can put my life on it, right? Because at any time I can be gone down or dead, then it just says a lot. I lost a friend, best in physics at the time I was in school. He died in Jaws, right? Because he cannot speak, Hausa language here. So it just tells you a whole lot that, see, no matter who you are, this thing can just happen to you. I really appreciate this opportunity, and I just hope that we can find peace from now to 2023, where we're going to decide where the next direction comes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, guys. I'm back again now. Let's give the mic now to Mr. Okoli. You've been here for a while. Okoli, are you there? Okoli Evis. Mr. Okoli, are you there? Okay, let's Daniela Reggae go. Daniela Reggae, you can go now.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Thank you, David. Thank you, all the hosts and everyone here. I want to start by saying how this particular government has caused severe hardship. Now, I used to work at a microfinance institution, and believe me, I have seen poverty at its worst, because these market women, these people, formerly, when they borrow money, they borrow it to put into business and get to grow their business. But now they're borrowing money just to survive. And when you borrow money to eat, you are getting poorer and poorer every day. Now, microfinance institutions are closing daily. Like in a week, you just hear about 2 microfinance institutions has closed. And these are the institutions that give employment opportunities to many people. I actually resigned from my former company because I had so many issues. You are supposed to maintain a particular a ratio of debt. If not, you are not doing your work and they'll fire you. And honestly, almost everybody cannot meet that ratio again. Why? Because the hardship is too much. Everybody is suffering. Now, 2015 till now, as of 2015, I worked for a startup and I was earning 50,000 naira. That 50,000 naira was enough for me, even though it wasn't enough to get a car, but at least you have your 3 square meals complete. You have everything. Like you are okay. But now, what can 50,000 naira do for you? Is it you are not even talking of rent or anything. So, and this is the situation we find ourselves now. So it's just so sad. And with the trajectory of, if APC mistakenly gets this power again, gets into this system, like there's no plan. These people is like they're living in another world of their own. They don't even care about anything concerning the masses. Now we have an option in P2B that at least has plans and wants to bring everybody out together. It would be a grave mistake for us to allow APC again into power. So thank you. I wanted to stick to my 3 minutes. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you. You deceived me, but I forgive you. You deceived me into thinking that you were a lady. Okay, don't allow the Ndarega to catch you, brother. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for that submission. Thank you for keeping to time. Very important. Thank you, Ideal Junkie. Ideal Junkie, I can relate to what you're saying because I schooled in Jos. Okay, I lived in Dadinkoa and Jos South, and I can relate totally to whatever you're saying. See, guys, we've lost a lot. We've lost much more than we can ever imagine. Okay, this present government has put us through so many things. See, on a lighter note, I'd like to state that we lost also our faith in the chickens, the broilers, because when you take a egg of before you cook one egg, like two people will share one egg. Now you take egg, you cook egg not even full. The egg that the chickens in Nigeria lay now, they full again, like half egg. You will boil the egg, then the egg will now be resting on one part. I don't understand. Far back in 2015, you buy granite. One granite of like 50 naira, you see like maybe 80 pieces, 90 seed of granite inside. Now you buy 100 naira granite, it's like 36 or 42 and a half pieces. I mean, we've lost a lot, like it or not. So I don't know. It bugs me. It really bugs me. Okay, so let's move on. Let's go to service culture evangelist. How are you doing today, ma'am? Service culture evangelist, can you hear me?
Oh, hi. Hi, I can hear you. Apologies for coming in, not being able to join up quickly.
No problem. Your red dress is lovely. You have the floor now. Please speak.
All right. Thank you so much. Everyone that has spoken here have been amazing in their submissions, right? And I also want to appreciate the host of this panel for giving this opportunity. That I've been looking forward to David hosting this instead of getting invited to various panels, but it's fine. I pray this is going to be the first of the many that will come on. Now, we say lost since 2015. I would say since 2015, I lost my fear of and then I lost my fear of death, two of them. However, I started in 2011. Unfortunately, or rather I would say fortunately, I happened to have seen the post-election violence in Kano firsthand. I say firsthand because I was CLO of corps members in an Air Force base in Kano. So I got to see displaced corps members, I got to see displaced people, I got to see people who left with just their boxers and those who also left with their life. And we had a corps member that also used her hand to save her neck. Like her hands were literally hanging on by flesh. Okay. So this kind of made me feel like, okay, 2015, the same person that instigated that violence was given an opportunity to become president. And it was packaged in a way to make him look like a messiah. I'm like, oh, what the heck? Okay, 2015, I was like, okay, let me cool down on this patriotism stuff and mind my business, drinking water. Thank you, Dr. Aproko Doctor. So I do that. Sometime in 2016, decided to do something in Kano. However, I don't speak Hausa, but I just happen to love doing stuff. And then we did a street cleanup in Kano, street cleanup campaign. And do you know that the most support we actually got, apart from those who were already member of the team, were the youth? That was when I realized that there was a gap between the youth and those who were their parents or older. It was so bad that a parent chastised his son to not join in the street cleanup campaign, saying we volunteers were paid and that we should go and do our job. Meanwhile, we left our houses from our various jobs to come and volunteer on that street. So that didn't surprise me when what happened in 2020 happened, because I had seen that coming. There's this disparity. It makes it look like maybe this Nigeria that we're in is for some people, or maybe the youths are just doing too much. And now we are seeing it play again in 2020, where even the body language that was being put out there when these youths came out to protest obvious bullying, killings of youngsters. My little brother was like at the time 16 years old. So we gave him a phone, just a basic iPhone that one of us was not using anymore. you change your phone, you give it to the small boy in the house, we'll take. And do you know that this small boy, while walking in the midst with his friends, he's really tall. He was accosted by SARS police on the streets, in the house, like on the streets, being told that he's holding an iPhone. What does he do for a living? And he said, oh, it was gifted to him. And what saved him was that they were coming back from church and he was holding Bible. And then some other people saw and then they came into the plane. My dad was going to drop me off at the airport when I came visiting Lagos from Kano. And on the way to the airport, on that Egbeda axis, or one of those Akowonjo streets, SARS in no uniform stopped us again. Now, these are two different incidences. Stopped us and tried to extort my dad, and it became a fiasco. Meanwhile, I had a plane to catch. So that made that NSAS stuff a personal thing for me, because I've had my own personal experience, and then my little brother, God knows, if there was no adults there, maybe they would have caught him, maybe they would have killed him. We never knew, because they came with an unmarked bus with unmarked uniforms. Now here again we are in 2022. So you get to realize that this fight that we are putting on and the youths are putting out there is for a chance to strive. Now, none of us grew up being given handouts, but you hear stories of the same elder people who tell you that Nigeria cannot change and nothing can change. We tell you stories about how they get into the university, all they have to do is graduate. It doesn't matter the paper. And my dad will also tell stories about how he was changing jobs left, right, and center. Please, with your PhD, with your MSc, you don't get to change jobs like that unless you have a very good network. So what am I saying? Since I lost my fear, and fear of death, it has given me this boldness to be able to put myself out there. I'm a professional. And you have a lot of people saying, oh, you're putting yourself out there. I'm like, see, I have seen a lot of situations where you are minding your business, drinking your water, stray bullets came to kill you in the house. In your house where you were minding your business. So if you are busy minding your business at this juncture in 2022, unless you have opportunity to gather visas for all your village people, because even when you travel, you would still have to hear news from Naira land. If you open the internet, somebody just been killed carelessly. How about the doctor that was killed in a train a few days before she was scheduled to leave the country? So this is no more about minding your business situation. It's about fighting the bully. You know, things about bullies, they don't stop until your spirit is broken or they are tired of you. Apparently, they are not tired. We cannot wait till our spirit is broken, like the spirit of those before that take anything that's been given to them. Our spirit cannot be broken because it's our last chance. Me, this is a personal thing. For anybody telling me I'm a mob, yes, I am a mob. According to David, David say own it. I'm a mob. I'm a terrorist. I'm any freaking name you want to think about. I am, because even though I'm able to afford my own basic feeding, I no longer can send my grandma in the village 20,000 anymore. For her to be able to have her own basic lifestyles of her drugs and everything, it's 50,000. From where? It doesn't stop. So that's what I've lost. And I know a lot of people have lost other things as well. And I'm saying we cannot keep on losing it. The people that are making me lose it, they don't have two heads. They are going to die. Like someone said earlier, in the next 10, 15 years, they're going to flush. What kind of country are they going to leave for us? Somalia or Sudan? Before you know, we start having North Sudan, South Sudan, wars everywhere, and every other kind of disconnected country. This country is the only one I have. And even if I travel out of the country, there's no 200 million visas to take everybody out. This is the only one we have. And they don't get to choose how it's going to be played. So thank you everyone for listening. And thank you, David, for hosting this space. And every single person that shared your story. I'm touched. I've been here from the beginning and I intend to stay to the end. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Service Culture Evangelist. Okay, David, go ahead. Mr. David, we can hear you. Go ahead, sir. Okay, so
did you mean Joseph? You mean?
No. David unmuted his mic, so I was trying to give him the chance to speak. So kindly mute your mic. Okay, thank you, Joseph. Kindly mute your mic. So I'd just like to share something with us.
when I in the year 1999. Sorry, 1 minute. In the year 1999, I arrived in Jos, and then few years later, one of the most organized markets in West Africa, which is a terminus market in Jos Plateau State. Those people from Jos can bear me witness to this. Got bombed. Millions and millions were lost. I lost a friend that day in that bomb blast. I mean, we could see the fire. I mean, you guys can go and look it up. The terminus bombing, the terminus market bombing in Jos. Terminus was, I mean it, the most organized market in West Africa. I lost a friend. Forward to 2015. My cousin's sister, who was in Jos, was about to go to school the next day. So I was staying in Dadinkowa in Jos. So she took a bus from Dadinkowa to Terminus to buy foodstuff. She was schooling in Nasarawa State Polytechnic. She was supposed to go from the next day. So she went to buy some foodstuff at the Terminus market opposite the Jute Hospital. If you stay in Jos, you know the Jute Hospital. She was busy buying things she was going to take to school. She was only 17 of age when a suicide bomber came and detonated a bomb, and almost everybody within that perimeter died. We had my uncle had to go into the Jute mortuary to identify his daughter. It was one of the most devastating points of my life because this girl was bright. I mean, such bright star just got extinguished by terrorism caused by bad governance, and Buhari was president. We all have lost a lot. We have really lost a lot. Thank you very much, guys. And I'm going to give the mic now to, let's give the mic now to Chidility. Chidility, are you there? Okay, Chidility is not there. Let's give the mic to Uncle Dabo. Uncle Dabo Bakari, how are you doing today? Dabo Bakari, are you there?
Yeah, good evening, guys.
Okay, go ahead. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Okay, I'm just going to be straight to the point. I don't think I can boast of having lost a lot in the last 7 years, partly because I left the country in 2016. However, in the spirit of comradeship, I identify with every person that I've said one thing or the other here about what they've lost. They are my brothers, they are my sisters, they are friends. Some of them are parents and younger ones, and their loss is my loss. In just last year, if I would mention one, a friend of mine, okay, the husband to my friend is a senior friend. She was 50 when she passed. She passed last year, very sadly. Just wrote me and said, your friend is ill, and we need to. So I live in Germany, by the way. Moved to Germany in 2016 after about a 6-year career in banking. So he wrote me to say that your friend is ill, and we need to. You know, at that point, they were not, it was a Saturday, they were not sure. They still were not sure what was wrong after several tests in Ilorin. And then we need to find a solution. So it was like, can you help us to come over to Germany? I mean, in a space of 15 hours, I reached out to doctors I know around, because even our case file was not clear. They've done 4 tests, or they've gone to 4 or 5 places to do tests, and they still were not sure. They just knew she had pains in her stomach. So I'm telling you, this is Saturday. By Sunday, they were able to move her to Lagos. By Thursday, my dear friend passed on. And it was Wednesday evening that they discovered that she had stage 4 colon cancer. And she just died. So I'm asking myself, what sort of tests were run wherever for so long that someone was going to die, and the person actually passed. So the medical center where they were able to do the tests was relatively new, and it was a good place. I've forgotten the name now. I mean, the name doesn't matter. But where I'm going is that the reports, the results they sent to me, when I sent it to 2 of my friends who are Nigerian doctors, but they work here, they kept telling me many things are not jiving. I mean, if this has been discovered, and then this should have been discovered, if they are saying this report here, so it tells you the state of our health situation, of our our facilities. There are not even facilities to say the least. I mean, the situation with the Ekwere Madus has brought it to the limelight. Like they say, Nigeria happened to them now. I mean, they felt firsthand what many Nigerians will feel, because that's thing they've gone to do in the UK. Like many people say, and many people know, could have been done had they, I mean, and alongside with their courts, done the right thing. So we lost her. She for her, money was not even the problem, in that if she was to come to Germany, she could have been able to afford it. She was a head of HR of a very, of a multinational organization that was based in Ilorin. So that's one of the things. I remember in 2019, when I was working at the German African Business Association, I worked there briefly, and then I needed to report the election. And when the election was postponed for 1 or 2 weeks, given all the rancor that accompanied the postponement of the election without any serious reason, I lost face before my colleagues and the organization as to, okay, so you are the guy working on the Nigeria or West Africa part of English-speaking West Africa part of things. Why was this election postponed? I mean, I needed to give updates. And then it was, of course, I didn't, like it was with very many people. We didn't have, you can't come and say that it was as a result of non-preparation or whatever. I mean, I've lost face between, among people that knew you, people that would know that you are passionate as a Nigerian. I don't want to begin to say, what's the money that you give parents now, or the people that are associated with your parents, that what amount of money could have been enough for them for certain things, what it is now no longer able to do. I mean, if we are to tell stories of how much we've lost, I'm sure that we won't leave this place. I just want to give this charge to every one of us here. This space is also recorded. I'm sure that people will eventually get to listen to it, perhaps much more people than are online now. A lot of people have said many things about us giving our best shots to this election, but beyond that, I also want to encourage everyone that is still dilly-dallying, or that have not defined, their ideals. I'm losing friends too now, because there are some people that I cannot imagine, I cannot stand their supports for. And I'm saying this without reservation. I don't know a friend of mine, an academic, PhD holder somewhere here in Europe, and then he goes home, was in Nigeria a few weeks ago, and he was like, this election, we are going to vote for this man, And before he even said that, he called me to maybe do some financial transaction, and then I was going to say that, okay, see how hard it is for you now for us to be able to do this transaction. I imagine that you will say you want to vote for one old idiot. And exactly that was he just told me, so who else would he vote for? And I was like, I mean, it doesn't make any sense to me that you are an academic, that you are educated and you are informed and you have this kind of mindset. So my point is that despite all we've lost, we should be prepared to lose the right things that needed to be lost. And I'm not saying that we should break relationships, but if you are passionate enough for what you believe in, be prepared to understand that. Be prepared to lose people. I mean, someone like David, if I'm on David's spaces, someone like David have actually lost hundreds of relationships. I was at the spaces where Kabir was moderated. I don't want to call him a snitch, or I don't know what name to give to Kabir. I was on that spaces, and it dawned on me once again how much of opposition people like David and the people that do the kind of good things he does and is doing, how much of opposition they have on a daily basis. I'm sure he's probably numb to death threats and all those kind of things. Those are the things that come at them. And so that kind of emissary has to be put together to sway someone whose opinion they assume doesn't matter. But in any case, someone that writes things that touches them where it pains. So I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak on this basis. I do hope that we hold sway and we hold forth. I believe that a new Nigeria is coming if we do all that is in our power to do. Thank you. And have a good day, depending on where you are.
Thank you very much, Uncle Debo Bakari. It was really nice. Guy, please, I'd like to take permission for me to just rant a little bit. I mean, I just like to pour out something a little bit. I might switch languages in between, but just take this as another person who is really agitating for good governance, okay? It's been said, I mean, our people talk, say, person where madman beating mama, if you see mechanic, you will run. That's what is happening in Nigeria. We've been beaten by a madman. Okay, I'm not sorry for using the word madman, because my principal, Mr. Peter Obi, said the situation of Nigeria is likened to an asylum that is being taken over by lunatic, by madmen. The political system of Nigeria has been taken over by madmen, lunatic, people who don't think. People who don't really think, people whose thinking capacity has deteriorated to a stage that they can't even think for themselves. I'm telling you that we have to take this country back. If not, the stories we are hearing here today, it's just a tip of the iceberg. Trust me, we have to do everything within our powers. Yes, I am an extremist. Call me that. Like David said, I accept the name. Tag me. I am whatever supporter you call me. I am an insurrectionist. Whatever you can tag me, tag me. But we will do everything to take Nigeria back. We will do everything to take Nigeria back. Let me tell you something. We are this aggressive because the people who are there cannot leave power until you are more. If there's any word like murder, or if there's any word like more crazier than they are, these people will never release power to you. I am telling you the truth. And another adage go, and this is in pidgin English, he say, if old woman sit down open leg, they know they tell her make a closed leg, because they know when they take receive breeze. We have suffocated enough. Let us take breeze. We are tired of this rulership, of this. In fact, this is not even a democracy. This is a shame. A shame. If you are not angry, I am. If you are not mad at what you've heard, this heartbreaking stories, my brothers and sisters, I am in Nigeria agitating for a good governance. I am Bishop, and I support Peter Obi for good governance 2023. Thank you very much. Now we're going to move to the next speaker. Let's give it to Duchess. She's a lady. We are gentlemen here, and let's give it now to a lady. Duchess, how are you?
Hi, I'm good.
Please, you have
Thank you
3
for the
minutes. You have 3 minutes.
opportunity.
Try not to make us cry, okay?
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm glad that 2023 is around the corner and we have another opportunity, to make a difference. I started my life, my early 20s in 2006 in Abuja as a copper. I finished school in the Southeast and I went to serve in Abuja. And as a copper, I was serving with a capital market operating firm at the time. Normally, when we use a marketing card for like 6 to 10 years, they auction it to staff, starting from the least person, the gatesman, coppers, everybody is allowed to bid. I got my first car as a youth copper, a Toyota Corolla, for 250,000 naira from that organization. And after service, they retained me, and I started with a salary of 120,000 in 2007. I did that until the global meltdown in 2008 and 2009. So, I left. But Nigeria was good then. If you were employed, you get on pension, contribution, you get FHA, which is Federal Housing Authority contribution from your employer. And then banks were all over the place, Bank PHB, Intercontinental Bank, Oceanic Bank, begging you to take consumer loans. Life was easy. And then when I moved to Lagos in 2011, although I grew up in Lagos, but when I moved back to Lagos in 2011, I had just had my baby. I started to start work all over again. I had worked in Abuja in another firm where I was earning 300,000. I had risen to that level. Then came to Lagos in 2012 and decided to start work again after my maternity and everything. Only for me to get an offer for 50,000 naira. I took it. I started life afresh. And, rose again to 150,000 naira job. I never got any job that paid more than 150,000 naira again until I left, last year. So, what am I trying to say? Things began to nosedive. In 2015, my parents in their 70s, 80s, we relocated them back to the East because, of course, it was time for them to go back home and relax. But we have had to move them out again. 2019, I was doing PR job in Lagos all these years. I was in PR, media, public relations for 6 years. And then a lot of companies began to leave Nigeria. Multinational companies, PR firms could no longer pay salaries. It was so bad that in 2018, I resigned my last job in Nigeria and then took up a job from a Ghanaian firm, managing their clients, their Nigerian clients. 2020, 2019, these same clients of the Ghanaian firms in Nigeria left Nigeria. So automatically I was out of job. Contract could no longer be renewed. I said to myself, okay, I've worked, we don't do. So I registered my own firm to start doing my own thing. Then October 2020 happened. I followed that live on Instagram. As a single parent, with 3 kids between the age of 9 and 18. That night, I could not sleep. I lived around Ogba. And then the events that followed the massacre at Lekki Toll Gate, they were burning houses at Fagba, killing people. I was following these events on Twitter. I was traumatized. It was just me. And all of us, my kids are girls. My help is female. I myself, female. There's not even a single male or an adult in the house who could, we could join heads together and comfort each other. So it was just me and the kids. That was when, and before then I used to travel to the UK, do 4 days, come back, to the US, 7 days, 11 days, come back. And my friends would be like, what are you coming back to do? I say, we were some of the people that believed so much in Nigeria. But October 2020, I said to God, if I find myself out of here, because I had just returned in March 2020 from the US before the lockdown. I just said to God, if I find myself out of this country again, I'm not coming back. What you need to do for me is just let my children get their visas and we are out. And he answered that prayer and I left. It was traumatic. I have never wanted to leave Nigeria. Never have I ever thought that I would leave. But I had to. December last year, I took my things, my company, everything, I abandoned everything and left. I said I didn't want to be in Nigeria when the electioneering will start. I don't want to lose anybody. You know, so it's so unfortunate that we are here where we are right now. That Nigeria has brought us, you know, to this point. And I'm here campaigning and telling people, do this, let us get it right. And they say, you don't japa, it concern you. I don't want to. I have friends here who have houses in Nigeria and living on rent in the US. They are homeless here. I have people in their 50s who resign their jobs as bank managers to relocate with their families to do menial jobs here. We don't want to japa. We have to get it right. There's no other way. We just have to get it right. I just hope that, you know, people who are on this space, who are listening, would actually, you know, search their conscience. And of all the people who have come out to say we are contesting for election in 2023, we vote the candidate who is able, I know there's no messiah anywhere, but somebody who is able to put us on the path of achieving. Nigeria was once a giant of Africa. Nigeria was, in 2006, I'm telling you, life was good. We can have that kind of country again. We can, I mean, I'm almost 40 now. How many years gone by? It's so sad. I just hope we get it right. Thank you for, you know, giving me the opportunity to speak on this space. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Duchess. Thank you for that input. It's really appreciated. Thank you for taking out your time to come on the space. Thank you very much. Man, I'm really angry. I won't lie to you guys. I'm really angry. Okay, my father used to say, if somebody promises you a new shirt, first of all, look at the shirt the person is wearing. With this kind of shirt you are wearing, can you give me a new shirt? Somebody is promising you good governance and trying to change Nigeria. The one that he has governed, has he changed it? But when I know the wine us, Joe, Pearl, please, can you do what you want to do?
Okay, thank you so much, Bishop, and thank you, Duchess, for your submission. It's unfortunate, it's now cliche, nothing new that the government, Nigeria has disintegrated to a point where basic conditions and responsibilities of the government is no longer functional. Very unfortunate. Everyone is supposed to feel comfortable living in their own home country, but the way it is now, unfortunately, the way it is, nobody wants to live in Nigeria anymore. And do we want to continue like this? That question is left for us to answer. I'm really sorry. I'm getting tens upon tens of DMs. My sincere apologies for everyone whose DM I've not responded to, and for those saying they've requested and haven't gotten the mic yet. Please be patient. We're trying as much as possible to bring as much people as possible up to speak. And for some people who said they have requested and I can't find them, for some reason there seem to be so many people in this category. I don't know what's happening. Maybe there seems to be a glitch somewhere because I keep searching and I can't find some of you who said you have requested. My sincere apologies for that. Maybe with time, when some more people have spoken, you will have the opportunity to speak and maybe I will be able to find you then. Thank you so much for your patience. And thank you once again, David, and my co-host Bishop. Thanks to everyone as well who has come here to share their experiences. Yeah. So I would like to hand over the mic now to Emmanuel Ajali. Hello, Emmanuel. How are you doing?
Yeah. Hi everyone. Hi Phil. Let me just say thank you to you guys for the space. I think it's something that is needed for almost everyone. So personally, Well, I think my journey I can say my journey starts from as far back as 1999, 2000. I was born and bred up in Zaria. So till date, my parents still live in Zaria. And we grew up. I grew up in a neighborhood where you had all sorts of people. You had Christians, Muslims, everybody, and to an extent, I'm a bit widely traveled. I think I've traveled to almost all the states in the north. I speak Hausa very well. I've traveled to almost all the states in the north, except maybe like 3 or 4. And so I've never been, or I was never brought up as kind of person who saw tribe or anything as. We didn't see that as what's the word now? A major factor or something to bring disparity. We played with everyone. We played football with Hausa boys. We played with Yorubas and everyone. I've been in the West now. I think this will be making 11 years. I came down in 2011 for school, and I've had the opportunity to meet different diction. And the truth is, that has never been insecurity in the north has never been as bad as it is now. I remember growing up where we could go out to a rocky area. These are lonely places at night. I know you stay there till 12. There was a time we had a basketball court not too far from my house, and it was on a hilly area, very rocky. And this is where Fulanis even keep their cows and all. And we'll go play basketball at night, and we'll come back. And we were safe. Yes, occasionally, once in a while, for anyone who has been in the north, they will know that there will be always those once in a while fights, and never anything too serious. Like the guy, like Bishop spoke about Terminus Market. I've been to Jos. There was a particular time while growing up that for 6 years, at least 4 times in a year, we went to Jos because my brother was schooling in Jos and Air Force Military School. So Terminus Market, Cherry Hills were more like sightseeing places and places just to go and have fun. And so I've come across a lot of things, and it had never bothered me so much. Security had never been so much of a problem coming out of the north. I had never worried about it. And then when I came down south for the very first time, I'm finding myself being harassed by police officers. A particular day, I was going out to church on Sunday, and I wore a particular white shirt. And then all of a sudden, a police officer stops me at Agege and says he believes I'm a fraudster. Okay, he checked my phone. He said he couldn't see anything, but he told me he believes I'm a fraudster. If I don't confess, they'll have me arrested. It was shocking. It got me to the point where I was stammering because I'd never heard such a thing before in my life. I'd never heard where you just say believe someone is a fraudster and automatically you say you want to arrest that person. It had never happened to me before. I don't know anyone it had ever happened to. So I was stammering. It was the Uber driver that was with me that was even now talking to the man and laughing with him and then trying to just dilute the whole situation. And ever since then, any other Sunday I had worn that white shirt, I had always been stopped by police officers. I think if I count the number of times I've worn that white shirt 8 times, and in those 8 times, I think it's only once I had never been stopped by a police officer. And the only reason I wasn't stopped by a police officer was because I did not pass the area that they stand. I told an Uber driver one day that the main reason why they would stop us on the road is because of me. He said it was a lie. I said, okay, let's watch and see. We got to the checkpoints. They stopped him, did all the normal, let me see your license. I already knew what was going to happen. And then 1 minute after, they didn't even spend up to 30 seconds with him. Next thing, they're already harassing me. Who are you? Show me your ID card. Show me this, show me that. It's so bad that even our police officers don't even know the difference between a voter's card and a voter's card and a national identity card. I had to be showing them that this is actually a voter's card, not a national identity card. I had to explain these things to them. And there's been a lot, if it's in terms of security. If I go back to some of the issues that happened with my family as a whole, I've seen where the whole matter of leg issues, what you can do. My elder brother was in the military, and he was wrongfully dismissed from NDA because someone who had a father who was a general and was from the north lied against him, said he brutally injured him when there was nothing to touch. We went, there was nobody we didn't go to see. My dad went crawling on the floor to the Emir of Zaria. They went to see, I think almost the Sultan of Sokoto, different people, writing to different people just to see how we could save face, help him get things sorted out and all. And it just wasn't working out. It just never worked out. In terms of quota system, when it says you're looking for admission, all my siblings, my sister, my elder brother, my two older brothers, they applied to ABU. It was never an issue of having a low jam score because always all of them scored above 200. Well, never did we get admission into ABU because quota system was always working. We waited for 3 years, each of them, and nothing ever happened.
Sorry to interject, Emmanuel. You have a minute to round up.
Yeah, I'm already running them. So I'm going through all these things just to bring this to the fore. Now, a lot of times the current government and most of the individuals we find around you are trying to use tribe, religion, and so many other things to divide. But the truth is, the common Nigerian, and if you've traveled as much as I have, you'll find that there is nothing, that line, isn't there when you meet a common youth, right? It's not there. And please, and I'm appealing seriously, do not let that become a factor. Do not let it become a factor to who you choose. And I'm begging for this because I know how much, I can't give all the stories I have, because if I give all the stories I have personally of how I've lost people, I've seen people die in my front, I've had to jump over dead bodies running for safety, it's not, there are many stories to it, but this is the whole thing, right? As the elections come, look beyond your tribe, look beyond your religion, look beyond every normal thing that they try to use to divide us, and see and look for competence, look for people that can move Nigeria work. And for me, I don't have anything saying only Peter Obi can do that. And so look for people like this, and let's put our support there. We can make Nigeria work if we put our hands to it, because if we make it out now, I don't know. I really don't know. So thank you very much. Thanks again, once again, David. Thanks, Phil and Bishop. And I give the mic. You can drop me off now for all this time. Please.
Thank you, Emmanuel, for your submission, and thanks for keeping to time.
Pearl,
Absolutely.
Pearl, sorry to interrupt you. If you check the Jumbotron, I posted a tweet. You see, this Peter Obi, we Peter Obi followers, we don't joke at all. When you say go and verify, we really mean go and verify. Someone went to buy granite of 15 naira and he counted it, and you see, I wasn't lying. Look at it on the Jumbotron. Go ahead, Pearl.
Very unfortunate. Thank you, Bishop. We pass the mic over now to Yinka. Hello, Yinka. How are you doing today?
Fine. Good evening. Good evening.
Good evening, Yinka. You have the mic and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you for this opportunity. Wow. In 2013, I lost my husband in 2013. He left me with 3 children who were living in Abuja. Well, I didn't really feel it then because things were a bit okay. I could cater for my kids. But in 2015, when this demon came into power, things were not working again. I'm a caterer. My shop rent increased. I couldn't pay house rent anymore in Abuja. I had to move from Abuja to Ibadan. I relocated. When I got to Ibadan, I got a house and I was doing business. Things were moving gradually. Later on in 2016, things became very terrible. The shop rent increased, house rent increased. I had to sell my car to pay school fees for my children. It became so worse. I have to move from the house I rented to the slum. where we call trenches now. Okay, we are here now. You can't even afford to feed 3 times a day. What is going on? We are not angry enough in this country. I even thought my case was even bad. When I got here, I saw children that will not even eat in a whole day. How bad now? What is going on? In a whole day, a child will not eat. Okay, like yesterday now, I have just maybe a Congo of rice, as they call it, just to feed my children. But my neighbor came. She was crying. I said, what happened? She said, do I know that she doesn't have anything to give her children to eat? I was weeping. Look at these children, so malnourished. They don't have anything. Okay, I quickly cooked the rice. It was not even enough for my children. I had to give those people too. What is going on in this country? In fact, I never voted in my life. I'd never had a PVC, but because of this situation, I went to queue for a PVC. And in fact, I got registered, though they've not given me the hard copy, but I know I have it now. We must vote out this bad government. It's unbearable. People that are suffering are not on social media. Oh. They are here in the slum. Come and see children, malnourished, can't even feed. It is terrible. Please, whatever we can do to get our country back. People are suffering. People are really suffering. Thank you so much. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Yinka, and I'm terribly, terribly sorry about your experience, having lost your husband and every other bad experience you've had. And I'm also very glad you've come to the realization of the importance of having PVC and voting as well, because having the PVC is not just the most important. Voting as well and voting the right candidate is very important. Thank you, Yinka, for your submission. I'm gonna pass the mic right now to J4. You've been a minute on the stage. Are you there? Hello, J4.
Yes, you can hear.
Okay. You have it's Pearls. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Yinka. Sorry, guys, I was just sitting in the car. I was about to drive to take a pause to do this. Thank you, David. Thank you, Bishop. Thank you, Pearl. Thank you, guys, for this opportunity to share my views. What have I lost since 2015? I've lost a lot, but I come with a message of hope. Nigeria is at a terrible place right now. 2 months ago, I hit 50. I'm 50 years old this year. And when I was 40, I could confidently say I was a multi-millionaire in any country or in any currency you could possibly mention in the world. I was doing very well. Things were going very well. I had businesses in multiple countries, have oil blocks in one, doing a port in another, doing things very well. It is amazing that in just 7 years, I said it as a joke on my when I made a post that my account now is JAPA compliant, that maybe I've got to the point that I might be thinking about leaving Nigeria. I'm not going anywhere anyway. Like I said I come with a message of hope. I did a deep dive in social engineering. Something beautiful is happening in Nigeria right now, and I want to give hope to everybody that is here, that is listening, and to tell them why they should be hopeful for better times ahead. For the first time in our history, in the history of Nigeria, something profound is happening. We owe thanks to Buhari in a very perverted kind of way, because it was his misgovernance, it was the incompetence that he displayed that has brought every Nigerian to this point. Anyone you see mounting support for any other candidates is either doing it for 2 reasons. One, either the person is a major ethnic bigot, or the person is a religious extremist. Any right thinking person should be queuing behind Peter Obi. And why I say I come with a message of hope. What is happening in the polity right now as we speak is something profound. I remember Dr. Amina when she was talking, I was talking about, how she was earning, what she was earning as a teacher, which was even less than my secretary in the office, receptionist, was earning. It's pitiful. Honestly, it is pitiful. So what I know is that the current movement that is on is going to culminate in a P2B presidency. No matter what they tell you, I have businesses in other countries, and I can tell you that in all the countries that I have businesses, Nigeria is the only country where the citizens used to be afraid of the government. In those countries, the government was afraid of the citizens. But there's a change now. We have gone full circle. Something unique is happening in Nigeria right now. I want all of us that are on social media that has been mounting this P2B movement to not just mount it on social media, mount it everywhere you go. Let me tell you what that will do. You know, I just have 3 minutes to do this anyway, so I'll just do my best to say as much as I can in that 3 minutes. Human beings are social animals. It's a proven science. It's been proven. Science has done studies. There are tons of studies on this that I'm telling you. When you see the kind of noise online that is going on about P2B, it is affecting the psyches of everybody, including those that support other candidates. It is ludicrous. What's the English word to use now to capture this in essence? It is sheer madness that anybody, given what Nigeria has been through, will be mounting support for anybody on that list. P2B, one of the things this is social media and this is a public space, and I don't want to say things too private, but I can tell people like Dr. Amina that P2B coming to government, teachers will be one of the highest earners in the public space, in public service. Take that to the bank. Teachers will be one of the highest earners. Policemen, law enforcement agents, members of the judiciary. These are areas that when you tinker with, you will find virtue will begin to shift in the right direction. Why on earth should someone that has the kind of qualifications that Dr. Amina have be earning the kind of money she's earning in the same country where members, illiterates and fraudsters in the House and in the Senate earn much more than that? It is not acceptable. What you're telling people is that is the way to live. You understand? And you know, any competence that is not backed by character will come to nothing. That is why when I hear people saying, I saw a post earlier today that had someone talking about Bola Tinubu and his qualifications when he was in Chicago, when he was in university, when he worked with Deloitte, when he worked with, and I said something. I said, if you like, know the how. If you do not know the why, you will still amount to nothing, and that's the problem we'll be having in Nigeria. We don't seem to understand that good water can never flow from a dirty fountain. It's a law of nature. You cannot expect good to come out of evil. These guys have been established by antecedents that they are not pious, they are not virtuous, they don't have anything virtuous in them. How can anybody now in a right state of mind queue up behind such a person, queue up behind such a man? I think he's somewhere in Dubai or wherever they say he is as we speak. You understand? And these are people that are maleficent black hats, that the only thing they are about is themselves. Someone says it's my turn. How on earth will that be a motivation to become president of a country? P2B is the man I know that I've had dealings with in the past. And I can tell you guys for free that the man is a man of solid character. And he has fantastic ideas. They are mounting manifesto here, manifesto there. Where is P2B's manifesto? Any egghead can solve Nigeria. In fact, Nigeria's problems have been solved on Kakaki and on channels and on Arise TV several times over the years. But what is happening in real time? Until virtue assumes office, will keep swimming in the dark. And I believe strongly that virtue is going to come into office come 2023. Let's all keep up the faith, keep fighting, refuse to be intimidated, respond to every single. You know what, David? I like the way David has been giving it to them. I am so proud of him, honestly. I'm telling you the sad truth. Because he's doing something, he understands the principles of social engineering. You keep quiet. Cambridge Analytica used it to swear elections in different countries before they were caught. They did the same thing in 2015. They did the same thing in 2019. But this time around, they did not anticipate the emergence of the candidacy of P2B. And that emergence has ignited a fire in the hearts of Nigerians. And something has shifted in the spirit. I guarantee you guys that if we keep up this same tempo as we have now, trust me, those that are mounting BAT article, they will collapse and find out that the greater majority stand with this man. They will just keep behind, I'm telling you. Including the cash reviews that they have sponsored online, that came online. I was talking rubbish to try to create and direct and position the narrative in the way they wanted. They've seen that it cannot work. P2B didn't call anybody to fight for him. But these people just simply found themselves being motivated to do the needful. Do you understand, guys? So we have something good happening. Let's keep it up. And I guarantee you guys that come next year, Peter Obi will be president. And when he is president, there are virtues that I know. There are things that I know will change in such a dramatic way that ultimately virtue will come into office. Any nation that does not stand for anything cannot come to anything. We do not stand for anything as a nation. Mediocrity and anyhowness is a way of life here. And they kept on mounting, change starts with you. No, change does not start with you. Change starts from the top. Any society, any group of people that come together, they assume the character of their leadership. And that is why Nigeria has remained in the doldrums. But if we get the right person in that office, trust me, other things will begin to fall into place. Thank you, guys. I yield.
Thank you so much, A4, for your wonderful submission. Absolutely, we really need the right person to take over as captain of the ship right now. Again, I apologize. I sincerely apologize for everyone who keeps sending me messages about them requesting to speak, and I can't find them. Maybe there's a glitch somewhere, and I'll keep trying to find you, to bring you up. At this point, we hand over the mic to Mayday. Hi, Mayday, are you there?
Hi, good evening.
Good evening, Mayday. I like your voice. Thanks for joining us on this space today. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. First off, I want to thank you for organizing this space. This is like a free therapy. I mean, who doesn't love a free therapy? I've always wanted to rant because I've had the worst week, but I'm really grateful for this space. I'd like to start by saying I never wanted to leave the country. I grew up as a very patriotic person. I told my mom that I would never leave the country, but I found my dad telling me that I should never come back to the country, that he'd rather me get married outside the country and he not attend than me coming back to the country to say I want to do something else. This is the country we are in right now. But even leaving the country doesn't make anything better. I mean, Nigeria affects you everywhere you go. Nigeria is literally a blessing and a curse. I am like 30 minutes away from Singapore, estimatedly, but I can't just waltz in and out of Singapore because I am a Nigerian. So you can take a ride to Singapore, right? So when you're in the bus, they check your visa and like your passport and everything. And when they see the green passport and the name and the nationality, they tell you to come down from the bus. They tell you to come down from the bus. They tell every other person in the bus to go. So they leave you in the office, the border for like 3 hours for nothing. You have like complete documents and stuff. They'll come check you and out, and stuff. And then maybe after like 3 hours, they tell you, oh, you can go. There is nothing we wanted to ask you. We just wanted to be sure that you are not coming here to do something fraudulent. And you can't find your way into Singapore anymore because there is no bus to take you. So you have to. It's a nightmare. Also, I left schooling. I left my degree in my 5th year in Nigeria because I was in the public school. And there was the whole ASU thing and everything, and I just had to take that bold move to leave. It felt like now secondary schools are not even safe anymore. There's the whole bullying thing. There's where children are killed for nothing. There's the innocence is no more there. There is no. I mean, the secondary school we knew was the secondary school where you play games, where you do the whole 10-10, you do like everything. But now you're afraid of bullies. You're afraid of suicide. Like it's like a whole world on its own. And then I grew up thinking, I'm not smart. I am really dumb. This is how I grew up. And the trauma is following me. I don't have money for therapy. I get up every day telling myself I will live, I will survive, no matter what happens. I'm here struggling because I know I am smart, but it feels like I have to prove who I am.
I look at Nigeria and it's such a beautiful place because when you look at the things that are happening.
Sorry about that. You can go ahead. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. You can go ahead. Sorry about that. Go ahead and speak. Sorry.
Okay.
Mayday, you can speak now.
Yeah. So I have to pick myself up every day, telling myself, I am actually a smart person. I deserve this. I know what I'm doing. But because of the trauma over the years, it feels like I am dumb. I don't know anything. Because I've passed through a school that you have to pay lecturers before you have E, before you have B. Imagine going through that trauma and coming here and having to prove yourself, having to tell yourself you have to go extra mile before you get something that you naturally deserve. For what? Honestly, Nigeria is home. If you think you're going to leave the country, what if they say you? I mean, people who left the country for Ukraine, they never thought they'll find themselves in the situation whereby they'll have to come back without a degree, but they're back. Imagine what Nigeria is home, and we can't run away forever. We have to fix this now or never. Honestly, if I don't know, if I'm actually seeing people online who say they're not going to get their PVC because it's not worth it. You should actually give it a try. I feel like anyone who doesn't try at this point is just a coward. I just want to die because honestly, I feel like that's what it is right now. I mean, in Foye, I was in Foye. There was the situation where I had two people I knew die. There was a clash between the state government and Foye, and I worked as I'm a I'm an entrepreneur. I love doing stuff. And then I worked as a journalist for a while, a school journalist, a school journalism system. And then the next day we all saw Punch and everything brought out another news that, oh, we attacked and stuff. And it felt like, is it the world we're living in right now where we're not even backed up as students anymore? I saw my friends die. I saw two people die. I watched a guy. I literally still see his face every time I remember. This is the country we are in. If you don't take these things, if you don't think about these things, I don't know. Maybe you should get a brain check because this is the reality we are in right now. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your submission.
Pearl, sorry, Pearl, can I address the people who are complaining about requesting the mic and we can't find them? Now, there's something you should know. If you request the mic and on your space, the display of your space, you don't see on your name or beneath your name requested, then that means we cannot find your requests. Okay, you have to see it has to be written under your name requested. Okay, before we can find you on the request list. But if after you request, you still see yourself as a listener, then we can't find you on that list. So please kindly make sure that before you say we didn't accept you, make sure that you see the requested under your name or under your profile picture. Thank you very much, guys. Go ahead, Pearl.
Okay, thank you so much, Bishop. Please, Mrs. Yinka that spoke earlier before J4, if you're still here, someone is requesting for your account number. His name is Prince. If you can DM me, I'll send you his handle so you can send your account number to him. Thank you so much, Prince, for your help. Retired, can you mute your mic, please? Thank you. We're going to pass the mic over now to Dr. Juice. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much, Pearl. Thank you very much, David, Danny, Bishop, for coming up with this space and platform for us to vent. I'm not typically one who comes to a public space to just say how I feel about things or go there to rant. But when I saw this space, I said, no, this is an opportunity for me to just talk about how I feel about a particular topic, you know. Where do I start from now? What have we lost as Nigerians? Why I'm saying we is because you know, I haven't really had a and it was only one Nigerian who plays for Nice. I think it was Simon Moses that was there. This used to be an award where you have a lot of Nigerian players being nominated. So a lot of things is, wrong with the country right now. Things are going south. In 2015, or between 2014 and 2016, I never thought of leaving Nigeria at all. Like, I've always been an advocate for, you're going to be in Nigeria, you're going to make it in Nigeria. When I was in medical school, as far back as 2008, 2009, 10, the thing used to be that when we're graduating from medical school, we want to be like our seniors, we want to be like our professors, go through residency training and become consultants. But I can tell you for free now that an average medical student wants to leave Nigeria immediately after graduation or upon graduation. So I'm just going to talk about the exodus of healthcare professionals, doctors and nurses, most especially from Nigeria. Is really, really worrisome. Worrisome because you see that even those who are kind of successful in the profession, in the healthcare profession, are leaving. They are leaving en masse. Over 80 to 85% of Nigerian healthcare professionals want to leave the country. So what that means is that Nigerians are basically training healthcare professionals for Western countries, which is very, very troublesome. I know some speakers spoke earlier, they talked about how, a lot about misdiagnosis and the problems they faced trying to get support for their loved ones and all of that. But what is coming in front of us is even worse. It's a disaster waiting to happen. Because we used to talk about infrastructure, but what the Buhari administration has done is to now set us almost 100 years backwards. We'll now be dealing with both infrastructure and human resources. And Nigeria used to have human resources. If you look at the best nurses, doctors, and other healthcare professionals in the Western countries, you find Nigerians amongst them. So if even the ones we have in Nigeria that we Nigerians are even complaining about are leaving en masse, what's going to happen in the nearest future? And that is why most of us have resolved that we're going to come back to Nigeria to vote, not even to campaign alone, to vote and ensure that all our family members vote out this government and vote for the right candidates. It's really, really painful. Like the other day, I traveled from my city to another city, and I met a security officer who is from either South Sudan. I believe he will be from South Sudan or somewhere. And he was asking, where are you from? And, when you see a fellow black guy, you ask, where are you from? And I said, Nigeria. He laughed aloud and said, oh, you guys are the ones with the sleepy president, the Buhari. Buhari is the worst president ever in the history of Africa. I'm not talking about a Nigerian, somebody who has never been to Nigeria before, who has never, perhaps visited any place in Nigeria, is talking about Nigeria. You should see what this guy was saying about Buhari and Nigeria. I was ashamed, and there were other people there. I was just ashamed of calling myself in Nigeria at that point. I was ashamed of everything. I was like, wow. So this guy even knows so much more than some of us who are from there. So I want to encourage the team. I want to encourage all of us. Let's do whatever it takes. If it means putting how do they put it? Is it putting your money where your mouth is or whatever? Let us do it. Those of us abroad who can still support. Because Obi doesn't have the money, to match all of these other guys. I don't know if I'm taking us to another dimension now, but some of us, it's not just about making noise in social media, which is good, but if there are ways we can also support the movement, financially and otherwise, it is going to be a welcome development as well. Once again, I want to thank the organizers of this space and also use the opportunity to congratulate Jeff on his 50th birthday as well. Thank you very much and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, Dr. Trace, for your submission, and happy birthday, J4. Wishing you the very best always. I think we should pass the mic over now to Child of the World. Hello, Child of the World. Are you there?
Yeah. Hyper.
Hello. You have 3 minutes.
Everyone. Okay. Yeah, so I think it just started dawning on me that Nigeria was really, really crazy sometime October during the EndSARS stuff. Before then, I mean, I was just, managing. But it got really bad to the extent that I couldn't leave my house. I could only go to work and then go to my family house. I was scared of everybody, basically. I'll see policemen, I start sweating, I get really scared. I see random people going about on their stuff and I'm scared. And I think, I don't know how, I keep thinking, is there something we could have done? Is there something, there was a way we could erase what happened and maybe elected somebody else? I don't really know. But the insecurity was what finally drove me out of the country. And when I mean drove, like drove me out, I didn't willingly want to leave the country. I had to leave for my sanity. I had to leave because I was scared for my life. I was scared for my daughter's life. And it just got to that point that I felt, okay, so I'm not thriving here anymore. It's not about the financial aspect for me. It's not like I was doing really, really well, but at least I could afford to feed myself and take care of basic needs. But it was because I was just existing. I was just waking up each morning. I could not do anything. I was just really scared. And for this year, it also brought it to a head because I've had things have just been so difficult for people this year. I've had people who have never ever looked at me for a dime, had to swallow that pride like I could. I could feel the embarrassment that they were asking me for money. People that were doing well, that I mean, they not like they were rich, but they were doing well. And then they had to swallow their pride to ask me for chicken change. And that is what Nigeria did to them. That is what Nigeria did to people, grown-ass men who can't feed their families anymore. And even for those of us that are outside the country, we are not sleeping so well either because we are scared. Apart from people that have all their whole family, I still have immediate family members in Nigeria. I'm still scared when they don't pick their call on time. I'm scared when they have a headache because I'm wondering what if it was cancer and they missed it? What if it was this and they missed it? And that is it. That is the fear. That is what 2015 and 19 has done to us. The fact that we don't sleep well, even when we are not in Nigeria. It is even in the random fact that I just walk about here in a reasonable, sane society and I see people just walking on their own. But because it is night and it is dark, I start running. Because, I mean, I still start running. I joke about it with my friends that, God, I mean, I'm in the UK, I'm in Glasgow, it's reasonably safe where I live, yet I still see someone walking on their own. And then I just start running because I'm still scared. Anyway, I think that is it for me. Thank you.
Thank you for your submission. Absolutely, no one should leave their home country because the basic infrastructure needed to live life comfortably is not there. You should leave because you want to live, not because the conditions are unsavory. Thanks once again for your submission. Right now we pass the mic to Onishi Canada. Hello, Onishi, are you there?
Yeah, thank you very much.
You're welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Sorry, Onishi. Pearl, who just finished speaking just now?
It's Child of the World.
Okay.
I finished.
All right. So I'll be really quick with my submission. Frankly speaking, as a Nigerian, I believe we've all lost so much since 2015. I particularly was a very, very pro-Nigerian person. I had a couple of opportunities to leave the country after I was done with my NYSC, but I stalled. I was willing to work. I tried to develop a product with colleagues, with some of my colleagues, and we're actually going to work on many stuff. However, the great turnaround for me was in 2019 when, despite the situation of things in the country, we still had a re-election of Buhari. It didn't make sense to me. I was wondering how it was possible for a nation of 200 million people, where we have so many intellectuals, would go around to possibly re-elect
someone that was that bad. Anyways, I kept working on the brand, and I and my colleagues developed products for the transport sector, and it got to the point where we needed the Series B funding, where we needed to like get some funding to push the product out to market. I mean, the product was like about 90% ready, and every meeting we had with potential investors came with critics. Now, this critics was not based on our business model. It wasn't based on the quality of the product we developed. It was based on the Nigerian market. Every investor kept citing the insecurity issue, the instability in the transport sector, the politics in the sector, how you need to know. One investor even went on to ask us if we had the contact of the Minister of Transportation, because that's the only way he'd be able to put in money, because that's like the only guarantee that the product will be able to will be sustainable for the next, let's say, 3 to 4 years. So the meetings we had were very ridiculous. I was actually on the side. I was working in the crude oil sector. My company worked directly with government. I had privilege. I had the access to government crude oil data. I knew how much money Nigeria was making. And trust me when I say this, the amount of money that Nigeria is making through crude oil is at a tangent with the pace of development in the country. I just couldn't fathom it. I ended up taking a scholarship that I had 2 years that I had actually stored the year before, and I left the country. I wasn't even able to launch the product again. My colleague, we just had to just suppress the product. We lost everything. And frankly speaking, my boss then, who was 100% against me leaving the country, called me sometimes last month to ask me how I left the country. Or he was like, "Oh, you actually got a scholarship. You are going to look on a scholarship. How did you go about it?" And I asked him why he was asking me that. He said his son that should be in his final year is still in the second year because of access. He chose to put his son in a federal university because the quality of education in federal universities in Nigeria are always counted. So he wanted his son to get a quality education. He had the money to send his children to a private university, but now it's too late to him. Now he's beginning to explore the option of sending his children abroad. This was somebody that was pro-Nigeria. So if Nigeria have not happened to you, yes, probably because by affiliation, by government affiliation, you're still benefiting from the system. Have a routine, because when the tide's done, it's going to affect you. I just hope we get it right this time around. I like the movement. I'm actually part of the movement, and I hope we really do get it right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Charles, for your submission. Absolutely. Everyone is hoping we get it right this time. And what can we do is what we can do is not just by speaking. We have to put our actions where our words are. And that is by getting our PVC, getting our family members and friends to get yours as well, and going to vote the right candidate. Thanks once again, Charles. I'm going to pass the mic over now to Adeline. Hello, Adeline. Hello, are you there? Okay. Hi, Idroma. How are you doing today?
Hello.
Okay,
Hello.
Adeline, you have the mic. Sorry, Idroma. Let Adeline go, and then after her, you can go. Adeline, you have 3 minutes.
I think Adrian left already. Idroma can go on.
Oh, yeah. Idroma, you have the floor.
Hello. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. How are you doing today?
I'm good. I'm so honored to be on this space. So, Nigeria has really dealt with me. Starting in 2015, I lost my shop in Asaba because I was staying there. I have a salon. The shop were demolished. So I had to come back to Imo State. And I could remember vividly my friend and her husband who was doing so well because he was working offshore or in oil company. So they were like Buhari, Jonathan is too dull, let Buhari come and take over. I was just lamenting. And today I was so angry with her and her husband because of they were like they were playfully, but the effects now they are suffering from it. That has really happened to them because the husband has lost virtually everything. So that 2015, when I came back to Imo State, I was so frustrated. So a friend of mine just, got me a job. Okay, I have someone that is in Saudi Arabia. Maybe you go and work there. Fine. At the end of the day, I traveled there. But being in Nigeria, we are treated like a slave. We are being paid 900 riyad, which is equivalent to 80,000 naira for a month with all the suffering and all the subjection we are going through. They don't care about us. Just work like a slave. So after the contract, which ended in that, I was supposed to come back on 2000. But COVID-19 happened. I came back in December. As I was in airport, Nigeria, we did COVID-19, they're free. But they collected the small money. Nigeria collected the small money we worked for, say it's for COVID tests, which they didn't even carry it out on us. So even from the airport, the frustration and everything, I came back, I am sad. I am really sad with everything, with how my life has gone so far. And this time around, it looks as if I am carrying the whole thing on my head, like as they say, you carry them like gala. So I'm, preaching and speaking to everybody, even on Twitter, on the grassroots level. I am doing everything because when you look at what is happening, when you look at people that you're supposed to take care of, when you look at how people are just dying like foul here, people are just dying because they are not feeding well. They can't take care of themselves. Nobody is affording 2 square meal. Everybody is every day. Virtually, I remember when we were young, burial only took place on weekend. But now, from Monday to Saturday, people are being buried like far, people are dying like far, being buried every day. So this situation is terrible. We are so angry, and when everybody is speaking, I'm virtually crying. I'm so emotional because of what we are going through. So what I want to say is that though for some time we gave up, we said we are not participating again, but because of the hope that P2B ignited in us, we tried to take it to the next level. So that is why we are coming out. I am coming out, and even I had to tell my family, I had to make sure that everybody PVC is ready. So for this time, and we are not going to miss that chance again. Thank you for having me on this space. I yield my mouth.
Yeah, and thanks for coming here, Ijoma. So many people are angry, many are hungry, and we have to really do something about it. And what can we do right now is to get our PVCs and vote the right candidates. We gonna hand over the mic now to retired Nigerian. After retired Nigerian, we take Nenya. After Nenya, we take Emmanuel. Hi, retired. Are you there?
Hey, Pio. Good evening.
Good evening.
Sorry, retired. Sorry, before you speak, Emmanuel just came on. Azad.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
My apologies. Yeah, you've been on stage for a minute. Yeah. So after retired, Azad will go, and then we can take Nenya, and then ordinary go. Yeah. Thank you. Retired, you have the floor. 3 minutes.
Okay, and thank you for this opportunity, and thank you for co-hosting this space for us to vent and then say our mind. Build up to 2015, in 2018 and 2014, my boss got a contract from Chevron because he was previously a Chevron staff before he was poisoned. So he later got a contract with Chevron to bring in a vessel from Singapore to Nigeria. And the vessel was supposed to serve like a rig accommodation vessel for people that are working offshore. And it was a multi-million naira contract for him that would have literally changed because of everything for everybody. And we pumped in a lot of money and all of that. So when Buhari came in, the pre-contract was given in 2014 before election. When Buhari came in 2015, the vessel now came into Nigeria. I can remember a Singapore man brought in the vessel into Nigeria after the deal was signed between First Bank and GT Bank, who co-funded the whole contract and everything. The moment Buhari came into power, Buhari made himself the Minister of Petroleum. The contract for the operating license of that vessel to operate in Nigeria was revoked. And that was the beginning of everything. And I was just done with my NYSC then, and everything just collapsed. I can remember we headed from Akwa Ibom State to Uyo, drove down to Apapa to welcome the vessel into Nigeria. I think the vessel is on my timeline. I posted it some hours ago. But when Buhari came in, everything collapsed. Everybody went back to square one, all money lost. After about 6 months, trying so much to get the license from NNPC, for the vessels to start operating in Nigeria, nothing happened. The license was not given. Everything was blocked. The Singapore man came back and took the vessel back to Singapore. And that was the beginning of everything. And I had no other option than to move out of my state and relocate to Abuja and just say, let me go and start life and see how it will be. And literally, I can say it's not really been rosy, but it's still not better. So I'm taking this whole Peter Obi movement, being obedient, going out, preaching Peter Obi and all of it so personal because I'm a PDP man. I'm a PDP executive in my chapter in Akwa Ibom State. But then I can never, over my dead body, vote PDP or APC. It's as bad as that. My elder brother has a PhD. He's a PhD holder, but currently he is not working. He doesn't have a job. He has not been working since after NYC. Okay, he proceeded for MSc, finished MSc, and say, okay, since you've not had a job after NYC, okay, proceed for a PhD. He has finished PhD and is still at home. Nothing is coming in. I think my other brother must have written up to more than 1,000 application letters, applying for scholarships and all of that. Nothing is forthcoming in. How can a PhD holder just be at home if it is not Nigeria? So it's as bad as that. And now I have two younger ones. One is almost done with NYSC, and the other one just finished a defending project in my state university. And I'm even afraid of them. I'm even afraid for them because I don't even know when they are done with school and all of that. Would they still come and meet the same situation their elder brothers have met? I have neighbors and friends who are at home not doing anything. Okay, imagine for the past few weeks or months now, I've been suffering serious waist pain. I went to price an orthopedic mattress recommended by my doctor. And I could not even, the moment they told me the price, I just went back home and said, I need to start laying on the floor because I don't even know where I will get the money to buy it. So the economy is terrible, it's as bad as that, and we need to start this mass movement and see how we can change the course. Because if I am scared for my younger ones that are done with school, one that is almost done with NYSC, how much more for my unborn children that I'm even yet to marry, to even think of raising children, bringing up children? I'm scared for my younger ones, then all of my children that I've not even had any yet. So that means their future is not even guaranteed. They have not even come to life yet, but their future is not guaranteed. If Nigeria keeps on going this way, we need to change this. We need to come out en masse and see that we retire these people. It's bad. It's terrible. 2018, while I was very serious about this, as that 2018, I almost lost my life to SARS just because I was driving my mom's pencil light Camry and we were 4 guys inside the car at the traffic light. some SARS official inside their patrol van just double-crossed us. And that was, we paid almost, I think each of us, 4 of us contributed 20,000 to pay our way out. We were not fraudsters. I just graduated, I just finished defending my project, and we were into ASU strike and Unica riot. So I went home. Just taking a stroll to New Kilimanjaro that was opened to go and buy ice cream and just visit the place and all of that. We were double-crossed by SARS, and we took 20,000 naira, 4 of us, to pay ourselves out for doing nothing. So it is bad. Imagine Nigerian police has about 370,000 police officers, but more than half of them are attached to VIPs in the country. Then the rest of them, police is supposed to protect us, but half of the police force in these countries are attached to VIPs, which your safety is not guaranteed. I'm managing life in Abuja. I barely feed. I don't even know what my next meal will come. And I can't even travel home to go and see my parents because I can't use the road. Thinking of going via flight, you can't afford it. So you're stuck. We need to take this whole thing seriously and make sure that we change it, because if we lose it in 2023, we don't know when we might get it right again. But anyway, we will still keep on trying. Thank you.
Thank you for your submission. Hello, Azad. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Hopefully you can hear me properly.
Thank you, Azad. You have 3 minutes.
Sure, I'll try to be brief. So thanks for hosting the space and engaging everyone in these discussions. For me, I think since 2015, the biggest thing that I have lost is hope. Although it's my fervent wish that this changes in the near future. As someone who has previously been a heavy advocate for moving back to Nigeria, I remember when I finished university in the States, I wanted them to cut my visa early so I didn't have an excuse to stay and do OPT and all of that. But now that I had come back to Nigeria and all of that, it just became apparent that Nigeria was at odds with my dreams and was actively working against my happiness and peace of mind. I recognize how privileged it is, to have the view that I do have. Simply couldn't fathom living in a place where the best case scenario at the end of the day, is surviving with what should essentially be the bare minimum. You get home and you're grateful that, oh, I'm still alive. They didn't shoot me today. There's electricity. I haven't been stuck in traffic for 8 hours. Things that would otherwise, essentially be considered the norm elsewhere, right? And I think lockdown, just because I moved last year. So lockdown really brought a level of clarity for me, because in my opinion, the truth is that the Nigerian system has to be, or apparently seems to be, working as intended. Not that there's something wrong with it, because the level of education or lack thereof, poverty and insecurity, it just keeps us all distracted while the country itself is being pillaged by those who do not have our best interests. And it's truly sad, because I can tell you that the country can no longer even maintain itself as a competitive landscape. For example, I remember now we have developers or designers who are now working for countries remotely. And those countries are just seeking cheap labor. But then when the minimum wage in the US is essentially going to mean that someone who has just come fresh out of school and can code can earn 500K. I mean, how many companies can pay 500K to a fresh graduate? So it just makes things increasingly difficult to acquire new talents. And then addressing the question that David posed earlier regarding the change in the value of money. And one of the common things we usually ask within our circles is how many of us can afford to send our children to the same schools our parents sent us to? And it's a really saddening discussion, because now the caliber of individual you need to be able to do that has been raised significantly. Not by virtue of schools just wanted to be more expensive. It's just accommodate for things like inflation, economic mismanagement. It just has gotten us where we are. And we've got to a point where the average Nigerian, and for a lot of us, if you know the actual statistics, that's not you or me, will soon be unable to afford to live in Nigeria due to that economic mismanagement. And what do we think will happen then? Like, insecurity will obviously rise because people aren't just going to wait to die. And then when you have your top established professionals who are then willing to upstage their lives and leave to start again from the beginning elsewhere, then what do you do then? So, I'll spare you the stories of people I've lost over the last few years due to one issue or the other. I think we all have a story along these lines and know the problems all too well. From a laptop in the hands of an individual who is not even 30-plus gang, coming across as a national threat to police or medical negligence. It's honestly just way too sickening to start recounting them all. So my hope now is that we get a true intervention by individuals who go into government not only willing to fix the issues that are currently plaguing Nigeria, but then also make it a place worth having hope once again. So in closing, I just say get your PVCs if you haven't already. Thanks again, and I yield the mic.
Thank you, Azad, and thanks for asking those very important questions. How many of us can afford to send our kids to the same school our parents were able to send us to? And how many of us are able to give our kids the same quality of life our parents gave us in Nigeria? Very important questions right there. Thank you, Azad. Right now we'll pass the mic over to Sarah. Hi, Sarah.
Hello, everyone. Can you guys hear me?
Sure, we can. Loud and clear. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, so I'll just go straight up. What have I lost since 2015? I'll start with work. In 2015, I worked in oil and gas downstream sector, construction. And as at that time, I'd say we were living well. I was young, there was funds coming in. As of that 2015, there's this car that is quite common now. I think they call it Toyota Mozo. I remember them. All these guys who bring in cars from Togo or Benin Republic around Badagry, they would drive these Tokumbo cars and then they would park it in front of our site. And then they would be begging the engineers on site to come and buy. And how much was that car then? As of 2015, Tokumbo brand new, 1.5 million. That same car, as of today, is 3 million naira if you want to get a clean Tokumbo of it. And that's like 100% inflation. I know some people say there's inflation everywhere, but is it by 100% everywhere? Is that how it is? We buy cars of 2008, 2009, and then you see people going to church to go and do Thanksgiving over cars of 2008. Or is it the fact that some people, like I know senior engineers who worked with me then, who when Buhari came in 2015, contracts just started dropping. Like my company lost a lot of contracts. Their companies lost contracts, and from being someone who could from this one who could take care of themselves, feed their families, send money back home, they became jobless. And then it became, who do you know for you to get a job? And if you know the oil and gas sector well, I'm sorry to say, but if you do not belong to a certain sector, or if you're not from the north or something, you cannot clinch anything, not even maintenance. And these people who were senior engineers have now ended up, from the little they were able to save them, you try, and now most of them are now off to the UK doing care jobs. People's fathers, people who were senior men in their own land. If the country was going through the proper trajectory should have gone to, these men would not, these engineers would not be outside the country with all their experience, all their skills. Now doing care work, now doing garbage pickup man because they have to pay for masters. When you go to masters at age 50, you now have to pay for masters, and you have to now work because your country has failed you. Or when we talk about things of loss, what about those of us who are experienced as civil servants? The average civil servant person, if you have any parents, is while they were working, they were saving, building one small house in the village with the hope that when they retire, to go back to the village and they go and relax. I'll give you an example. My mom has built a house, but she cannot go to the village because first and foremost, how do you go back to the village? Is it by road? It means that if you're sending your parents on the trip to the village by road, then have like 3 million naira to pay for kidnappers ransom. Or be ready to pay the exorbitant money for flight. Then what about your safety even back at home? The idea is you build your house, you retire. Then in the evenings, you can take a stroll around the village to go and greet your cousins, your nephews. Can you try it now? Go to that village and see if in 2 weeks they will not call you that they've kidnapped your parents. Now the house is on lock and key. They saved all their lives to build that house. And now they can go and enjoy that house. They can't go to the village. The village has to come to them. And for those of us who were able to pack our bags and even say, oh, I will not die in this country, and you left Nigeria. Anytime you're saying, Mom, maybe I should come home, you will get 10 cousins who tell you, don't try it. Nigeria has now become like this diseased place where everybody tells you not to come home. Or when you're coming home, they're telling you that, I don't know how you do it, or you just be staying indoors. So because everybody will know you're new on the street, you can't go to hotels because you could be in an hotel and you will just say police came to raid. You can't stay in Airbnbs. Okay, let's say you don't even want to go to your family house because you're scared of maybe bringing unwanted attention to the family house and putting them under danger. So you want to get an Airbnb and stay for the 1 week you're going to stay. You're scared. Is it safe? Are you sure nobody's going to come and raid? Like, it is that bad. And what about the funds we send home? If you're sending $100 home to your cousins as of 2017, that $100 does nothing for them in 2022. It's nonsense. So you keep increasing the bar. They are getting back home, they are getting poorer, which means you have to send more money home for them to be able to afford what they were affording far back as 2015. So when they say, what have we lost? We've lost the dignity, we've lost the value of our money. Nothing, $100 they cannot do anything. And right now, we now have more poor cousins than it should be. Normally, the thing is this: when you elevate a little, you help some of your cousins, okay, maybe you help some of them go to school, then you call your friends in Nigeria, please help me plug my cousins in one intern job or so, and you expect them to go from there. But your friends who have companies who should be employing your cousins, your nephews, they've all lost their jobs, they've all abandoned the country, and they've all gone to UK, they're now sweeping the streets of UK. So right now, it's like you who has escaped, there's no difference between you who has escaped and those back home. Because for you who has escaped, you are now saddled with the burden of taking care of those who are back home. So what have we really escaped from? So I just want to implore everybody, please, get your PVCs. Try as much as you can encourage the people around you to get your PVCs. If we miss it in 2023, I feel like our case might be worse than that of Venezuela, whatever their currency is right now. Because it makes no sense anymore. Every time I go to the market, every time I call my mom, it's like an item she buys today. By tomorrow, there's 700 naira increment. By tomorrow morning, there'll be 700 naira increment. If you go in the evening, you might see a difference of almost 1,000 or 1,300 naira increment. I'm so scared. I bought this thing like 9 a.m. in the morning. I just come back from market and the new price is. It's getting worse. And I kind of feel like for anybody, whether you're on this space or if you know anybody who's canvassing for this old set of people who have ripped us into bits, into shreds, who have sent some of us who never thought we would stay abroad, but have not been forced to stay abroad because somebody has to make it in the family. Somebody has to be the source who makes it, who's taking care of the rest of the people at home. So if you know anybody canvassing for any of these old people, I think just give them space because there must be something wrong with them mentally. And a large number of them are just a large number of them don't even have access to these people they are canvassing for. There's just this belief of I have one uncle who has on contract with the bad guy or with Atiku. So if this guy wins, my uncle might earn more and then I'll be able to tap more. It's just selfish interest. They don't care about you. They don't care about us. They just care about being able to fill up their own pockets. But the truth is this: they can only take up pockets. So what about people who don't have connections towards anybody? So please, guys, let's get our PVC so that because if we miss it now, I don't know what is going to happen. Diesel is about 900 now. We have oil in this country. We have diesel in this country. All we have to do is have a working refinery, and we shouldn't be dealing with things like this. But they all have refineries outside Nigeria. So there is no way the refineries in Warri or Kaduna or wherever will work. We're talking about bringing in Atiku, whose main business is owning a generator company. Do you expect him to come in and fix the electricity and kill his own personal income? No. We need to pick on people who want our collective interest to grow. And that's my submission. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Sarah, for your submission. We appreciate that. Once again, I'm really sorry for everyone who is unable to come up here to speak because maybe because any of the co-hosts or the host himself cannot find them. We are terribly sorry about that. We keep trying to bring in as many people as possible. And I'm sorry for the DMs I've not responded to. I've got close to 100 of them. I'll respond to as many as I can. While this space is on, if not, I'll respond after this space. I'm terribly sorry about that. Thanks once again, Sarah. Hi, Ernesto. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. How have you been today?
Wonderful, excellent, best.
You have your mic. You have 3 minutes.
Many thanks. David, say wonderful. A lot of thanks to you because I really see you as a one-man soldier, a one-man army, a one-man, a lot of things you've done. So appreciative of how you go back to research and get a lot of heaps of stuff. Open the side of people. Really appreciative about that. But what has Nigeria done to me? What have I lost? It's very funny. It's quite fundamental to me. Why I say that was in December 2014. I went to the US. Went for holiday, then to come back to get back to UK. January. It was about to stay about 2 weeks. 3 weeks. 3 weeks. Lancaster Hotel in Houston. So when we got into the hotel lobby, we got in at the time like we got about 3 whites, and we are the only blacks there. So the whites were ushered straight to their rooms. We were down there trying to make payment before they came out. But then Nigeria was still good, so I shelled out my debit card for my Naira Mastercard. And I just did it. Well, the Naira card, not like a dumb account. And it went. I paid and went in. Then dollar was about 150, 160. So then, because I was in the UK then for a master's. Along the line, we had a call. They brought facilitators from the industry to come and speak to us, Enterprise for Construction. I met one of the facilitators. He was in the 30s, a very young group. Nigeria is heading into election. What are the things you see? I say, just about 14 in the class. And you're telling us, what do you know about Nigeria? She's been to Nigeria a couple of times. If the new government comes in, if there is a change in government, and the new government comes in, she will give me some. If they don't support the agricultural move, where they're able to give seedling and fertilizer to people and rather give money, and we stop our agricultural move, it's going to get worse. If they're unable to arrest the security situation, it's going to get worse. And if those things happen, and we don't sustain our oil production, within the first tenure, the dollar should slide up to 1,000 naira. I said, what is it? So at the end of the day, when I came back to Nigeria, I shouldn't have come to because all my friends then were either facing Australia or Canada. Then I came back. And when I came back, wow, everything was like, that was in September 2015. Everything was the other side. I looked at it. What picked me was the security situation was getting worse by the day. The dollar started picking up. Dollar started picking rates like something else. It was mad. It was running on full steam. So we started looking at things. Wow. By 2016, no one told me. I was the person now looking out how to get out. Because this team of the speed at which Naira was collapsing would be mad. So at the end of the day, found way got out of the country. But a little bit unfortunately, even by NSAS period, I observed something that I'd left Nigeria, but I was still in Nigeria because more than 90% of the people I have known in my life that I speak with on a daily basis are back in Nigeria. So I was like not even insulated in any way. So long story short, I keep coming back to and fro. Okay, so now I'm in Nigeria. I've updated my voter registration. I've changed it to where I am. Hopefully, I'll be in Nigeria to vote. Now the thing is, there is this how much the dollar has been eroded. There is this tropical sun crunchy peanuts which they sell in Nigeria about 2,350 naira. That same thing, like the one that we used to import. We cannot import it into Nigeria again, but the one that is sold somewhere in Australia, for example, it's been sold for $3, 3.50 Australian dollars. And now the question when I got it in Nigeria was like, how can what is the earning power in Nigeria? What is the minimum wage? 30,000 naira, which is below 1,000 Australian dollars. So below 100 Australian dollars, and the Australian minimum wage is about $25 per hour, and we are buying it more expensive. This peanut more expensive than the buy in Australia. Then I paused a little bit. For the things which we even produce, we are buying it more expensive than people that don't produce it. Then I knew we were finished. With earning power, even if someone is, for example, if I can beat my chest to tell anyone economically that if I earn $1 million naira in Nigeria and someone earns 500,000 naira equivalent in the UK, in the US, or in any of these developed countries, they'll feel better off. Because the society already has the mechanism to take care of them. But here, medical, transport, everything is down. Why am I so passionate about it? If we do not get it right this time, it's very bad. On my own, what can I do? I talk to any person I see to talk to on the street. I'm riding on Uber. I go to cut my hair in a salon. I want to pay anyone. I try to, even if it's a 2-minute chat, please let's do our best. Even if it's 3 minutes chat, 2 minutes chat, say, look, this and this, you are not happy. Are you okay with it? Yesterday I went to get a haircut. I was happy that the person that did my haircut a week ago has been able to go and register for his PVC. I had to give him a tip for that because someone by his side has not done it. I gave him that tip to encourage that person to go. I told him, look, you know what's good for you? If you vote, at least you can take responsibility. But when you don't vote, you give the people that vote the authority to make decisions for you. So you must vote. So we should please. It's bad as it can be, because people out of this country, most of them do what they shouldn't do, like slaves. Out of this country, when you go to a country where you are not a citizen, even if you have the normal visa or whatever for which you can stay, even when you're a citizen, even if you're a citizen, for example, those that are dual citizens, in even European nations or other nations, people look at you that when they look at you, yeah, they still talk to you like racism is subtly there. It's not written in their legal codes, but it's there. You can see it. They speak to you. If you want something, during the Black Lives Matter talk, for example, I was in one of the Western countries. A vehicle, not in the US actually, a police vehicle passed me 3 times. I was talking with my friend who was in Nigeria on a walk, and I told him, look, I need to stop the call 000. That one of the I now looked at the squad card number on it. I was to call 000. That this guy passed me 4 times. If he comes again in front of me, then I know something is wrong. I'm scared of my life. Good thing he didn't come back. The squad car didn't come back, and there was no reason for me to call the 000 line to start allaying my fears. But it's still there. There's no place like home. Also, my nephews, my nieces, I can take all of them abroad. We want a functional system where we can put in our best, and also God help us, P2B comes. That's the beginning of the job, because we need Nigerians. We need us, as we honestly talk without knowing each other here. We need to honestly look at it in our closet, in our street. Can we be people that support integrity, honesty, doing the right thing? I don't want to say the right thing is what benefits me. It doesn't benefit me at that time, but it should benefit the people that are putting the effort in. I'm a Nigerian. I want every Nigerian to be happy, safe. not a situation where to get out of my house, I need to think 1 hour, check social media, go to the street, come back before I get a cab. Thanks a lot. That's all I have to say at this time. We should all do our best to make sure we vote. The people within that we can influence positively to vote, they vote, and we should make sure that this resident evil doesn't persist. It should just go away by 2023. Because if it continues, we will find ourselves seeking people, Nigerians, blacks like us, will find ourselves seeking sheep for us to just enter. It will be better for us to be slaves than where we'll be slaughtered like. We are not even humans because they don't care. The other one is in Dubai, the other one is gone to France. They don't really care. They've never cared at the absolute truth. But at this time, hope is there that the youth have come out in mass, and we are to a large extent awakened. Let us do our best that this opportunity don't slide by. So within our lifetime, we'll see that Nigeria indeed is moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ernesto, for your submission. Hello, Nanya, are you there?
Yes, hello, good evening, everyone.
Good evening, Nanya. Good to have you here. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, I'll make it fast. So this is like, I think the person who said this is like therapy, that's the right word for it, because sometimes, you just have a lot of things weighing on your mind, and you just need an avenue to be able to just vent and say what it is that you're frustrated about. So, what has Nigeria taken from me? I remember vividly on October 20th, when the whole shooting was happening. I was awake all through the night. I had left the country earlier that year, like January, but I was awake through the night. I was crying. I was like, I had to, I think for the next week, I didn't even go to class because I had to send an email to my professors to say, I am not mentally okay. I am not going to be able to take any courses for this week. I'm not doing anything this week. I need some time. And I remember that morning calling my parents, because I have 5 siblings in Nigeria. I'm the only one here, right? And 4 of them are younger siblings. And I have 2 brothers. Like when I was watching the video, all I could think of was, this could have been Emmanuel or Christian. It could have been any of them. And I remember calling my parents and my brothers. I'm just a student. It's not as if I was already working. But for you to see how traumatized I was saying, even if it means borrowing money, I'll move you guys to Ghana. That's how bad it was. When I said my dad laughed, it was like, no, calm down. It's not that bad. I said, Daddy, it's that bad. Do you know what I was like? So honestly, I don't want to say that I lost my mind. I didn't lose my mind, but it was mentally, it was very, very traumatizing. That's an experience, and I can imagine people who actually had families that were there when that shooting was happening. So, and then you're talking about the unemployment rate, you're talking about the inflation, you're talking about my siblings. I told all of them. I think somebody who spoke earlier was talking about remote work. That's the only, until we find a way to kind of, what's it called? Until things start working better, hopefully with the new presidency. Every young person, at least that's a way to kind of manage. Because if you're earning money and you're working, let's say you're working for a Nigerian company and you're earning in Naira, it's like little to nothing. Even if you're someone who used to be comfortable before, it's like little to nothing. I remember encouraging my elder sister to say, okay, you've been doing this banking job for 4 years, and your salary has remained the same. You need to quit this job and get a skill that is marketable globally, a skill that you can use to get like a job in a company that will at least pay you better. And she did that. She was at home for like 3 months. She wasn't working. But that's a sacrifice she had to make. And at the end of the day, she was able to get a job using the skills that she had learned. So what am I saying in essence? Nigeria, things are bad. Things are terrible. Even on a day-to-day basis, I have friends. I have even strangers that call me, tell me, oh, The other day I was talking to a girl. She told me she had graduated. She no job. She has 5 sisters that she has to take care of. She has like there are issues everywhere. And the truth is, I wish I had the money to help everybody, but I don't have the money. So what I can do is to point people to say, okay, maybe help as much as I can with money. Then say, okay, do this, learn this. This is the way to go. But honestly, I'm happy with the movement. I'm happy with like the way youths are coming together, and I'm also encouraging my younger ones that you guys need to be active in this thing that is happening, this movement, because it just means that everybody is tired and exhausted. And it's like the older generation. Like, I'm sorry, but our parents, they don't understand the gravity or the impact of what has happened. It's as if it's not that bad. It's that bad. It is terrible. People are not eating. And that's like basic human rights. Shelter, food, water. Basic human rights. People are not eating. People don't even have where to sleep. This is not to say anything, but I remember one man last year. My younger sister was telling me she met the man in the bus stop. He was crying. A grown-ass man, like 40-something years old, he was shedding tears. So she needed to have a conversation with him. And I told her, okay, I'm a student. I don't have much. But give the man my number. Let me talk to him. I was on a 1 hour call with that man. The thing about therapy, I feel like Nigeria, we need therapy. Like we need group of people to come together, therapists to come together. Because I think that sometimes even just a platform to be able to say what you're really going through, it's not even there. For over 1 hour, the man was crying. I even dragged him in crying in the call. And after everything, he told me how he's homeless, and I had to rally around, called my friends. I said, please, you guys contribute. This is what I have. And we're able to get him a place. Now, I'm not saying that I don't have enough, but this is just to encourage to say, wherever you are, in whatever capacity you are, as well, agitating for good governance, be kind to your neighbor. If you have 2 plates of rice, give your neighbor 1 plate of rice. Because the truth is, I'm not saying we shouldn't say for rainy days. But my point is, let the people that are already here, let the people that are alive now, let them even see what let them live to see another day. And like that, we can keep looking out for each other. And eventually, hopefully by God's grace, we'll get it right this time around. So let me just use the mic, because if I start saying stories, so many things have gone wrong. I don't even know. But yeah, let me use the mic. Thank you so much, guys. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Nenya. Absolutely, we have to look out for each other. We have to show a little kindness to our neighbors and try to point people to the right direction always. Thank you once again. I'm gonna hand over the mic right now to Ben Cubo. Hi, B.O.
Thank you so much. I've been waiting for a while. And David, thank you for the platform to speak. Alright, so in 2014, I was as foolish as many of the people who were supporting a change of government. But my foolishness always give it the opportunity for people to contest and put reason to my head. And 2 events really flipped my mind to say this is not a direction to go. I was doing a master's in that period, and I was, well, not overtly, I was just in my mind thinking that when Buhari comes, the propaganda was high then, that things would be a lot better, there will be no more corruption and so on. But 2 things happened. I spoke to a guy who came from the north to do a master's program with me in Benin, University of Benin, and he was just worried that we are so much enthusiastic about the Buhari's government. And I needed to sit down and listen to him talk, and it put a lot of sense to me to say we need to not vote because of this propaganda, but we need to vote because we want to leave. And well, I didn't take him so serious until one time in church. I have a pastor who rarely speaks about politics, but one day I think that particular conversation was for me, and he said, you know, people were excited about Buhari's presidency in 2014. He just said something all of a sudden and said, there are three ways a people will get a leader. One, God gives people a leader to rule them. I mean, he was taking some parallel from the Bible. And he said, secondly, a people can choose their leader. And thirdly, a leader can impose themselves on the people. See, out of those three options, you really can ask God or petition God to say, I don't want this leader anymore if he imposes himself on you. But if you choose him, you will live with the consequences. And it really stuck in my mind, and that was the moment it flipped. That we needed to vote because we wanted to leave. And it was important that my mind changed, and I did the right thing and stopped ever contemplating in my mind that Buhari's presidency would change a lot. Now, we've chosen, people chose Buhari, and if you look at David's report on the killings in the north, I mean, the compilation, I mean, when I just saw that compilation, I knew that this was what was being spoken about in 2014, and the deaths and the gnashing of the teeth that has happened since then is something else. And we're going to live by it and wait till we have the opportunity to change the government. And that's what we are faced with at the moment. The killings that have happened, the traumatizing killings that I've seen happen in the north. My friend who came to do a master's, I mean, the killings that have happened in those regions are really underreported. And thanks to David for that report. I mean, that report that was you joined in investigating in 2017 or 18, where you compiled the names of people who died. Now, really, the reason I really want to speak on this space was last week or this week, when I went to buy something, and somebody said, I mean, the person wasn't talking to me; he was just talking to somebody else. That a mother who has 6 children uses his child to buy foodstuff. I mean, the poverty has gone so bad that he brings the child and say, "Oh, I want to buy foodstuff. Let my child wait for me. Let me go bring money," and doesn't come back for the child. It is. I mean, it was the time that I knew that, well, this has gone beyond suffering. This is now something else that Nigerians cannot afford to extend it beyond 2023, because people are really dying of hunger, dying of banditry. A lot of things are affecting the ability for people to feed. And if you notice and you walk, I walk, and for the past 4-5 years, I mean, I really cannot say that I spend 50% of my salary on myself. I mean, month just ended yesterday, and the number of calls that come in, and you really cannot refuse, because these are genuine calls. People are hungry, and this is the choice we made. People made in 2015 that has put us in this. So really, now when I speak to people, your choice can be private to you, but it has consequences on a lot of people. And this is the reality that we find ourselves today. And lastly, I'm a tech person, and I have some friends in consulting companies, and sometimes when I call them, one of them who works with KPMG said, people have left. I mean, the office is empty. The brain drain this period is massive. People have left Nigeria. And you could see it even reflect in ITs and banks. Things are failing, and you would think things are failing for the best brains have left the country, and we are seeing the effect right before us. So what I'll say in essence, finally, here is, if we don't make the right choice and voting the right person in 2023, it will look like the October 20th, killings. I mean, you remember that scenario that you saw after the shooting, the Lekki massacre? It would be exactly the way it will look the day the best candidate that we all know and nobody's all easy rigged out. I mean, it would be as sad as that. And I mean, the exodus from this country, I'll tell you, it would be in epic proportion. But God, I believe, has given us another chance to choose, really. And we need to make the right choice in 2023. Or I'll just stop there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, PO. Yeah, God has given us brains so we can let Him rest and use our brains. Thanks for your submission. Hello, Ordinary Girl. Are you there?
Hello, I'm here.
Okay, thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So I want to be sure you're hearing me. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
All right, thank you. So basically, ever since I gained consciousness, Nigeria has always wronged me. Nothing at all. Like Nigeria has always placed me in their bad side. Like I just don't know. First of all, it started with when Peter Odili of Rivers State, governor of Rivers State, demolished Rainbow Town. My mom, her business is, well, my mom is a widow. Let me start with that. So her business is in Rainbow Town. She had her business there in Rainbow Town. Her house in Rainbow Town. Then she had a house with tenants that pays to her in Rainbow Town. Now Peter Odili came and demolished everything. Like demolished Rainbow Town, demolished Small London, demolished everywhere without compensation. And that was how we crashed completely, like nothing to the rescue, not even the house with tenants, not even the business, not even our own house. And still today, my mom has not been able to recover. We just blacked out, just faded away, just like that, and all of that. And I can tell you that it affected my education. I couldn't go to school at the right time, as at the time I was supposed to actually go to school. And then I can also still say boldly that it got so worse to a point that my mom started sleeping in the school where she works, in the private school where she works. I normally shouldn't be talking about things like this on social media because I know how social media is, but yes, please let me just say. So that's it. Like it affected me. It really affected me. Even till today, I've not been able to let go of it. I've not been able to let go of it. Now, 2015, 2016, I gained admission to university. The same period of time I gained admission to university, I realized I had a breast lump. 2015, this is 2022. I've not been able to take it out. Why? Because medicals is not even accessible to common people. Like you can really not afford it. Once it starts counting 100,000, 200,000, 300,000 to do one thing or the other, by the time I pay my fees, because I had to fend for myself. In fact, I had to be a woman even before I was ready to be a woman. Like because I really had to put one or two together. In fact, I had to support my mom. Till today, I'm still the one supporting my mom. Like I'm her retirement plan. Let me just put it that way, and all of that. So it's not really a good situation. And then currently, I'm serving. I went to NYSC camp, and they are still paying us 1,800 naira bicycle allowance, and they will tell us that bicycle allowance was initiated since the time of Gowon. Okay, what is the current value of bicycle right now? Even bicycle has seen the need to evolve. Has evolved from the 1,008 that it was how many years ago when Gowon brought that idea of paying coppers bicycle allowance. But Nigerian government has still not seen the need to evolve, even when bicycle has evolved. It's really a sad situation. You understand what I'm saying? So, like this in this country now, the only hope that I'm seeing is if I vote Peter Obi, I'm very clear about it. I'm very aggressive about it. I'm very straightforward about it. If I can be able to vote Peter Obi, and if Obi can come in, then I have hope of getting a job. Because right now, what I'm saying is man, no man. I even had to delve into tech. I had to start learning full stack programming with Python, and I'm doing well. I'm learning well. Not because I love tech. I'm very passionate about tech, but it's survival. It's survival, and in fact, I need that the government should change for good. Because when I have my children, I want my children to be innocent in Nigeria. I want to have my children, let them be innocent. I don't want them to like not be children, but start being too wise, too smart, too much of everything because of survival, even when they are supposed to be children. I don't know if you get my point, what I'm trying to say. So this election, I don't know if you get my point, right? So, hello? Okay, so I'll just continue. I don't know if you can hear me. So this election,
Yes, we can hear you, but please round up in a minute. Thank you.
Yes. So this election, I'm literally fighting for my life. I'm fighting for my survival. I'm fighting for my faith for the next 8 years. And I'm taking it really personal, really personal. I have my PPC and I'm ready to vote. That's basically what I want to say because the way the country is going, if I don't get it right now, I will just have to calculate another 8 years added to my life, and then another 8 years, because when will it change if it doesn't change now? When will it change? If Obi doesn't get it now, probably it will be a form of discouragement. So I feel we should all join hands together because that's it. That's it.
Thanks for your submission, Ordinary Nigerian. Please send the ATM. Thank you. I'm gonna hand over the mic to Gabriel. Hi, Gabriel. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Hi, and thank you for giving me this chance to contribute to the discourse. Last year, I had about 20 hectares of land I was cultivating, and they're different sizes. One was about 2 hectares. The other was about 14, and the other one was the two other farms. And I guess the sesame farm was completely wiped. It's about 2 hectares. Initially, there was a kind of a testing. I would say I was at the farm one day and realized that nearly 2 acres of the nearly 2 acres of the 2 hectares was already chopped off. I mean, these things are just germinating, but looks like the cows have come into to eat them up, so they cannot get anything from it. And when I left it because I was like, maybe I can get something after from it. And when it was due to harvest my rice, about 14 hectares thereabout. We harvested and all, but while we were waiting for the bulk of the farm to dry, overnight, I don't know who it was, we still don't know who it was, most of the harvest was stolen. And you could tell from maybe the presence of cattle dung that this was a calculated theft. Same with my maize farm, like last year was so bad, and this largely due to a security challenge. With all the money put into the farm, I lost most of it. So Nigeria happened to be the first time, I would say, and I would like to indulge everyone. I'm okay now, right? I have a company I run, but that was my personal, thing, and insecurity took that away from me. Thanks for giving me the time to share my story on this space.
Thank you for your submission, and I'm so sorry for your negative experience. Ordinary Nigerian, please, if you can DM me, a couple of people want to connect with you. Please send me a DM. Thank you. I'm gonna pass the mic over to Judith. Hi, Judith. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Hi, can you hear me?
Sure, I can. You have 3 minutes.
Okay.
After Judith, can we take Emmanuel? He's been here for a while. Remember you called him up before.
Yes, I did. My apologies. Yeah, after Judith, Emmanuel, you can go. I'm sorry for that.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes, so I guess what have I lost since 2015? We've all lost a lot. I would say I don't know, listening to the space. I've been here for a while, but I don't know. I wish I would like for more people in Nigeria, I guess, to speak, because and as much as the experience of people out of the country is very valuable and valid, it's people that are here. There's a lot of things I think that they have to say about the situation in the country, because it has like a more direct impact on them, I guess. Well, I've been. The inflation is terrible. Like we're all experiencing it with fuel. Everybody is having issues with getting a diesel or gas or anything. Like even cooking is an issue. And people like that live in that are, I guess, have more income are struggling. Then I cannot even imagine what the average Nigerian is experiencing. It's very depressing and sad to think about. Like every day you go out on the streets and you see more and more people living in squalor than years ago. Even foreigners in Nigeria, everybody's struggling. Like no matter what you are or who you are, it's just like an epidemic at this point. Everybody's going through a really, really tough time. Some people way more than others, because we have to recognize our privilege and know that we have things that are bothering us and might be an inconvenience or annoying, but there's people that literally cannot even live because of the state of affairs in the country. I just wanted to say, I guess, I don't really want to talk about like my negative experiences, because they're kind of universal to all of us. I just wanted to say, I've heard a lot of people talking about getting the PPC and voting for president, but I just want to say that it's not just voting for president. There's a lot we have to do in this country to fix the system, because everybody in life has the ability or tendency to do evil or to be corrupt. Buhari, like all the other governments prior to him have been corrupt, but everybody has done what they have done. Buhari just came and did that. He doesn't care about ruling the country. He just wants to do whatever he wants to do and screw Nigerians basically, and he destroyed the economy. Like nobody has done what Buhari has done to Nigeria. Even the people that we hate did better than he has done. It's just dreadful. So I think that yes, the reason why, like other countries, let's say for example, like Trump was president of America for 4 years, and he did a lot of damage to the point where like people breached the White House, but the reason why he didn't have such a negative impact because there were other systems that kept him in check. There's House of Representatives, there's the Senate. We have so many layers and levels of government that are supposed to keep people accountable. They are also involved and engaging like this, like criminal activities, basically. I talk about COVID and the whole palliative thing. The presidents we had nothing to do with palliative. It was the local politicians that had the power and were in control of all these things, and didn't give anybody this money. They packaged it and sold it to other countries and did all these horrible things. People found them in the warehouses during SARS, like a year later. So I think that yes, we all need to get our PVC and vote, and not just for presidents. Vote for your local government chairman, vote for your House of your representative in the House, the Senate, all these layers of government. You have to vote and push for them to be accountable to Nigerians, like EFCC. What are they doing? What is NDLEA doing? People keep saying that the BAT is like involved in drugs. If it's involved in such criminal activities, why are our systems that are created to keep people accountable, they are not doing anything? NAPTIP didn't say a word the whole time this equality, whatever people situation came out, and this is their job. They are at the forefront of human trafficking and exploitation in Nigeria, but they don't say anything. I think that yes, we all need to vote, yes, but I think that if we all put our hope just in Peter Obi, we are going to be sorely disappointed because he cannot change the country on his own. The bills in the House of Representatives, in the Senate, they all have to be voted for by members, and none of these members are going to vote for something that doesn't positively impact them or is not directly beneficial to them. So I just wanted to reiterate, like, it's very, very important for us to vote for people at all levels of government and try to keep these people accountable. Like what happened with Banky W, how they tried to give somebody else his, I guess, the delegate position, but people stood up and they spoke out about it and they gave it to him. Things like this are bound to happen in the election. We've seen elections stolen so many times. Like, a lot of people say that Buhari was not even meant to win the first election that he won, but he did because our systems are messed up. So, yes, I just want to bring it back to that consistently, that we need to be more politically. I love that more people are politically engaged, but not just for the presidency. We need to look at everybody, all these people at all the levels, because the person that's having a more direct impact on you is actually not your member in the House of Representatives or your local chairman or the police chief in your community. These are elected positions, and we need to vote for the right people to be in these positions so that we are protected as a society. Thank you so much for letting me speak, David. You're always out here doing great things, so keep up the good work.
Thank you, Judith, for your submission. Hi, Emmanuel, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thanks for your patience. You have 3 minutes.
All right, thank you so much. I think I would love to start off by first and foremost commending the host, you, David. I cannot help but just to appreciate you for this space. It has given us an opportunity to reflect on what Nigeria has meant for us, what it means to us, and what it can mean for us as a people. And on the second fold, I think your standing also represents the fact that we can actually have some people with some level of influence on social media without necessarily being a tool for compromise. So I just really want to appreciate you. I also just want to appreciate the co-host for the job well done. This is a great platform. So, straight to topic, lost since 2015. For me, as more of a youth advocate, I would want to demystify my experiences from the organizations I have been privileged to lead. And of course, these organizations are student and youth-centered organizations. So I had the privilege to be the number one law student in the country at the time. I was the national president, and we had an outreach we organized, which was tagged "Lawson Goes to School," and basically that narrative was just to reach out to children in secondary school, because we found out that the new generation was losing the shred of morality. And we just wanted to reorient them on what it means to be a citizen of Nigeria. Of course, the basic rights, the limitations to these rights, obligations as citizens, what it means to be basically just a patriotic Nigerian. That was the essence of it all. We crammed it in the Southeast. And it was the largest, of course, in the country at the time. And we figured out that for the secondary school children that welcomed our idea, welcomed our campaign to their schools, some of them were happy that young people were coming out to talk to them, students alike. And some opened up to us that, of course, they are currently under the pressure of their parents from the survey we took to somewhat just leave school and probably just get into maybe cybercrime or just go do something. Some of this moral, current trending vices around the society. And I saw that as a concern of commons for all of us, like for the new generation, because I felt like what we are dealing with was no longer just
a thing for us. It's becoming a thing for the future. Knowing fully well that this administration, having institutionalized corruption, has placed a dangerous standard of wealth for my generation to meet up with. And so, for me as a person, even graduating out, I was literally the only student in my university. Like in my hostel, while I was in school, and I had a lot of people who I don't want to throw shades now, but I mean, with the society our current society presents us with, had reasons to indulge in cybercrime. And so, it was more or less like waking up every day trying to get to classes, and waking up to people younger than I am, probably driving Benz, and doing a lot of things, just having fun. I liked a girl then in school, University of Benin, and she told me expressly, "Emmanuel, I cannot date you because you're not a young boy." Amongst many other things. And so I think one of the fundamental thing we've lost, my generation has lost, is that we've lost we've shredded the last layers of our morality. And it's unfortunate as a result of this government. It's a government that has not taught us. It's a government that has not set the right example in any way. I'm not saying it justifies crime in any sense, but this is something that is just as fundamental as it is. Secondly, although at the end of the day, we proposed that idea, we escalated that idea for it to be made a national project. Yemi Osinbajo welcomed it. But when we pushed beyond and say, okay, let the guys with Shaw P come up. We are willing to teach them. Let them know that bail is free. Let them go out and teach these guys in secondary school about their basic rights. And it just died in natural death. Secondly, one of the things I think we've lost is our abilities to confront evil, like to challenge at the face of evil, to just stand up and practically challenge. I don't mean on social media. I mean on ground. I'll take for instance the elections that the primary elections that we had from the two ruling parties, the PDP and the APC, was one of it. And so there was a new electoral law, which was assented to by Muhammadu Buhari, that criminalized vote by virtue of section 121 and virtue of section 127 of that same act. And seemingly, we had two prominent parties. One chased out Peter Obi, the other disgraced PYO at the chariot of. I mean, these two parties have often set standards that it's not based on the content of your heart, but based on how much you've been able to that we can give you our party tickets. And then we had press media saying that they were vote buying. At the session, if you're into the legal space, you study that session carefully. It says vote buying at any election. First of all, the penalty there, we were not comfortable with it before that bill was passed. The penalty was for 500,000 naira. And we wrote to the National Assembly say, you cannot be criminalizing vote buying for 500,000 naira in a country where people use billions to buy votes. It doesn't make any sense. At the end of the day, it was passed. And then when this whole thing happened and the media came up with the reports, 1 billion to governors, $25,000 to candidates, amongst many other things, I spoke to someone I used to see as a mentor in the legal space. I said, sir, this case, particularly, I'm interested in it. What can we do? And guess what? His reply to me was, he mentioned the number of Lennox Silks that has left it unchallenged and said, did you see anybody coming to this case? I said, no. He said, Emmanuel, I admire your passion. You are currently still in Nigeria. You have a lot to do. And so just the way those people up there has left it, just also leave it. And so I was disappointed for a number of reasons, not just necessarily because it's a sad story, but because even to those I looked up to, seemingly issues, rising to the occasion on issues like this, on menace like this. It's
so sorry to interject, Emmanuel. Can you round up in a minute? Thank you.
Sure. And so, I think on these two folds, like it's something that has utterly shifted in every front of it, in every way you try to look at it. And I think summarily, it calls for us to rise up to the occasion. I mean, I love the resolution, the revolution, the mindset shift I'm seeing all around. And I feel like a lot still needs to be done to make this work if we must rise to the occasion. And we shouldn't just stop at nothing, because this is the time for us to get it right and to get things right for our future. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks for that wonderful submission, Emmanuel. Hi, Adeline, are you there?
Hello. Hey, good evening.
Good evening, Adeline. You have 3 minutes.
Adoma or someone else. I thought you were. Okay, go on.
Okay. So, I've been here for a while and I've heard what everyone has said, and it's really a sad situation. On my path, what I've lost since 2015 really is my sanity. I mean, I got into school in 2014 to study law because I really had passion for this course. I liked the idea of defending people and helping them get justice. But this is me as a full-fledged lawyer. Right now, I'm not even sure I still love this job because there's literally no hope again in the legal system. With this administration, court orders are flaunted. No one has respect for the judiciary. You hear a policeman telling you that he's going to gun you down and nothing is going to happen. And yes, nothing will actually happen. So there is no passion. And I didn't want to come out of school and start looking for side hustles, probably in tech. I really wanted to do this law thing, but the way it is right now, it's more like my passion is dying because what I actually wanted to do, the administration has taken it away. There is no justice system, let's be frank. There is no justice system in Nigeria, and it's getting worse by the day. And then I work, every day I wake up, I walk by the road, I'm walking in fear because you don't even know what is going to happen the next minute. You don't know if you're going to be kidnapped, you don't know if you're going to be robbed. It's very, very crazy. And then the police brutality. My friend had a situation some years back where a policeman stopped her and asked her a very foolish question about who has been sleeping with her. And when she tried to say what kind of question is that, she tried to question him. Next thing, they asked her to kneel down and they started flogging her, which was very, very crazy. And guess what? Even though you make efforts to report these people, nothing is going to happen. Even though you approach a lawyer, okay, fine. In some situations, you may get justice, but majorly, most times, you're not going to get justice. The whole thing is frustrating. The administration has taken away my passion for something I actually grew up loving, and it's heartbreaking. I just hope we get it right this time. Thank you.
Okay, Bishop, can I speak now?
Thanks for your submission, Adeline. Sorry, who is speaking? I can't see you on my screen for some reason.
Oracle.
Okay, the Oracle, you just came up. Please, can you be patient for a little bit? Let's give time to other speakers who have been here longer than you. Thank you. Okay, Abiodun, you've been here for a minute. Are you there right now?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone.
Abiodun. Good to have you here. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna go straight. Firstly, I wanna appreciate everyone on this space, and mostly I will appreciate Mr. David and the co-host, Mr. Bishop, and peers as well. I don't know where to start my story, but I think everything started going wrong since 2015. I started living a decent life from 2013 to 2015. Immediately, this administration was sworn in, they took over, everything started draining from my work life. Everything I started working for started going backward. I was not even making wave in anything I'm doing. On the long run, I was discouraged to the extent of I nearly committed suicide around 2016. Yeah. And as of 2015, I was 20 years then. So I was making some cool money because I was working in a cosmetics company as a supervisor. But on the long run, I could remember a man was telling me, instead of working as a supervisor, why can't I just go into this and make it as a profession? So I heed to the advice then, not knowing that immediately this APC administration took off. It was not going to even last long because I was thinking I would work while I sponsor myself to school as well. Because everything was not going well in the country, the company folded up. So I started working for a man around 2016. Towards the ending of 2016, the man told me he's going to do this, do that for me. On the long run, I know things were not working for him as well because he was using loan to service the business. Someone who has 4 kids is going to pay house rent, is going to pay for the space he's using as a production place. And I was working for him as a production manager. We employ few staffs. On the long run,
Sorry, is it just me or can anyone else still hear him?
He seems to have dropped off.
Okay.
Osman, a lot.
Right.
On a lot. In the long run, 2020, I felt like throughout from 2015 to 2020, I was not even making wave in my life at all in my career. So I call it a quit because I was not even earning money. I could not account for anything. My mom was sick. I'm the breadwinner. So everything was not working till date. So I was so much happy to be on this place tonight because I don't even know, I'm overwhelmed. If I said I should start narrating my story, I will start sharing tears. I so much fancy this opportunity to speak out tonight because I don't know, many Nigerians out there have really give up. But so far I could overcome all these things. I want us to go out. Come 2023, we should all go out and vote. There's no point of telling somebody this is the person you want to vote. Once you're a reasonable person, you should know this is the person I want to vote. Because going through all
Hi Abiodun, are you still there?
I was first.
Okay, I think.
Please, when the person was even asking me that if I can help him for so amount, like his life is.
Okay, Abiodun seems to be having a bit of network issues right there. Sorry, David, you have something to say?
No, I was just saying that I think you should move on to another speaker. Maybe you can get him when he comes back.
Okay. Okay, we're gonna pass the mic over to Obi, the hype man. Hello, Obi. How are you doing today?
I'm very well. Good evening.
Good evening. You have 3 minutes.
All right. First of all, I'll have to start by saying thank you for the opportunity to be here. Mr. David. I've been a follower of you since you made a report about Hinu Moren's murder case, and ever since I found your right post very interesting, and not just interesting, they are factual because whatever you put out there, you always do that with receipts, and that's one thing that differentiates you from the regular investigative journalists we have in Nigeria, in quotes. What have I lost since 2015? A whole lot. As it stands now, I'm barely keeping my sanity intact. Okay. There is no aspect of this country you can talk about that is working. You want to talk about health? My dad was sick July 2018. We rushed him to the hospital, Braithwaite Memorial Hospital in Port Harcourt, probably known as BMH. We got there some minutes past 11 in the night. So when we drove there, we're in the emergency and accident unit. He was diabetic and he had stroke and some health complications and stuff like that. So when we got in there, on arrival, there was this lackadaisical attitude from the doctors, the nurses, and all the personnel on ground. I mean, this is an emergency. Okay, you needed to be treated like an emergency, but what did we get? They just strolled in lackadaisically and is this your first time in this hospital? And we're like, yes. And then the next thing, you need to have a card, go and open form. I mean, this person needs medical attention at this point in time. And we still had to pass through the rigor of going to get. And the funniest thing is, in the process of going to get card, if the card is 550 naira and you are with 1,000, they will tell you there is no change, except you are ready to part way with the remaining 450 balance. It's as funny as that, and the whole thing is crazy. I've been on this space for, I think, since around past 6 or thereabout, and I keep hearing a whole lot of people talk about tech. See, even in the tech space, is not that rosy. The Nigerian image has been so bastardized that these days getting foreign gigs is very difficult. They would rather give it to a Ghanaian or any other country man. But when it comes to Nigeria, the image has been bastardized. They believe that we are fraudsters. They believe that we are not accountable. They believe that we don't live up to expectation. We don't keep our own end of the bargain. And stuff like that is crazy. Currently, I still you have had series of incidents where that was before the NSAS protest, where SARS officials and policemen raided a particular eatery. What happened? That's where some of my colleagues do go to work because of the power situation. So there's a power source there. So they just go to that eatery, get some bottle of drinks and some snacks, and then make use of the power there to work. And all of a sudden, one of the days, I guess they must have noticed that guys come there with laptops and stuff like that. They got in there, raided there. Before you could say they're promising, they branded all of them Yahoo boys. And these guys are guys that are struggling. In fact, the country has been so designed to strangulate you and every piece of energy, every piece of life you have in you to just take it away from you. It's crazy. It's crazy. Just that I keep telling people, like, when I meet my peers, when I meet young minds, I keep telling them, suffer never tire you. I was talking to a friend of mine a few days ago. We were having this conversation online, and initially he was supporting Rotimi Amaechi. But when Rotimi Amaechi lost out in the primaries, he switched allegiance to Tinubu, and I called him. I'm like, guy, this man is old enough to grandfather you, and you are still going ahead to support him. What was your problem? And he was blah, 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 blah. And I asked him one question. I said, guy, let's be sincere with ourselves. If you are to stand before God today, and you know God raised the intention of man, and God asks you, why do you want to vote Tinubu? What will be your response? And he laughed. His response was, "Guy, they know the last person that kind of question for politics." And I looked at him, I told him, "Guy, in the next 8 years, I'll be approaching 40 years. And it scares me with the current situation of things on ground. It scares me to my bone marrow." Told him, in the next 40 years, plus or minus, in the next 8 years, plus or minus, I should be having my kids. And I can't be having kids in this kind of scenario, in this kind of situation, whereby you can wake up today and if luck is not on your side, or if divine providence is not by your side on that particular day, Nigeria happens to you, and then nobody cares. Maybe you just trend on Twitter for that few hours, and then the next morning everybody's back on to their normal businesses. So I keep telling people, this election for me, it means a whole lot. It means a whole lot. Like every day I go out for my daily activity, I see people one-on-one. Most times when I tell them it's as if I'm just like the scripture would say, they were mocking Noah in those days. That's just what I've been experiencing. But I understand the importance of the whole thing. Okay? And I've been able to convince very many people. I keep telling them, see, enough of the voting of all these old leaders that don't have an interest at heart. And many of them will be like, okay, our vote don't count, and we are not. And I told them, this is a mistake you guys are making. These people, they are particular about this. They understand that you think your votes don't count, and they want you to continue thinking in that direction so that they continue exploiting you. If votes don't count.
So sorry to interject, Obi. Can you land in a minute? Thank you.
All right. So if votes don't count, there won't be issues of vote buying. Okay? So these votes count, and everybody should be involved. And one thing I would admonish all of us here, I realize we have like minds here, people of like minds. We are intent and intentional about changing the policies, about changing the narrative. So as we go about our daily activities, let's make sure we keep on the fire. Let's make sure we continue, and God willing, everything is going to work out fine in 2023. Thank you very much for having me, and God bless.
Thank you, Obi Hypeman, for your submission. Hello, the Oracle. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here, Pearl.
Okay, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. And David, and this is quite huge. What you've been able to achieve with this space is quite huge. And want to thank you for that. The same for Bishop and then yourself, your good self, Pearl. But what I do really want to say, what have I lost since 2015, is a lot has really, really, really changed about my concept about being a Nigerian. And what I want Nigerians to know is that Nigeria is one election away from being a refugee state or an internal IDP camp. We need to get our priorities right and get the right man in for this job. If we fail to do this, the picture of Afghanistan and despondency comes to mind. It is, you could picture that point where everybody picks to flight when they know that the Taliban is coming. And you could see it in their eyes when you find that hope, when hope turns to despair, and mothers, father, children, parents are giving up their children for them to have even the chance to survive. I think we need to see ourselves as these evangelists, as it were, or the torchbearer, as it were, for us to get it right 2023. We must see this. Be stingy with your help. If you need to hear this again, be stingy with your help. Let the people know that you will not be there forever to help them. Let them know that if you help them, they need to put on their thinking cap and make sure they get to vote the right person that will make it possible for them to thrive.
We need to question those who we are helping. Make sure that we are stingy with the help so that we let them get the PVC and let them vote the right person in. I mean, I've been an expert for like the last 18 years. My first brush with this, the state Nigeria came in 2011, 2012, if I'm not mistaken. That was when he lost. And with a young engineer with NMPC there, back then in Mina, I could see how terrible it was. I was cut off from my family, a woman with two girls, one child that is still in infancy, and I couldn't even find or tell where they are because I have to take refuge in an armed camp. So the situation is not, the situation is dire, and we need to realize that this dire situation requires everybody to put all hands. If you need to talk to one person every day, keep telling one person. The cost of being a Nigerian president is not more than the structure, the people. The cost of being the president in Nigeria is the structure, which is the Nigerian people. And if we do not get the right people there, nobody will do the job. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, the Oracle, for keeping to time. I think you're one of the very few speakers tonight who spoke under 3 minutes. Thank you so much for that. I'm going to pass the mic over now to Japanese Mango. Hi, Japanese. He's been here for a minute. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, Japanese. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. So I've listened to other people speak, and what have I lost since 2015? Okay. So I'll start from the year 2014. In 2014, I was taking Spanish classes online, and the dollar was around 165 to a dollar, 165 naira to a dollar. And to pay it myself. And to pay it myself. And the fixed money for his school fees for the next 3 years at 217 euros to 217 naira to a euro. But then in 2016, that's just a year later, the price of euros rose to over 500. I don't know if anybody remembers that period. It was crazy. I think it was hitting 600 or so. My parents used the fees for 3 years to pay for 1 year. And that excludes like upkeep and rent and everything. My family went broke, like dead broke. My younger brother knew that things were like hitting the fan. So he was like, okay, you know what? Don't send me upkeep and money, send me only rent by myself. And I knew that was also very hard on him. It really impacted on him. He had an extra year in school. 2017, he suffered. My dad, when I got admission for masters here in Nigeria, my dad could not afford to pay the fees, and it was just less than 500,000. Whereas I went to private school, all my siblings went to private school, and my dad could afford it without breaking a sweat. And then here he was, unable to pay 500,000. My mom was telling me that one day my dad woke up and cried. I mean, I could not even imagine it. Anyway, somehow, they were able to make it. And things picked up for my dad, like from the January of 2018. But then in 2019, I lost my dad. And we went back, we dove back into square one. It was one crazy year. So then in 2020, I lost my boyfriend, then now ex. In 2021, my friend died of a brain tumor, a surgery. And then just 3 months ago in April, I lost my friend during childbirth. And I'm stating these things because out of just 4 deaths, 3 of them were very avoidable. But well, Nigerians. Last year, my sister got admission to the UK. We hustled everywhere for money. And as we were trying to raise money and everything, the pounds were just climbing. climbing. The next thing, pounds was at 780. As when my sister had to look for pounds, we tried to get all this stuff, official rate. There was nowhere. They said sorry, we only had. Well, I think it was a crazy time for everybody. And for money, I had to start looking for money everywhere. My sister, and she was pregnant, so I didn't even want her to worry. So I just said, you know what, calm down. Then she was like, how would she go? I was like, don't relax, I'll handle it. I didn't know how I was going to handle it, but I just knew that I had to do something. I looked for money everywhere. I took loans, got into a lot of debt. The day my sister left Nigeria, I was standing at the airport. I stood there until I saw her flight in the air. The moment I saw her flight in the air, I started. I was so excited. I could not believe that she actually left. But I think that was one of the biggest here because it saved us a lot of stress. So now, since I'm a civil servant, I've been working for the civil services to work my ass off. I know people say, oh, civil servants are lazy and everything, but I am my friends who are civil servants. We work extra hard to get an extra penny. And the funny thing is, we try our best because, like I was telling my friends, the moment you start taking bribes or taking all this kind of cutback and everything, you're already compromised and it's going to be hard to stop. So if you want to continue maintaining it, like now is the only time we can do it. So you cannot imagine like in Nigeria, it's shit. So you cannot imagine what I've had to put up with. And then just like 3 months ago, my mom retired. So all of the financial burden sort of fell on me in the house and everything. I mean, I'm not complaining concerning taking care of my family and everything. I don't mind. It's just on some days I'm actually really tired. I'm overwhelmed. Like on days like I went to the market. I could finish buying anything. My salary was done. And the funny thing is, she's also like a caretaker for her family, also her mom and her siblings. I had to give her from it. Like everything was gone, everything was done. So what we are asking, what did we lose? Is what didn't we lose? Like I heard someone say she lost her sanity. I lost my dad. I lost my life as I knew it. I lost Rick Sunday.
Hello, can you hear me Japanese?
Yes, I can hear you.
It's well. Please don't cry. Okay, please don't cry. We know you lost a lot, but please don't cry. Okay, please, please, please. We're so sorry for everything you've lost, and we really sympathize with you. But please, please, we beg you, don't cry. Try to get hold of yourself and be strong. Okay, just be strong. We're going to see this fight till the end, and all tears will be wiped away. Okay, we will see this till the end. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Okay, let's go to Oluwaseun. Oluwaseun, how are you doing?
Hello, good evening. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you, Oluwaseun. Go ahead.
Oh, great. First, let me just say thank you to everyone who organized this. Thank you to David. Okay, I know that's cliche. Everyone is thanking, but I just wanted to do like this because it's very important to, like someone said, this is like a free therapy, and you don't for his sake, I hope that Nigeria gets it right this time. I'm so sorry. And I think during the 2015 election, and I remember vividly, I had this hopes of what Nigeria was going to be. It was so bad that in 2016, I had an opportunity to leave Nigeria. I went to South Africa. My cousin invited me, and it was like, oh, you have to stay, we change your passport, your visa, and then, you also with us. And I was like, guy, no, things are about to change in the country, and I can't really leave. I just graduated, finished service, I leave that and then come and join you guys and start selling MTN SIM, doing night security job and things like that. I'm sorry, but I have a degree, and I think, things are about to change in the country. And that was my, I had that hope, if not for anyone, it's for the, let me not say unfortunate and tight situation of the vice president that we had. Because, we all saw it, we all had that glimpse of, okay, if this other guy is not so great or so bright, there is you who is going to handle things. But I think that was the first thing, the fact that Nigeria could not make you see the clear picture from 2015. You wake up the next morning, you can't even see the clear picture. And, I really thank God for, people that have left the country and, try to put you through, make you see things. It took a friend of mine who left the country and then told me, dude, these things that you are doing, you can't, I feel like you can do better than you are, but Nigeria is not making you see beyond your potential. I'm like, oh, guy, it's going to get better. I'm doing my fashion business, I'm doing all this. And then October 2020 happened. And then we had that conversation and I was like, dude, what do I do? It was like, well, I've told you, you just need to leave. For your own sanity, you are the first child of your parents. They are very young. They have not. You have to do something, bring them out of all of this, and then you can help others get out of this. And that was how I found myself out of this. So my clear thinking as a Nigerian in Nigeria was chopped out of my brain, so to speak. I could not, days I wake up, I don't even know what's next. Yeah, in no man's land. My parents call, they talk about insecurity, they talk about, the situation of buying and, selling and business and all that. And then I imagine what it's like. I'm here. There are days the time zone is quite different. And I have to, this is 2 a.m., but I really did not care. I have to stay up to listen to this at least till I'm able to. But it's summer, I can go out at this time of the day and I decide I want to play volleyball or play basketball or do whatever it is that I want to do. I can walk blindly from the front of my room and just tell, switch on my Google map and say I'm going somewhere and tell someone to blindfold me literally. And I will take every turn and every step and I am sure nothing will miss from my body. This is what it takes to be in a country that is yours, where you are confident to say, okay, I am from this country. And that is what Nigeria has shoved out of many of us. We don't know what it's like to live in a sane environment. You come here and you start being excited over things that people find as basic amenities. You are excited, oh, there's power, oh, I don't need to charge my phone. It's those things that Nigeria has made us lose as young people. And it makes it even more difficult for us to compete outside Nigeria because you are not exposed to what it takes to be in a sane environment. And it's quite sad. And this is actually outside because a lot of people have talked about people that they have lost, which I can't even count. I don't even try to look at that part, but talking giving people hope. And I think it's important to also say this. There was someone that said earlier that, oh, it's not enough to vote the president, so it takes local government chairman, if it's not enough to vote the president, we should be comfortable with having a Lagos governor under his armpit. But what is he fighting for, the presidency? If it's not worth it, if it's not going to change anything, if someone being up there does not matter, if it's going to take a local government chairman or the House of Reps to change Nigeria, no one will take it this seriously. Please let us get that at the back of our skull. No, it doesn't. See, the president is number one person the fact that someone else is sitting there, every other 148 countries.
Can you round up in 30 seconds, sir? Thank you very much.
Yes, please. Like every other country is looking at that. They are not looking at who is going to be your next Senate president, local government. They don't care less. This is the person that projects the country to the rest of the world. We have been in countries that actually work, and they are actually looking up to the person who is going to lead the country. The leader is the most important part. Forget the fact that your local government chairman would not misbehave, knowing the kind of country or the kind of person in charge of the country. It's just like when Abacha was the ruler. No one cares about who is down there. It's about who is up there, who is leading. So please let us not have that mindset that, oh, it's not going to, even if you thought it was wrong, it's not enough. It wasn't going to even change anything. It was going to be like, oh, we have to change the local government, change this. No, that guy coming in is enough. One person is enough to change Nigeria. And that is voting for someone who actually has the mindset of growing the country. Please, we don't want to be another Venezuela, Sri Lanka. We have seen people from this country, they are eloping from their own country too. And from wherever they are actually trying to take back their country, but they are abroad. So please, it's difficult enough for people. So let's not have that mindset that, oh, it's not going to take it out. So thank you once again, everyone, for having me. And peace be on to Nigeria.
Peace be unto you too, brother. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you all for being here. We really appreciate you. We really thank you for your time. Thank you, guys. Please, you would do us a great favor by also sharing this space. I don't know for how long we will be here, but for as long as we're here, we'll try to give everyone a voice. Okay, people must listen to what you're going through, and then we hope that those undecided voters will really be decided for good. Okay, thank you very much, guys, for hanging in here. Thank you for sharing those things you face. I mean, we really sympathize with those who are mourning, and we also mourn with them. So moving forward, let's give the space to Saddam. Saddam, my brother, how are you doing, sir?
My brother, sure.
How far now?
You have the floor. My heart. I've been on the road, come back from work.
Sorry.
I just hear people's story, man. I just, God. I'm touched, and at the same time, I'm very, very, very angry. As in, when I look at the way, when I look at the way and things Nigerians have passed through over the past year, I have my own fair share of the story. I lost my dad in 2016 to that same nonsense system, and I never in my life ever seen or saw myself as someone that would leave the country. I've always been this Nigerian guy, man. I had things going on for me back home, but it got to a point that you could just see that there was no direction. There was nothing happening in this country. It was on a free fall. It was on a free fall, and if you have so many people in Nigeria don't have the opportunity most of us have, that gave us that opportunity to leave the country. So many people are back home. So many people see in the country I'm in now. If I tell you, so many people I meet here, they will be like, "How did you come over here?" How? There's a lot of Nigerians are going through crazy means to leave the country. You guys don't understand what's happening. If you follow, there's what's happening right now in Morocco and the Spain border, where they killed a couple of black guys just few days back. It was on video. As in these are Nigerians are more of those numbers. Nigerian guys are following the sea to come to Europe. Nigerian, if you come and see the camp over here, if you see our brothers and sisters over here, they have to run away from Nigeria. People are walking through desert. There's a slave market going on in Libya. Our fellow Nigerians are being sold like clothes. Because of this government, because of bad governance, people are running away from their homeland. It is, and I come on social media and I see people trying to downplay the pains and anguish of these people yearning for a good government. I get so mad and angry. As in, I've been on a couple of spaces and I see people go out and say the P2B supporters are this, P2B supporters are that, and you come out to a space like that, you're seeing these people speak and tell you their one-on-one experience, what they have gone through, what their families have gone through. You see young girls and young boys taking up responsibilities that are meant never to. This is their formative age. They are meant to be doing things for themselves, or having a good life like their mates, going on vacations and doing anything, but they're now custodian of their families. And you expect these people to normally expect these people to come out and see you tweet P2B has no chance, and they should have these people are, as in, I really give it up to P2B supporters. You guys are really calm, because what I am seeing, the stories I've been hearing here, normally or in normal, we suppose when they burn people, as in, it's suppose if you talk anyhow, you go block your page, as in people are the anger that from the stories I'm hearing here, what people have passed through. If you can translate it to anger, all these gaslighters on Twitter should have left social media by now, because there is no reason why on earth, any person, any sane human being, any sensible human being should be talking about this same old men coming back to power again. There is no damn reason. I just try to, as in, picture the threshold of Nigerians. Like, we are really enduring. We understand our suffering, as in God. See what people are passing through. See what boy has put people through. And you have the goal of anybody to gaslight people. Man, P2B supporters are the calmest people ever on earth. I give it up to you guys. Everybody have heard the story tonight. I don't even know where to start from. I can't even. It is. Thank you very much, David, for this space. I think anybody have been on this space for all these hours listening to people's story can now understand why people have been angry. Can now understand why P2B supporters are supposedly always coming after you, because they see a man that shares their dream. They see a man that understands their pain. They see a man that they don't call a savior, but a man that can bring us back to that trajectory of a system that works. Because where Buhari has taken this country back, I'm not even going to start talking about the civil service. Buhari has destroyed Nigeria. Buhari, people who don't understand you right now, maybe when you leave, you're opportune. I tell people in Lagos, you're in Lagos, try and go to Benin Republic and see. Just try and cross the border over there and see. And understand where Benin Republic was 7 years ago and where they are right now. That's your nearest cross border. Then you understand where you are as a country. We're just living on vibes in Nigeria. I just keep telling you, please, I hope we can transfer this energy, transfer this anger, transfer whatever it takes, whatever you know you're passing through right now, transfer it, sustain it till 2023. Anybody that tell you your vote does not count is a liar. They will not go to a pit and buy votes if vote does not count. They will not be saving up trillions of naira now to influence 2023 election if your vote does not count. They are seeing this movement. They are seeing what is happening. They are seeing the surge in INEC registration and everything. They see it. And that's why they're sending all these their pastors and everybody to gaslight you guys. Please, keep this anger burning. Keep this passion. You know what Nigeria have done to you. David, I hope you can keep up this kind of spaces coming up. It is very, very essential. It's like a reminder for the people, because Nigeria, Nigerians have a very short memory. Our memory is very, very short. The next thing that's happening, we are forgotten about it. If we can keep this coming, so our Nigerians connect to remember where we are coming from and where we should go to. Man, I beg. You guys are doing a very great job.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, my brother. Always very, very insightful, and the passion in your voice when you speak is really motivating. Thank you for giving us your time out of your busy schedule to come here and share your own 2 cents. We really appreciate you guys. Thank you very much. Now, moving forward, let's do a lady. Let's go to Nengi John. Nengi, are you there? Okay, we don't have Nengi. Let's go to Ijoma. Ijoma, how are you doing?
Hi everyone, good evening.
Good evening.
You have 3 minutes, Ijoma. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Oh my God. Okay. They say, what have you lost since 2015? I've lost my both parents to Nigeria. This is very emotional for me, so I'll just try to be very audible. So, 2017, September 15th, my dad was at home, had lunch with my younger sister, drove out to call the plumber because he had to fix something in the house. On his way, he had a heart attack. It was literally like 10 seconds from a hospital. He was rushed into the hospital and they refused to let him into the hospital. He was still alive. They refused to let him into the hospital because according to them, they were not sure if he could pay his bills. They didn't know him. And they sat down there, laid my father out there on the floor and watched him die. Before the police could pick up his phone and try to call, and so somebody in the area actually came in and she was like, oh, I know him, I know his family, they can actually afford to pay his bills and stuff. Before they could reach any of my siblings and I, my dad was dead. 2017. 2021, November 11th. My mom slipped and fell, had a dislocation. She was taken to the hospital, close to her house. The next morning, my sister went to pick her up, brought her to a private hospital. Put her in the hospital. Oh, they did an x-ray. Her pelvic bone shifted. They said, okay, they had to do a procedure. But the orthopedic doctor wasn't on sit, so he was going to come the next day. This was on a Friday. So I was there. My sister was there. My brother, we stayed with her, like she was fine. It was just supposed to be on a procedure. It wasn't something they were going to operate, like cut open her body or something. They said they had to shift the bone back to connect and, just, it was simple. My mom was gisting. She was okay. We wanted to spend the night with her. She was like, nah, you guys should go home, go back to your families and all that. And then we left. My sister came back the next morning as early as 7 because they said the procedure was going to be by 7:30 a.m. So she was there. I spoke to my mom on the phone. I was hearing her gisting with the nurses. Then my mom goes into that theater and never came out. What happened? The doctors, the nurses, they didn't bother to check. Someone who had been on the bed for like 2 days, they didn't run a check to see if she had blood clots in her legs, due to being in one fixed position. Nobody checked anything. They gave her anesthesia. It busted a blood clot in her heart. She had a heart attack, and that was it. It was crazy. It wasn't, I don't know how to explain it. My mom had come back from the US September, before this happened in November, and for the first time in 10 years, my mom had a clean bill of health. Like my mom had been, off and on sickness and stuff. And then for the first time in 10 years, we all celebrated, they did a general checkup on her. My mom was 100%, 100%. And I don't know, the hospital tried to cover it up as usual. They said everybody was pushing, you guys should sue, take this to the locals. And I said, suing is not a problem. I can afford to pay a lawyer, but we know the judicial system in Nigeria. We know how long this thing is going to take. And the fact that this case is going to be open and somebody's dragging me up and down. I haven't healed from the death of my mom. I don't want anybody dragging me up and down. Like, I don't know. I've listened to people on the spaces and, people talk about, there was no money and all that. I'm not bragging, I'm sorry, that's not the purpose here, but I'm trying to let you know that even when you have money in Nigeria will happen to you. I could have afforded to take my mom to anywhere in the world for her to be treated. Do you understand? But the basics, it's I don't know how to explain it. Like, your money can't even save you from the Nigeria we're in right now. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, it can't. Nigeria is in a situation whereby it's like, I called my kids the other day. I have a resident permit in a European country. I lived there. I've lived there. I was literally living there. I just came back in September. September I came back just before my mom passed. I had come back to spend some months in Nigeria and go back as usual. But after my mom passed, I was just having a lot of PTSD. I had to bring my kids back. I couldn't cope abroad because I needed friends and family around me. And I tell people that everybody says, okay, run, Jagma, leave Nigeria and run if you have the opportunity. And I tell people, do you really think it's that easy? There's no place like home. There's no place like home. I have lived abroad. And I can tell you that categorically, I have friends who live abroad and they would give anything to come back to Nigeria if Nigeria is good. There's so much happening. People don't want to share all the negativities they experience abroad. No, everybody tries to. In compared to what you see in Nigeria, to be honest and to be fair, it's better out there. But living abroad is not the best option. We have to make Nigeria work. We have to make, for the first time in my life as being an adult, I went to get my PVC some days ago because I told myself, I must vote. As in, we have to get it right this time around. I don't know about any other person, but like I've listened to everybody here say, this election is very personal to me because I know what I have lost in the space of 7 years. Being an orphan at 35 because of negligence. Like I don't have any business being an orphan, to be honest. My parents deserve to be alive, but this is me. And it can't be reversed. It can't be changed. Nothing can be done about it. I told my kids the other day, I said, election year, I'm going to ship you out abroad. Go and live there. Your mother has to stay here and vote because it may sound like it's just one vote. I've been seeing, I have to come back on Twitter because of the election, because I know this is where it really happens. This is where people are talking about it. And I've been seeing how, the non-P2B people go about telling you, your one voice, you don't have structure, your one vote doesn't count. You guys, I'm like, you know what? For the sake of my conscience, I would use my one vote. Even if you feel like it doesn't have any impact, I will know that I tried my best. I did my best. I sit down when I look at people who are campaigning for the other candidates, and I'm confused because, okay, these people have come out to tell us, why do you want to be president? One person wants to be president because he feels it's time. That's his only reason. He doesn't have any other thing he wants to do. It just feels like it's his birthright. And the other one is a serial contestant. Comes out every 4 years because he has a lot of money, throws dollars about, people picks up a ticket, does what he wants to do, and goes back. And you people actually feel like it's okay to vote for people like this. See, if Nigeria was in a good space where, everything was working, we could gamble with our lives and say, okay, you know what? Maybe the person who said it's his time, maybe we should allow him. We're in a good space. What's the worst thing that can happen? Let him enjoy the cruise for 4 years and then we can. But we can't afford to do that. I've been telling everybody who gets to listen, we can't take that risk. We cannot afford to gamble with this election. It's like a life and death thing for every one of us. The past 7 years, we've all seen. I have so much domestic stuff that I don't even need. And why am I doing that? Because it's like my way of helping people. People are suffering. I don't know how else to explain it. I may not be experiencing suffering, but I'm seeing suffering. And then there's this general insecurity, anxiety that people. I, for one, for instance, my kids are back here and I have to put them inside the school inside my estate because I cannot risk letting them go outside of my estate to go to school. My kids going to school, I'm having a panic attack. Like, there's some days when I listen to the news. I remember the day they said, that there was going to be the Okada ban in Lagos. I didn't leave my house. Neither did my children leave the house that day. Because as usual, I expected a worst case scenario. They'll be burning up the whole of Lagos and things will be happening. That is the system we live in. So I don't know, how do people think this is okay? It's not okay. Please, I don't know. I'm just pleading with everybody. Like, yeah, people may say, why do we think Peter Obi is a messiah? I don't think he's a messiah. But I think he's somebody who has his head in the right place. And guess what? The fact that this is the crowd pushing for him to be president means that he's indebted to us. What do I mean by that? If he doesn't perform as expected, in 4 years, we have the ability to take him out and put the next person there. Please and please and please let us. I don't know how else to explain it. I don't know. We can't all, like someone said earlier, we can't all take all 200 million of us out of Nigeria. We can't run away. This is our homeland. This is our country. This is the only place where we can be first class citizens, irrespective of whatever dual citizenship or other colored passports you have. You would always be a second class citizen in that country. Let us try to make it work. Let us do our best. Thank you guys.
Thank you so much. I wanted to cut you off, but what you were saying made so much sense there. I just wanted people to hear you, and the passion from your voice also really helped. Thank you so much. Let's go to Proud Ijoboy. Proud Ijoboy, how are you doing this evening or this morning, wherever you speak?
Hello, good evening, everyone. Good morning, good depending on your location. First of all, I want to say a big thank you to David and the co-hosts. You guys are really doing a great job. Thank you for the listeners. Thank you for everybody that participated in this space. You guys are the best. What have you lost since 2015? I'll start with this. I'm an electrical engineer, and I spent 7 years in school to do a 4-year course. And the reason for that is not because I did not have any carryover, I did not have extension, I did not repeat any year, I did not have any court issues. I graduated. I had my result intact. But I spent 7 years in school for a 4-year course. I studied in Federal Polytechnic, Auchi. I finished my ND. Normally you take 1 year break, go for 1 year IT, then you go for your HND. I went for my 1 year break, we went for HND, went to purchase from our lecturer, our exam officer told us that our results for ND is not yet ready. As in within the space of 1 year, your result is not our result is not ready. And we asked him, what can we do? He said we should come back the next year. We came back the next year, and he still told us our result is not ready. We should come back the next year. Now the thing is, I did ND. I can't go to another school, because if I'm going to another school, then I'm going to be starting from either 100 level or from ND1 again. And I don't have that time. I don't have that time at all. We sued the exam officer, and what he told us was not ready for 2 years. It was ready within 3 days, to tell you the wickedness in our educational system. Now, ASU is on strike. ASU have been on strike for months. Students that are supposed to do a program for 4 years, at the end of the day, they are 7 years they're in school, 8 years they're in school, and there's no hope of graduation. There's no hope. There's no light at the end of the tunnel. And it's very, very bad. Imagine the educational system, as important as it is. There's nothing that is done about the educational system, and it's very bad. Now, I graduated from school. Presently, I'm working, and I'm working in a very good establishment, and I'm well paid, and I can say I'm doing well. I can say I'm doing well, but I can't come out to tell people where I work, because at the end of the day, they'll be like, I don't reflect my salary. I got paid today, and within the space of 1 hour, my salary is done. I just did only 3 transfers, and that was it. It's done. There's someone I knew, one of my boss I had way back 2013, 2014, that was 200,000 was not his problem, $1 million was not his problem. This was way back 2013, 2014. This person is shutting me up to tell me, Guy Alpha, can you help me with 2,000 naira? As little as 2,000 naira, he's broke. His business is down the drain. He has wife and kids. He can't send these ones to school. He can't send his children to school. He's broke. He's driving keke napep. This is somebody that had businesses, that had over 3 businesses way back 2013. I worked under him. He was my boss. To tell you how bad the economy is. I've listened to a lot of listeners about I've been talking about they don't want to travel abroad, they don't want to live abroad. But because of the way things are bad in Nigeria, they don't have any option. They are backing the country. They've gotten their PVCs, and they are ready to cast their votes come 2023. But there are so many other persons that do not have staying abroad. Have what it takes. They don't even have the financial capability of even thinking of buying visa or applying for visa, because of people are really suffering in the country. You want to talk about security? I've not lost any member of my family as a result of the security issues in Nigeria, but I've heard so many stories of how Nigeria police will terrorize passengers on the way. They will point gun at you and they will shoot you, they will kill you, and nothing will happen. I've had my encounter with Nigeria police, but man, it is really very bad. It is really very, very bad. The state of the country, I can see Nigeria is in a failed state. I listened to the last speaker, Ejima, and I'm so sorry for your loss. I really feel what you're going through. I might not be able to wear your shoes currently, but I understand what it means for somebody to lose both parents. And in a state where you're not supposed to lose your parents in that manner, it's very bad. And we're talking about the educational system. The educational system is nothing to write home about. Since 2015 to date, it's just run from one strike to the next strike, from one ASU strike to the next strike. And you're talking about security. The security, we have security issues in the north, we have security issues in the west, we have security issues in the south. The east, we have security issues in the east. No, there's no part of the country that is safe. No part of the country is safe. Even if you have money, you have the financial capability to take care of yourself and your family, going out and coming back home is like a testimony sometimes. Because when you hear all things that are going on in the north, you imagine what is going on in Kaduna and Kano. The issue with the airport, the train. People cannot travel by air, they cannot travel by road, you can't even stay in your house peacefully without expecting police harassment. We had issues of police coming to harass people in their homes. As a young guy, you can't walk around with two phones.
Can you please round up in 30 seconds, please?
Okay, thank you. I'll do that now. As a young guy, you can't walk around with two phones and not expect police harassment. Police harassing you to search your phones, searching for something that they did not keep in your phones. You can't walk around with laptop. You can't go and chill out even if you have the money to do all that, you want to go and just relax somewhere, but you can't do that because of the fear of harassment from police officers. And I think everybody just needs to get their PVCs, and we just need to have one mindset about 2023 election. It's like a do or die affair. We just have to get it right now, because if we miss it now, the possibility of getting it right again will be very difficult. Thank you so much for everyone for still hanging on to the space, and thank you for the host and everybody. Thank you. Peace out.
If you miss it now, we don't know when we're gonna get it this right again. So it is better we put all in. It's either all or nothing. We have to go all in. We have to go all out for a better Nigeria. The better Nigeria is not for me. It's for everybody. Because if we have good governance, you, your children, me, my children, my neighbors, my friends, family, my loved ones, and the bad supporters, we have good governance. So we are fighting for a good Nigeria. We're not just fighting for our stomach. If Tinubu has helped your family or paid your school fees, carry your family and go and thank him at home. Please don't come and what's the word now? Don't come and trade the destiny of others on the help someone rendered for you, and you know that person is not even capable to rule the country. Please, guys, wake up, don't sleep. Collect your votes. Jimasu, stand up. It is time for us to stand against this madmen, lunatics.
let's go ahead before I do it. Let's give it to Boje. Boje, how are you doing today?
Oh God.
No, I came in at you. I'm talking about Boje. Boje. Uyi Boje.
Why don't we try Zang? This guy's been here.
Okay, Boje is not available. Let's go to okay, Akinyemi speak so we can move on. Akinyemi, you have 3 minutes, please. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, David. Thank you, Bishop. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for the host. I'm happy to be here in this space. Nigeria happens to me in 2017. Before 2017, I was working in an organization. It's inside the University of Lagos. It's known as YEMI. It's a very popular store over there. So when the government started in 2015, by 2016, they had the first recession. So it's affected me. So my boss cut my working time. So I was doing 3 times in a week. So I did that one for like 5 months. Me and some other people, at the long run, some couldn't wait. They have to left the organization. I keep my hope that one day everything's going to be fine again. So I was able to redeem again. By 2017, everything has lost. I had my first daughter. I borrowed money to do the naming because by then things are not working very well. So after I did naming, did everything, 8 months later, I lost the job. So my baby was just like 8 months. So due to the organization, so they gave me 3 months salary to go and manage at home. I have my mom, I have my daughter, I have my wife, so we are like 4 of us. Before I knew, that 3 months salary couldn't last me for a month. I lost everything. So I was happy to have some little money pension. So I started processing my pension fee at if I'm right, I think it's in Stanbic IBTC then. Yeah, and I was a sickle cell because I was supposed to be if it's on the Western world, government should be able to be taking care of me. So I'm an SSO. By and large, the lady told me I should come for help based on health status. So I came on based on my health status. So the fund was given to me, so like 400K or so. I did some businesses, couldn't work. I lost those money. So I have something left, like 200K. So I started learning how to drive Marwa. So after that, I bought my first Marwa. Since then, I've been trying to survive. I have sisters. I couldn't take care of my mom, my wife. I couldn't provide my daughter. Sometimes I will pay school fees. Sometimes it was my wife that was able to pay the school fees. A lot happens during those periods. Up till now, it's still going on because the people that live along R6 of Bariga to Gate, if you come to that area, you find it very difficult passing because that place is so worse. I couldn't drive in Marwa, everything got spoiled. I had a counter with police, a rally. So a lot of things that not imaginable. So I've been in this place, I hear a lot of people saying a lot of things. But with what I'm going through, it's more pathetic. But I believe that we could take back this country by His grace. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Akinyemi. Thank you. Yeah. We're so sorry for whatever you've lost. Mr. David, you want to say something? Okay, Mr. David, no. All right. We're sorry for whatever you've lost, and we sure know that you will be restored soon. Okay, just hold on, keep pushing, and let's all fight towards good governance. Thank you so much. Okay, let's go to Edu. Okay, no. Let's take a lady. Zeng, you have to hold on, okay? You're gonna speak, okay? Please, Zeng, hold on. You're gonna speak. Let's be gentlemen and let's take one lady. Let's take Zainab.
Zainab Yakike, how are you doing today?
Lafiya lau. Good evening, everyone.
Ashe kina jin Hausa?
Sosai mana.
To, ci gaba.
All right then. Hi everyone. Thank you to the host. Thank you, David. So I'm going to be very brief because if I have to give a history of what I've lost in 2015, I don't think 3 minutes is enough. So I'll start by saying my sanity. Here's my sanity. So I know a lot of people had mentioned that, but my sanity. I've lived my life basically. I would say Kaduna, Abuja, London, and I've realized that no matter where you are, you wouldn't be. You like your sanity is totally off. Why do I? Because even when I'm in London, I hear, oh, there's an attack or something. I'm calling everybody. I have lots of relatives. Are you okay? Are you not okay? Yada yada. So even if you're running a business or you're in school or anything, you're definitely going to get affected. I used to drive on Abuja Kaduna Road. I used to use the train. And whenever I'm on that road, it's usually for business. But now I can't even travel. I can't send people to do that because just as I don't want to, I don't also want to kill anybody's child. So that's one thing. My sanity, my career. I think Nigeria has dribbled with my career a lot. And to be honest, the reason why I actually put up my wherever request speaks because I just want to encourage lots of people. Because sometimes you feel like you're not a success or you're not doing something right or probably you're not doing enough. But the truth is Nigeria has a deliberate way of crippling whatever effort you make. Because I write my business plan. I used to have a team where we used to work with HR. We worked within the North, and everybody it was going well. Everything was popping fine. But each and every one of us started withdrawing because we were working within the North. It was going well, but nobody wanted to die. So along the line, everything scattered. I started my fashion business. I went abroad. I got investors. 2017, attack here, bomb blast here, bandits here, kidnapping. Everyone started withdrawing. And you can't blame them, right? Because they want to live. They want to survive. You have to be alive to be able to run a business. At some point, I got frustrated, but it also made me very prayerful. So I just want to thank Nigeria has made me a prayer warrior. But that's the point. Like, you can't pray without putting effort, right? So basically, I'm just here to encourage people. I've listened to so many things. And to be honest, 3 minutes wouldn't be enough for me to spill out what I've lost since then. But I know that Nigeria has a way of taking away your sanity, making you feel like you're not good enough. And then it keeps affecting your business. And when I see people saying, oh, I'm doing this, I'm doing that, the truth is that it's not about money. Even with money, it's difficult for you to live or to survive or to do whatever. And when you travel, if you live in the North, you realize that you're not even saving because every family has a problem. And then you can't be around people and not help them. So Nigeria took away my sanity. It's dribbled with my career. It's taking away, I can't say it's taking away my purpose, but the truth is that JAPA is not the answer. So I just want to say, everybody, please get your PVC and vote rightly. We all know when we say vote rightly, please vote rightly. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zainab Mungode. Thank you very much for that input. Yeah. Let's move over now to Zeng. Zeng was here before, had network issues. He came back, he left again, he came back, he left again, and now he's back. Zeng, what's up?
Hello, everybody. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon.
Please, you have 3 minutes, okay? Go ahead and make good use of your time.
Okay, thank you all for the time. My name is Iudalo. I'm from Edo State, and I live in Nigeria. So I would say since I was born in this country, I've never experienced good leadership. Not only 2015. I'm not a supporter of PDP or APC. And I've never voted in my life. I've never had so much love and passion to vote. But I have my PVC. But this time, I saw a man that actually connect with the youth. And I keep telling people one thing. There are two things I really trust about Peter Obi, which is education and the economy. That I wish I know the power sector is already set. And I believe no nation can survive without the youth. That is one thing I actually love about him, is the way he connects with the youth and how he wants to build the nation. So prior to the 2015, another Buhari time, though I'm the first child, Yeah. So I remember 2017, I tried to venture into fish farming, which is that was October 2017. I had this little money with me, so I tried to venture into fishing and all that. I remember January 2018, I lost everything. The price for feed and all that. Then that 2018, I lost my grandma, which I grew up with and all that. So just small sickness, we rushed her to the hospital. Before we know, she gave up. So ever since then, I really lost my fear. So mostly if I see people complaining that this generation, we don't have respect for elders, the thing really pissed me off. There's one thing I believe in this life. Every generation learn from those that come before them. If really those older generation have actually laid good foundation for us, I believe this country, with the younger generation, we have enough work to do. You understand? So when I see people saying, "Oh, this generation will be a supporter too arrogant and all that," there's this parable that my friend always say. He said, "The kola nut is not as sweet as the coconut, but it's eaten with respect." You understand? That simply means honor is given to those who honor themselves. You understand? So I want to tell Peter Obi supporters, they say the kingdom of God suffereth violence. If we are not ready to fight, this 2023, me, I've never seen, they tell you, okay, the Peter Obi, you don't win the election or only on internet. Brother, let me tell you, I live in Okowa. The band of I think choose as vice the vice president. I live in his hometown. I can tell you, you already lose his own time. This is not about PDP anymore. This is about Obi versus PDP and APC. You understand? So the youth, I'm really happy that you really woke up and we are ready to take back our country. Not everyone can travel out of this country. Not everybody. If you come to the rural side of this country, you understand that people are suffering. To the extent that we are already used to it, we feel bad leadership is just like that. Begging, this country cannot be, you can't repair this country. You can't repair this country. The America we want to go today, the UK we want to go today. These people also suffer bad leadership before. But people stand up and say, no, enough is. No country, I was watching a documentary of Singapore recently, how one man come up, change the story of Singapore and all that. You understand? So anybody that tells, oh, your vote don't count, ask them what brought APC to Nigeria if your vote don't count. Ask them that question. Who bring APC? Did Nigeria just, okay, let's just wake up today and say APC start trolling us? No, it was our vote. Though I've not voted before, I have my PVC. I've not voted before, but this time I'm traveling to Benin because that's where I can vote. And I want every youth, and I keep saying this, any youth that support APC and PDP, you better go check yourself. Maybe something is wrong with you. Because I don't see any reason you should be supporting these two parties. You understand? I'm sorry if my voice is too loud. Maybe I'm sounding angry. I know what I'm passing through. I'm the first child. I have siblings. I'm the first child. At my age, I can't even think, oh, let me start the family. Wait till I want to train family. The country is really hard. The youth are dying. Talents are dying every day. So I'm begging the youth. Because if we say, okay, let's leave this work, go better, let's leave this work for our parents, we will remain like that. And those of us that feel, okay, we travel out of the country. Even if you travel out to America today, they will never treat you the way they will treat you in your own country. There's nothing like your country. Those of you that are outside this country, please lend your voice. Bros David, thank you.
Bros, you get 30 seconds. So.
Yes, I really appreciate this, please. Let's fight for our rights. Let's fight for this country. We can't leave it like this. Please. A lot are happening. Police brutality and all that. If government can hide noodles, Indomie from you, government hide noodles from you, you believe these people have any good thing to do for you? Peter Obi gave us hope. He told us we are the structure. We are the structure. So please, let's vote. Not just get your PVC, please. Let's vote. Let's vote. I'm begging. Let's vote, please. We need this country to work. And no country work without the youth. Please, the youth are begging because our parents, they don't have anything to lose anymore. If it's there, now we go see continue. Thank you. God bless Nigeria.
Mr. Zhang, thank you so much. Thank you
God
for
bless Nigeria.
inspiring us to do more. Thank you for letting us know that we need to do more, reminding us daily. Thank you very much. It's been a great time. It's been a great space. Thank you for those who follow me. I see you. I'm going to follow you after the space because I tried following you guys, but apparently Twitter has blocked me from following more people. So I'm going to follow you later. My co-host is back. Pearl, how are you doing?
Hi, Bishop. I'm so sorry, everyone. I got knocked out by a call, and then it took a little while for me to be able to come back here. Thank you so much again, David and Bishop, for this wonderful space. And I'd like to appeal again to everyone who has the opportunity to speak here. If we can stick to 3 minutes so we can give every other person opportunity to speak. And we have a lot more requests from people who want to come up here. We will try as much as possible to give everyone the opportunity to speak. Even though this space has been running for almost 8 hours, we'll give as much people as possible time to speak. Thank you.
Okay, Pearl, before I hand over to you, I want to celebrate you. Thank you for being a perfect co-host. And David, thank you for trusting me with your space. You are a man of high class whose knowledge is next to none in your field. Okay, putting you alongside most of the journalists wouldn't be a level field of play. Like it will be a handicap match, and I want to celebrate you for trusting me and Pearl to perfectly handle the space. I know we're not perfect at the job yet, but I mean we keep striving towards perfection. Thank you so much. I'll be handing the space over to Pearl now. I'm still here. I'm not going nowhere. I have to see the truth. So Pearl, the next person to speak will be Chinwe. Then after Chinwe, you can just pick whoever you choose to pick. But I mean, I think that the sequence should be in order on your phone. So Chinwendu, sorry, I'm sorry about that. Pearl, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, David.
Yeah, go ahead. Take the mic from me. Come on.
Okay, thank you so much, Bishop. You've been an awesome co-host. Hi, Chiwendu, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Good evening, everybody.
Good evening, Chiwendu. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. Yes, I've been here 7 hours and 20-something minutes now, just hoping and praying that I might get called on. And I want to appreciate you guys for this opportunity and all of that. So what have I lost since 2015? I may not have directly lost anything, but people around me have lost stuff. I get very whatever when people say, oh, those in diaspora don't know what we're going through. I get very upset, to be very clear, because I feel that's a disservice and to what some of us are going through, what some of the effort some of us are putting in to try to see how things help others work back home. Where do I even start from? Do I start from a young man that I used to know on my street who used to have a shop in Tejuosho, and after one of those fires that took over, I left Nigeria in 2006. So, long story short. So, I wouldn't say I directly experienced some of these things, but I'm an avid follower of politics in Nigeria during the EndSARS period and all that. On my Facebook timeline, it was flooded with all kinds of support and posts.
And I was very disenfranchised with how that whole thing ended. I got to know about David when the young lady was kidnapped, and I followed how he tried to investigate into all of that, and the way it ended even tipped me off more. I'm not very constant on Twitter, but when it comes to politics, I try to come in and go through people's timeline and see. Anyway, this young man lost his shop to one of those fires in Tejo, and during their restructuring, they restructure, but they don't give it out back to the previous owners. They now resell it at exorbitant price to new owners. I don't understand that system. I mean, you've paid for a number of years to own a shop somewhere, fire happens, then they rebuild it, and then you lose your spot. From that time on, that man's life just went down. Yes, he eventually died to health reasons last year, but that is somebody that Nigeria happened to. I have siblings in Nigeria. I have tried to help every one of them, one way or another. Is it paying for Fashion Academy of over 200,000 naira and all that, but nothing comes out of it? Because it's not just about getting the skills and training, but do you have an enabling environment for that skill that you have acquired to thrive? It's not there. I have friends that are here. I have my husband died this February. I know the amount of concern calls that I got not to bury him in Nigeria. It was massive because, he was from MBC. People talked and talked and talked out of concern for me and my kids, out of fear for our lives. It's not about IPOB. It's not about whatever. It is the Nigerian factor, because the governors in those states have just left their states loose to run amok because of what they stand to gain from their larger cabal or whatever it is that is going on there. Thank God. I told them I can't not bury my husband. I already sent his body back to Nigeria. How can I not go and then, have that funeral conducted? And it happened just right about after the military couple were killed. One called me and said, please, even if you will go, do not take the kids to the funeral venue. I'm one person that swore that I will never fly a domestic flight in Nigeria. I always travel by road. I love road trips, the sceneries and all those things, buying things on the road. But the last 3-4 years I've been traveling, we've had to fly. We've had to fly. Sometimes we fly, then my husband will join us by road. 2 years ago when we traveled, or rather last year, he flew out of fear. I mean, what kind of country is this? I don't get it. I have a friend here who just does not like to go on his WhatsApp because of the constant pleading for help from our people back home. He told his wife that, look, it's like, I'll start forwarding my calls to you. That one told him, please don't forward anything to me. Is it me that heart attack will now kill? People are doing 2-3 jobs here. And the life we live here is not even what we desire it to be. You can't compare it with our African-American friends, co-workers, Jamaicans, because they earn their money, they go on vacations. We earn our money, we are supporting people back home. It's not to brag, but this is a space that has been created for us to vent and understand the reality of what is about to happen next year. And I'm shocked with what people are doing on social media and taking it like it is cruise. This is not cruise time. We bought a brand new car last year. I sent they call it muzzle, I think, in Nigeria, Camry back home, just with 80-something thousand miles on it, to my younger sister to go start Uber, whatever. I had paid for all kinds of training, different. Nothing seems to be working. I said, okay, take this. Go try Bolt or Uber, whatever they call it. And as I'm talking to you now, it is still not working. It is always one complaint. This, that. The other day, the person she gave it to drive said he had a burst tire. Some young men approached him, "Oh, guy, you need help. Before he knew, in broad daylight, they took his phones from him, and he said they were putting some bank short codes, looking for how much balance he had on his phone to rob him. And I got so mad, and I said, couldn't you scream? They said, scream for where? My younger sister was like, Chinwe, this is not the Nigeria you used to know. It's that bad. And then with everything is cruise, we are saying, this people are looking at people who cannot lift up an umbrella, saying a lilocon. that is who we want to vote? I read somewhere where somebody...
So sorry, Chinwe, sorry to interject. Please, can you round up in a minute? Thank you.
Thank you. I read somewhere where somebody was saying that they know, I think Atiko, one of the other, this other old man, on a personal level, that his boss knows them on a personal level. And so, is it now that it is their turn to enjoy money that corruption will end? That no, let them enjoy their share. Then they can think of fixing Nigeria later. All the saboteurs that are on this space, think of your generation. Have a conscience. You might think you're doing it to benefit yourself, but it will come back to haunt you and bite you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chinwendu, and I'm so sorry for the loss of your husband. I hope you find comfort in your heart. I'm gonna hand over the mic next to Hi Adeni, are you there? Okay.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Adeni, please, you have 3 minutes. Please make it 3 minutes or under. Thank you.
All right. Okay, thanks for having me. There's a lot to head today, and I've been listening for like I think 45 hours now. Like I think since 1 or 2 o'clock here. I live in Canada, so that's why maybe if I say 1 o'clock, it might be a bit confusing to people. It's just deep what Nigeria has gone through. But people think it's only those in Nigeria that has lost. I mean, the lady before me just gave you an example of the things we lose. I mean, you can't go for holidays because you are thinking of people back home. You have to support people. There's so many things you want to do. And you always have to think of people back home. Let me give you an example. I have a classmate. I had a friend. We worked together in Child Plus before I left Nigeria. He's a pharmacist as well. Before we left the country. And before I left, we were talking about opening a pharmacy together. But I told him, I don't think there's any even, I don't even have a desire to open a pharmacy again. I just want to leave the country. Like, he looked at me as if I was stupid. That's how he looked at. But he is an entrepreneur. He always wanted to do something on his own. And I left the country and he stayed back to open his business. I can't remember what year he called me, but this is someone I know that I don't want to say I can't say he's proud, but he has self-dignity. He has never asked me for anything in his life. And we are very good friends. And he called me and said, Nee, can you please send me $100? Look, see, a lot of times people ask me, I don't even answer because sometimes I can't kill myself. But you see, and he called me at a time when I needed money that time. I think I was in school then because I was doing public health in school then. I had to send it because I know he has never asked me. And the way he asked me, you could tell that he needed the money like yesterday. This is a pharmacist that opened a pharmacy. And it's not like we're working together. I know him, he's very hardworking. It's not as if he's lazy or anything. He's asking me. I couldn't just imagine how bad the country is if a pharmacist can be asking me for money that has his own business. Like, we don't seem to understand how bad it is back home. We think it's just a joke. Like, I don't know how to explain it, but I just want, because we all be saying the same thing. Let me give you an example. I woke up this morning. My daughter woke up this morning. Today we're celebrating Canada's Day, right? And the first thing my daughter did was wake up and sing the national anthem in Canada to me. That's the first thing she did. She didn't even say good morning, Dad. She just sang national anthem of Canada. She's just happy that she's in Canada. You know, has Nigeria inspired me in any way in my life? And that's what I was sitting there and thinking about. One day, has Nigeria inspired me that I wake up and sing the national anthem? Whether I have Independence Day or something. Nothing. I don't think I've ever been inspired by anything in Nigeria. And we keep sending our best brains. We are here. We see ourselves. I play for a soccer team here in Canada. There are about 6 doctors. We're about 3 pharmacists in the team. All of us were just living. My seat partner,
back in school, Nigerian Navy Secondary School. He's here with me, he's an engineer. How do we keep chasing everybody that is good out of the country? Like, it makes no sense to me. I can't understand. Like, if you check anybody that is in Nigeria, either wants to leave or he can't leave because he can't make the monetary aspect of living. But anybody still in Nigeria, that is still in Nigeria, wants to leave. And if he can't leave, it's because of the money. How can we have a country run like that? How can we have a country that I'm not sure that country is working for more than 50,000 people in Nigeria. I'm not sure it's working for up to 50,000 people out of 200 million. I'm not sure it's working for up to another 50,000 because they're in politics or they are in charge of they are eating the money through politics. Those are the only people that won't complain about Nigeria. Even Dangote complains about Nigeria, about how he was losing money. So tell me, what is the country working for? We should stop deceiving ourselves about how bad it is in Nigeria. It is deep, but it's just, I don't know how to say, but it's just beyond my understanding. It's too far how far we have depreciated and fallen. And they asked these idiots in power, they said, we're bringing in foreign exchange. For goodness sake, are we not paying taxes here? Who makes more money from us? They say we're sending money back home. It's just sad to hear that this is how far we have gotten to. I mean, you talk to people here, they just wonder why Nigeria is so bad. When they meet Nigerians, all of us are we all excel here. None of us is not doing well here. When you go to Nigeria, there's almost nobody excelling. If you are not stealing money, you can't make it in that country. It makes no sense. Where do we start from? Where do we go? Where do we want to start? I can't just understand. And people think, because we are abroad. No, it's not. We're not better. Yes, we are better off, yes. But we feel this pain because we know where we should have been if we're in Nigeria. Do you know how far? Because you come here, you have to start all over. I left in 2015, just before Buhari entered power. You have to start all over again. All the things you would have gone through. I had to come back here, start writing exam. I wrote over 5 exams. We come to go back into pharmacy practice. If people think we don't want to leave that country. I had 3 friends. I'll just round up now. I had 3 friends. 3 of them, they never wanted to leave Nigeria. One of them was my classmate in Helmbridge. It's a lesson in Sulere, somewhere like that. It's a very outstanding lesson. I think we run by Catholics. I had another one in class, and I had another one in university. You see, these 3 people, if I could bet my life that they can't leave Nigeria, they're out of Nigeria. So what are we talking about? It's just so sad. So I just give the mic over because I know everybody has something they have lost, but it's how to express it sometimes that is the problem. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much for your submission, Adeniyi. I'm gonna pass the mic over now.
Pearl,
Yes, please, Bishop.
Can we reduce the timing to 1 minute because this space ends in about 12 minutes? Can we reduce the timing?
Absolutely. Sure, we can do that. Hi, David, you have something to say?
Does the space end in 12 minutes?
Yes, sir. By 1 a.m. Nigerian time.
Is that like an automatic thing or is that a you thing?
Okay. Then
because the thing is, there's still so many people who want to speak that I feel really bad about ending it early. Like, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think Pearl can give us another hour. Can you?
Yes, I can, David.
Yeah. So I think we should at least give a few more people. Like, if we can take it for till 3 a.m. Nigerian time, I think we'd have done very well. That'd be 11 hours. So I think we'd have tried.
Okay. 10 hours. The higher power has overturned that decision. So, bro, we go until we're tired. Okay, so let's shoot. Pearl, take over.
Let me just, I also just wanted to jump in for a quick 20 seconds there and just ask another question that I was wondering if anyone else on this place has this experience that I also had, whereby I went to school in the UK. I had my undergraduate degree in the UK, my bachelor's, and those of us who came back so I came back in 2013. There was a cohort of us that came back between 2012 and 2014. And of all my peers, so I can count maybe 30 or 40 of my peers whom I knew around the same time as myself in the UK who came back. I can point to maybe 4 or 5 of us who are still in the country. And those 4 or 5 are people who are like unicorns. Like they did so extremely well that like their story is really unlikely. So like people like Fowles, for example, the musician, because he was my contemporary back then. So it's just those few people who actually stayed back. So we actually went abroad. We trained, like we had the best of what Nigeria had to offer, and our parents trained us abroad, and we were supposed to come back to Nigeria, which we did, and we were forced out again. I have no plans of returning, and I myself belong to that category. So I was wondering if anyone else has that experience where you actually repatriated, and then Nigeria sort of kicked you out yet again. Oh?
Okay, sorry, I thought I was unmuted. Yeah, that's a very important question. If you have answers to that or you've had that experience, please feel free to raise your hand and then I'll prioritize giving you the mic. Graceful, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, Pearl.
Okay, you've been here for a while. You have 3 minutes. Please ensure to keep 3 minutes or under. And if you can, sorry, before you go ahead, if you can address the question Mr. David has asked, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Yes, I was going to answer to that, like briefly before I get into my 3 minutes. Okay, so my younger sister, she's a lawyer, and she had to go to the UK to do her master's, and then she came in 2014 back to Nigeria after her master's, and then she was in Nigeria for a little while, and then she couldn't cope. She had to relocate, and she's in Canada. I'm also in Canada. I want to first of all thank all of you all who are still on this space, especially those who are tuning in from Nigeria, who are still awake up to this time. I know it's late in the night, and I want to extol you all, the strength of the youth. Yeah, Nigeria actually happened to me, and then what I had lost since 2015 when Buhari came in. One of the things I lost was I know it was when he came in that the IPOB, extremism came on, and then unfortunately my husband was one of those who were caught in the web, and my marriage was never the same. And aside that, I was working, and I was working in the oil and gas sector. I was doing well, just okay, and in 2018 I got a job, to another oil and gas company. I had to resign from my other job. Like my company was like they needed me. I was based in Port Harcourt, and they needed it because I was like the company rep in Port Harcourt there. And then they were like, "Why did I have to leave?" and all of that. So I told them I just needed to move ahead. And you can't believe what happened. That after I got my offer letter, my job description, just a day for me to resume, I got a call and an email from the company I was going to work for to say that the job has been suspended, kind of like I can't even comprehend, and that it's on hold. And that's where we are till now. I've not got anything from them till now. I remember one of the staff in that company having to tell me that, like, if I can go back to my old company, like, where is it done? And that was where I got hooked up. And then, incidentally, my sister was in Canada then, and then she was the one that kept saying, "Oh, sister, can't you relocate? Can't you relocate?"
I was one person that I never wanted to stay out of Nigeria. Like, I never had traveled out of Nigeria, like, not because I didn't want to travel, but I didn't like passion that. But, my sister insisted. And then at some point I yielded. And in 2019, I left. I came to Canada with my little son. And one of the places I worked was in the city of Toronto. And up to now, I'm still working in the city of Toronto. I came to Canada, and Canada gave me a soft landing. I read a post about one guy who just was writing about how he came to Canada, and then, Canada gave him hope and all of that, as we celebrate Canada Day today. For me, I have been at the forefront supporting this people because I know there is hope for us. Just like every other person has said, I don't want to repeat what people have said, but it's not the best for us who are outside of Nigeria. I literally had follow my parents each time they had to go to Port Harcourt for healthcare, like for their checkup and all of that. Every time they're on the road, you're just literally on the road. I don't even sleep. I have to follow them with calls and all because your mind is not at rest. I have other people at home. Nobody is safe. So we are not also happy. You can travel. The last time I mentioned, I told my siblings I wanted to come back. They were like, no, don't come back. This is not the best time. Nobody wants you to come back because they know that somehow you're sustaining them. I am here in Canada. I can't have rest because I keep people keep calling you. They want one thing or the other, and you just cannot overlook them. There is, I belong to my school, the WhatsApp group. Most times you see people, chatting you and telling you, please, can I have like this last Easter? They will chat you like, can I just have 5K? These are people you went to school with, people that were even brighter than you, like in school. So this is our chance, and I know this is a revolution, and I know this is like a spirit, and I am working with it. I even want, like, I had a daily talk. He's in Canada. If we can also organize something in Canada, I may not be there to post, but I want to vote. But I want to encourage every youth. Let's go out there. We can give our support from here. I am ready. I follow you guys. Most times, David. I didn't know about David, but like each time when I go to Twitter, I see this space. I'm like, yes, I need to go on with this guy, and that's why I keep listening each time I get into listening. Today because I'm at home. Most times even in the office I listen. But today because we're at home, I just have to get in to talk with you guys. Let's do something. We can do. Do you know my little son? I came in here in Canada when he was 4 years with him. And then my son, each time he does anything wrong, I'll take you back to Nigeria. He said, no, mommy, I don't want to go to Nigeria. There's no life there. As little as 4 years. So please, let me not take any of our time for them, but let's do something. We are ready to give all the support we can, and let's move on Nigeria. We want to come back to Nigeria. Nigeria of our dream, the new Nigeria. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Graceful, for your submission. Absolutely, we have to do something about our nation this time around. We can't just fold our hands and expect miracles to happen or manna to fall from above. We have to take adequate action to bring us to the required state of nation we want. I'm going to pass the mic right now to Next. Next has been here for a while. Next, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Good evening, everyone. Or good morning, everyone.
Good evening. Next, you have 3 minutes.
Okay. First of all, Mr. David, I want to say thank you very much for such an opportunity to listen and speak out our mind. Nigeria has actually happened to literally all of us, like we've been hearing, and some of us have spoken. I'll start from saying that Nigeria happened to my sister, to my family, years back. So she got sick. I was like 7 and she was 9. So she got sick, but there were no hospital in Delta State that could treat her. So my dad took her from all the way from Delta to Ebonyi State. She died on the way. She died in Onitsha. So it was quite sad, and ever since then I was like, is there anything we can do to make sure that every state in Nigeria has a good facility? I got into med school, and then I had a passion for the course I was studying, and then But Nigeria took away my passion. During my internship after school, I was opportune to do my internship in my university, in the our teaching hospital, and then doing work. We were being cursed every day during work. You know, when you have a patient that is about to go into a theater, and then all that is needed for the radiograph for the patient, for the doctor to see and assess what to do and where to go. Well, the patient relative keep coming to the hospital, the department for the radiograph, keep coming for the image, but there is no film to print that radiograph. Patients are on the line, patient lives are at risk, and you can't just do anything because there is no film in a federal hospital to print out a radiograph for patients, for doctor to look at. Some of them have to snap it from their phone, and we are being cursed every day. I told some of my friends, no more. I can't practice radiography in Nigeria. I can't practice in Nigeria. If after each service I don't see a job outside, I'm going to stay at home. I'm be eating at home. But that's just God did it for me. But maybe some persons were not lucky as me. God did it for me. Immediately after service, I left the same month I passed out from service. I left for UK. I got a job in the UK. And looking back, it's like, what is this? I'm very, very like, right now, I hate politics. When Peter B came on board, I was like, I did not like, I know Peter B is from my state quite right, but what is, he's not going to win, you know, nothing can happen. But then 2 days ago, I was like, I can't campaign, I can't talk anything politics at all. But 2 days ago, Mr. David gave me a line, like I was in a space where he was speaking, he said something. He actually gave me a hint. And right now, I am really doing something on my status. I'm going to start up something massively. I've actually blocked a couple of people because I don't know what to tell them. Once you say you are campaigning, once I see you campaign for Tinubu, my fellow youths, once I see you campaign for Tinubu or talk anything about Atiku, positive about Atiku or Tinubu, I will just delete your number. I can't even engage you. Mr. David, he gave me a line of action 2 days ago that I'll be using. I will no longer be blocking them, quite all right, but I know what to say and things to say to them. I don't know if I still have time, but Nigeria also happened for 2 of my lecturers in school. One of them, he was a top lecturer that...
Sorry, next,
okay.
Please round up in a minute. Thank you.
Okay, in a minute, okay. One of my lecturers is a senior lecturer in my school. He was a senior lecturer in my school, and then he got sick. This man was, when he became the HOD of the department, he was like a student person. Student comes to him for help because he was accessible. He became sick during the COVID era. He was being transported to Irua Hospital in Benin, the Edo State. Can you imagine that they put in a half cylinder of a tank of oxygen that wasn't even full? This is a situation where you have to put in extra oxygen cylinder, but it just was half. This man died because he was out of the oxygen finished and he was capsuling for air. He died before got into Irua, a senior lecturer of the hospital. And then that is it. Thank you very much. May Nigeria never happen to us and our children. That's why we have to take the bull by the horn this time around. Thank you very much, Mr. David, and thank you, Pius, for this opportunity.
Thanks for your submission. Next, I'm going to hand over the mic to... Hi, Adebola, are you there? Hi, Adebola. Okay. Hello, Mosefe, how are you doing today?
Hi, Cloud. Thanks for the opportunity. Hello, everyone. My name is Omosefe. I'm a physician based in the United Kingdom, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity to speak today. Sorry about my voice. I've got COVID. So it's very difficult to quantify, to actually state how Nigeria has affected me. But it was in 2017 I moved over to the United Kingdom after my residency in internal medicine. There were about 7 or 9 of us doctors that completed our training at that time. And among the 7 of us, the best graduating students were there. And it's just one that's left in Nigeria just now. Every other person has either moved to the US or to the United Kingdom. It's really sad because I'm very sure there's none one of us that ever dreamt of leaving Nigeria to practice in the UK or the US or wherever. It was always dreamed to remain, to become consultants, to practice our subspecialties in Nigeria. But since coming here, it's even more painful to see the disparity between care that's obtainable here compared to what you find in your own country. The pain I feel every time is seeing myself give emergency medical care to patients and get stories back home of people dying due to non-availability of basic infrastructure, basic equipment, no blood gases. Doctors are not trained to perform CPRO, to provide emergency care. And you will think that over time things will get better. We just have to see how things have spiraled and it just keeps getting worse. Since I've moved here, I can't count the number of doctors that have also left. As soon as even before they complete their training, they're already making arrangements to leave Nigeria. You still have family there. You're still very concerned about your relatives, about your friends. Still very concerned about all the lack of amenities, lack of infrastructure the hospitals in Nigeria back home don't have. I remember the first time I came to the United Kingdom and I had to request certain tests, and I was always shocked how very fast and very how the facilities are available. Like tests that will take you days to perform or to request in Nigeria could be done in minutes down here. And I wonder why it was always so impossible for us to put things right, come together. I mean, some of these equipments I'm talking about are not really expensive. Like the blood gas analyzer I'm talking about, it won't cost much for teaching hospital to provide them. But I will tell you, in the whole of the South, practicing in Nigeria, those equipments were never available. Some of them under $100. And up to now, nobody's even making arrangements. Nobody's thinking things through, trying to provide these things for the ordinary person there. It's so sad. It's so sad. I've been on conference calls, video calls, seeing my relatives die, especially during the time of COVID, because oxygen could not be provided for them. Like the last speaker said, I watched my own father die, watched my own colleagues' parents die. So I don't want to go into much detail. I think we have a unique opportunity of putting things right at this point in time, and to be a big waste if we do not get it right at this time. So if there's anybody that still has any doubts in mind about who to vote for, I think you should just think about how things will be in the next 5 years if we think it's too difficult for us just to put in the right person at this point in time. That's all I have to say. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you for your submission, Omosefe, and I wish you a very quick recovery from your illness. I'm going to try Adebola once more, and if he's not there, then I'll pass the mic to another person. Hi, Adebola, are you there?
Yeah, good morning, girls.
Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. David, as other callers are saying. Well, personally, I can't really say personally that Nigeria has happened to me or I've lost anything. based on God's grace. Not that I'm perfect for my family. Presently, I'm in Nigeria, although I have siblings abroad. But to me, I don't think running from one country, that country, make one a better person, or how will I put it? But back home, I think what me I believe I lost might not be personal, but it's a trust I think I have in this country. The trust in the authority, no trust for the authorities, no trust in the police. I mean, you see police coming and you'll be scared for your own life. Like literally, I'm scared of the police. Like when I see a policeman in a uniform, I'm scared. Like I'm scared for my very life. I'm so scared. Most times I'm tempted to hide my phone. Just seeing a policeman, I'll hide my phone. It's as that bad. I think I'm not the only one in this net. Everyone, every youth is suffering it out there. You're scared of a thief. You're scared of reckless driving, of drivers. You might get knocked down by some careless driving. And then you're scared of thieves robbing you. You're scared of herdsmen. You're scared of police. You're scared of wrong leaders and all that. And in fact, the country is just, I don't like cursing my country. In fact, I don't like the only way the country is messed up and all that. I don't like saying those things because I'm here. I have siblings in the US and the UK and Italy, any of them, but I think we are losing our best brains to the Western world. And these people don't give a fuck about, they don't care about us. Ordinarily, I don't think these countries care about us. If they care about us, they open the border and ask everybody to come in, or eventually we intervene in the government of the day. But they don't really care. So the best brains from our countries are doctors. Look at everybody that have come on this space now. They're either professionals from different fields, going abroad to do some menial job. The ones that got lucky, continue their own jobs and their line of profession and all that and all that. My elder brother, he finished with first class. He went abroad, got a scholarship abroad. And then after schooling, came back to Nigeria. He offered him some jobs, and then he went there, I think University of Lagos or something. I don't know what they're asking who he knows or something. Somebody got the offer, and then you're asking who he knows. I don't know. I don't want to go deep into that. It doesn't take, I think it didn't take more than a week. He got on that call back to the US and he left. And then I called him and said, bro, Safa, I did call those people. Say that they didn't call him, I called some of them and they're like saying stories. And then he left, sir. In life, they come back to Nigeria again. That is my home blood brother. Like forgetting he has siblings and parents in this town, and say for in life, he's not going back to Nigeria. He's now a nano, whatever, in the US. We are losing our best brains, and then we are helping other countries to build themselves to get to a point where this place will be saturated. And then I hope they don't start kicking us back to our own country. I believe we don't have another country outside this country. This is the only country we have. Also, I want to also talk about workers that work in some of these multinationals company or whatever, where these foreigners are the heads. I mean, Indians and the Chinese. These people go through a lot. The factory workers in those places, people on that talk about them, they go through worse things. These guys are just looking for a way to make ends meet. Some of them are even graduates who went to school after the rigorous everything, the exams and all those things, and then they graduated, went for NYSC, only to end up with nothing to do, and then they end up with factory jobs. See how these Indian people talking down on them, people that don't even go to secondary schools, they're just opportunity to bring in some loans from banks, and then they open some companies that doesn't have anything to Nigeria. Citizen per se. I'm not saying taxes, paying tax now. The product most of these companies produce are not adding anything to an ordinary Nigerian. Most of them are all these alcoholic drinks that eat our livers that they produce. And then the factory workers there, they mess them up, talk to them anyhow, they even fire them without even paying them up. And nobody is saying anything. Would you complain to?
Sorry, Adebola, can you line in 30 seconds? Thank you.
Okay. So I think if anybody is going to keep talking, we'll keep repeating the same thing all over again. So like other speakers have been advising, we only have our PVC and a hope. If we miss this time around, I don't see any light at the end of the tunnel. I just pray we get it right this time and Nigeria become a better place for all of us. Once again, thank you very much. That's my take.
Thank you, Adebola. Like the cliche saying goes, the police is your friend. So normally when you see your friend, you're supposed to be happy, maybe even excited, right? But there you go. Thanks for your submission once again, Adebola. I'm going to pass the mic over now to Ayodele. Hi, Ayodele, are you there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, you have
morning.
3 minutes.
Thank you. Yeah, I want to say a very big thank you to Mr. David and yourself, Sister Piels. You guys are doing a very, very great job. Can you hear me over there?
Yes, we can.
All right. And I want to say a big thank you to everyone else that is listening, wherever you're listening from, all over the world. Man, things just many for my head like this, listening to the stories of every one of us. Man, we are stuck with these people. We are stuck with these people. We are stuck with them, man. Each time I just think about the future of this country, man. We just day here like this, and there's no hope. People are suffering every day. People are going through so much. 2 days ago, I just went down to I think the community next to the community where I am here in Ondo State, Nigeria, to see a friend. And here we are. There was an incident of a man who slumped and he fell down and he was right there. And people were just going about their business like though it was not a human being. Myself and my friend, we had to turn to medical doctors, emergency medical doctors, and we had to go get gloves with our money and had to begin to get drugs and everything and spirits and all that. We had to begin to treat this man. We had to take him up, raise him up, and begin to patch. I can tell you there are millions of people that are going through so many things if they are going to be given opportunity to talk. People are going through hell in this country. Everywhere is messed up. I can tell you that there is no ministry in this country. There is no sector in this country. Even the spiritual sector, talking about the churches and the mosques, talking about pastors and imams and all that. All these people are just hustlers. We have been turned to people that are just hustling on a daily in our own country. And it's a very, very terrible situation. Very, very, very terrible. If you are not in this country, you can understand what people are going through on a daily basis. There are people that don't eat for days. I tell you, there are many people, and you get on the social media, you get on Facebook, you get on Instagram, you see people playing down this movement. They talk about it as though it's actually nothing. That you guys are wasting your time. You guys are actually, please, I want to beg each and every one of us, those that are in diaspora, those that are abroad, please, I beg you, anytime someone asks you to send them money this time around, tell them that they have just one condition. They should send you a copy of a snap copy of their PVC before you send money to them. It has to get to that point. Let them snap and send their PVC before you send them money. If not, these guys will repeat the same mistake again, and we are going to get back into this. And I can tell you that if another candidate outside of the candidate that we all know that can transform Nigeria right now, that God is giving us, is like a last time opportunity. If we miss it again this time around, I'm not sure that I'm not even sure if this country can last 2 years where everything is going to catch fire. I can tell you that right now, they just wrote, I think Fulani Headsmen just wrote a letter to my community, the community where I am right now. We are in fear right now that very soon we will hear from them. The community where I am is just like some miles away from the community, the place we called Owo, where a church was attacked and over 50 people were maimed in a service. See, I'm telling you, these are realities that we experience on a daily basis. This country, I'm telling you that it is a testimony of the highest bidding when you are opportune to get yourself out of this country, even if it's Ghana, and it becomes a big time testimony. So I want to urge every one of us, don't let anybody play down this movement. It's a movement, actually. It's a movement. And those are brethren, those are brothers and sisters from the north. I am on my knees and I am begging you. You guys can speak Hausa language. Talk to these guys in Hausa language. There is so much. These guys, there is poverty, and these guys, they understand the game so well. And I'm talking to you now. Atiku is not in Nigeria. Tinubu is not in Nigeria. Even our president Buhari is not in Nigeria. These guys don't give a damn. They don't give an ounce about what you guys, everybody is going through. So I want to beg each and every one of us, please, let's do the right thing. Use all your platform, use all your talents, your skills, everything that you have this time around. Let's keep these animals, these vampires, these blood-sucking demons, I don't know what else. I don't know what to qualify these people with. Let's take them out of government so that we can fix their head and focus on the body. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ayodele. I think I kind of like the idea of asking people for their PVC before you send them money from abroad, because if you don't have your PVC, that means you don't want the nation to be better. So how do you expect someone from abroad to keep sending you money when you don't want to vote to make the nation better? Thanks for your submission, Ayodele. Tongs, are you there? Tongs talking billionaire, are you there? Okay, I'm gonna pass the mic over now to New Nigeria. Hi, New Nigeria, are you there? Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can still hear you.
Okay, New Nigeria is not there. Duke of Kwale, are you there?
Yeah, good morning, everyone.
Good morning. You have 3 minutes to make your submission.
I want to thank the host for giving us again. You was WSPO for you have been in since 5. So first, I need to speak on. Yeah, we're talking about what we have lost, but I need to just generalize certain things. I'm going to focus majorly on food. Pre-2015, I'll put certain things which are similar. Pre-2015, we're buying the little noodles we have in the Indomie, which is popular, for 35 naira. As at this morning, I went to buy this morning and I asked how much for 120. That is over 300% increase. I wanted to share tears, I couldn't because I was outside. Spaghetti, which was these are food which were easy. No matter how broke you are, you should be able to afford that. Now you can't be broke and you want to eat that. You can't come home late midnight and you say you want to go and look for it because now it's expensive. 2, I'm a photographer. I just encountered certain things recently. A colleague of mine bought a camera the camera as at 2020. He bought it around 450,000. This 2022. This same person wants to sell the camera over 500 due to dollar rise. A camera he has used for 2 good years. 2 good years. And he wants to sell it for the same amount. Over same amount he bought it. Just last year, just this year, something was 40,000 naira, it's now 65,000 to 70,000. Just this year. And by the time I priced that, it was around May. So these are the issues. We are majorly talking about, yes, it has happened, but look at it. Now people can't feed themselves. I'm bad, my sisters, just speaking out together did that. Imagine if she was not working. How bad it was. Just telling me, husband is working. But imagine she does not have a business of her own. How would they go? How would they be able to feed? Because things are fucking expensive. Some people just don't want the millions and everything. Some people just want to eat, take care, and the little that they can live. is just what majority of us want. And we are sick and tired of government and the inactions, the action and inactions of our fellow citizens. This is very bad. We are suffering and we are still enabling them. So this 2023 election is a do or die affair for me. I can't just start saying things have gone, things have lost because there's no much time. I've lost a lot. But when I see it, our societal thoughts would have come and I just thank God that I have that strength to keep up. So that just I have to, because of there's not more time, I just have to stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Duke, for your submission. I think I'm going to let the lady speak now. Hi, Adora, are you there? Hello, Adora. Okay. Hi, New Nigeria, are you there? Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, Duke. Hello, Simeon, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, thank you, Simeon. You have the floor, 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, Coach. Good morning, David. It's nice being here, to be honest. I want to start that I don't even know what's doing me because of the experience I've had in Nigeria. I don't know what to target. Maybe the head practitioners might know what is happening with me. The thing is, I've always had this fear of, each time I see policemen like this, I'm so scared because of a bad experience I had then before I left Nigeria. Hello, can you hear me, please?
Yes, I can. Please go ahead.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Well, there was this time, I think some years ago in Akure, my friend and I, we traveled and we went to see somebody, his girlfriend wanted to travel out. So along the line, our phones were off. So very funny. I felt the person I should just ask around, like, where is so place, I saw a policeman nearby and I crossed to him, asked him, like, oh God, where is this place? The next thing, my brother, we are at the police station, like, they tagged us kidnappers and robbers that were yet to kidnap people. We slept in the cell that day. Our phones, we couldn't call the person who came to see, obviously. So when we got to the cell, we now saw some persons there, we borrowed their phones, collected it and charged and called us, see what happened. The next day they came to bail us, wrote our statements down, and that was it. Since then, I've not been myself. Even while I was in Lagos, I do this Tokumbo business. I take cars from Lagos to Delta, I encounter a lot of policemen on the road, and each time I get to them, I'm so scared. Like, these are persons that are supposed to protect me, but at the end of the day, each time I see them, I'm scared. I've traveled out. I'm in the UK now, but to be very honest with you, if I decide to maybe come to Nigeria today or tomorrow, once I get to the airport, seeing my sisters and everybody maybe that comes to welcome me, I'll be scared of police. I know that for a fact. Like, not as if I have anything on me, I'll make them hold me or anything, but this issue has just been there, That's what Nigerian policeman has done to me. The other one I quickly want to share is how bad the system is. I experienced something then when my mom died. The experience was so bad, in Delta State to be precise. Let me just cut the story short. We were trying to do something anyway. So in the process, trying to get an ambulance for her in a Delta State hospital, we couldn't get an ambulance. I don't know if the media is still the picture is still in my media, but along the line, we had to call, this one call. To God who made me, I'm not lying on this space. The call has to go to governor's daughter before an ambulance could be released to us to take my mother to another hospital. The next minute, they just approved the ambulance after she has called the governor's daughter. My mom gave up like that. Everything just happened so fast. She's among these people that have not been paid pension, I don't even know what's happening with that money right now. I don't even want to talk about that. I don't even know if I'll get it.
probably if that money was available, would have done the surgery that she needed. Those are the things I've really faced in Nigeria. I just want to encourage everyone. I know how hard it is over there. I just left a few months ago, and to be very honest, my phone has been blowing up, messages, billings, and all. I'm happy I could, do some things for them because, to be very honest with you, when I was in Nigeria, nobody would have called me like, guy, yes, okay, maybe do 2K for me now, stuff like that. But since I came here, I have been trying my best for my sisters and my loved ones. So it's been okay. But I just want to encourage everyone, you guys, if you can, please get the PVC. I'm sure you all know what to do. So that's all, bro. Thank you, David. Thank you, co-host.
Thank you for your submission, and I'm so sorry about your mom. May her soul continue to rest in peace. Hello, Duke of Kwali. Are you there now? I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
I may have to. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Before you go, I may have to start moving some people down. If you request for the mic, please be available to speak because we still have a lot more requests from people who want to come up here. So please, thank you. You have 3 minutes, Duke.
No, I've spoken earlier on.
Okay, you spoke already. Thank you. Can you go down,
Yeah,
please, so I
you
can bring more people?
Yeah, do that. You can.
Okay. Hi, Cyrus, the creator. Are you there? Cyrus is not there. Hello, Joel. How are you doing today? Joel, are you there? Okay, I'll move just right to Demko Star. Hello, Demko. Are you there? Sorry, am I audible or?
You're audible.
Okay.
I can hear you.
Okay, Demko, are you there? Okay, I might have to move some people down to bring up more people. Okay. Hello, Saddam, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, you have the floor. 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pearl. Thank you, David, once again. It's been amazing being on this space. It's been, how do I put it, emotional also being on the space, connecting with Nigerians and hearing different views across the nation. You can see that it's not just, the suffering is not just one demography. It's from the north to the south, from the east to the west. Everywhere the suffering has gone. It has no tribe, it has no religion, it has no ethnicity, it has no politics behind the suffering. Nigerians have felt the heat of maladministration over the past 7 years. So I've lost a lot. Alone, the fact that I'm not even in my father's land now is enough for me to say I've lost a lot. Nobody deserves to leave the country of his or her birth, if not on let's say excursion or for tourism. We are all meant to be, or because you want to travel. But you see a whole lot of Nigerians traveling, middle class men, people with their families that have forgotten about schooling, going back to school to do their masters, some do their PhD, just to find the means of traveling, leaving the country as soon as possible. That has been the problem in Nigeria over the past 7 years. There has been a mass exodus of people. If there's anything that defines this government, it's the exodus of Nigerians. Our best brains have left the country and more are leaving. And I'm saying this that by 2023, God forbid that the outcome is not in favor of the people's choice. And which of people's choice, I'm not missing what the speech will be. If it doesn't go that way, I'm saying 2023 is going to be a year of exodus. It's going to be massive. The wave that Nigerians will fully through every border necessary. Because you see Tinubu, you see Atiku, it is just the continuation of status quo. There is nothing these men are bringing that we have not seen before. There is nothing these men are going to bring that's going to change what is happening right now. It is just a continuation of that same Abuja powerful government, powerful men that are just hungry for power. I don't know if you can mute Stanley. He's interfering with what I'm saying. Okay. So I will challenge Nigerians that have been on this place for long, listening. You hear a lot of people coming from diaspora to speak their truth, tell you things. There's a reason why a whole lot of Nigerians in diaspora are supporting P2B. There's a reason why. And you guys, it is not far-fetched. It is simply because they have been exposed to a system that works. They understand governance. They understand that when you have a good running system, the country will take off. Nigeria have potential. We have intelligent people. We are great people. Great everything. Whether it's great, we are blessed, but we are caused with bad leadership. So when someone tells you and gaslight you and lie that it's only P2B cannot, no, it's a lie. P2B is change from the old order to a new order. We need to cut cost of governance. That is the most important thing. There is no reason why Buhari will have access to 9 presidential jets in 2022. How many presidential jets do we have in the White House? We have 9. Buhari's daughter can wake up in the morning and order a presidential jet and fly off to Dubai. That is what we are talking about right now. So people don't understand what you're saying. We are trying to make you understand that listen. Governance. P2B said something that if you're not stealing as the president, your wife is not stealing, your children are not stealing, you cut corruption by 70%, and it is true. Because when you have a family that comes in here and you can't say something about Atiku. I'm not hiding on Atiku and Tinubu is going to be just government of thieves going back there, going back into power to steal and empower their friends and cronies. Why the masses continue to suffer? You can't see any of them on videos or interviews, granting interviews. Have you seen Tinubu going on NTV channel to grant interviews? Have you seen Atiku go on NTV channel to grant interviews? It is their cronies. The Dinos, the Segas, and the rest are go up to grant interviews on their behalf. Because of what? These are people that intend to benefit from their government, not me and you. So when you look at what is at stake right now, there's no point. I don't come here to hide behind and say we know who to vote is P2B. There is no other person on this candidate. If you're talking another person, you are saying nonsense. And please don't allow anybody gaslight you and say you guys are disingenuous, you guys are not respectful. If any person comes out, Nigerian youth, you see what you are saying here. I'm so emotional. You guys are saying your truth. Look how Nigeria destroyed a lot of souls, taking cut short destinies and the rest. If anybody gaslights you, drag that person, pastor, imam, native doctor, whoever it is, drag that person, please. Don't allow anybody to gaslight you. This is our last chance to get it right. And if you miss it, please go and Google what's happening in Yemen, in Afghanistan, in Sri Lanka. Go and Google this place. This is where we are heading towards. And I just with this, I use the mic. Thank you very much, President and David.
Thank you so much, sir. It's always wonderful listening to you. I'm going to pass the mic now to Obedience. I am Oluwa Chiffon. I'm sorry if I murdered your name. Are you there? Obedience, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
All right. Well, my name is George. I reside here in Akwa Ibom, and I'm a student of University of EU. Over the few years, we've had incidents of ASU strike, which everybody knows. After my first degree, now I'm going for I'm a master's student. Since 2020 up till now, I've had only one semester. If it's not strike, then tomorrow maybe the school will be on riot. everything is just coming up. The school fees on a high is actually low, around less than $250. But man, right here, there's no job. Why I even enrolled for the masters is just because just to get be ahead of others. Since there's no job, in case they call on any job, then we can. That's what this country has turned us into. Then now we just have police and police brutality, EFCC, NDLEA harassment everywhere. This is what Nigeria has turned us into. That if you see a policeman, you can't just approach the policeman and tell the policeman your problem. When you tell the policeman your problem, you have to pay money to report a problem, and pay money to make an arrest, and pay money to make investigation. That's how bad it is now. We can't even talk about the any means of transportation. I tried to talk to one or two people. At least my WhatsApp status, I tried to post for people to get their PVC. And up to now, the problem is that here in Akwa Ibom, INEC cannot even making things easy, as in making registration points accessible to people. We just have to crowd in a particular place, just like three centers in the whole of the headquarter of Akwa Ibom State, that's Uyo. So I thank God for this platform which we can say little things about this movement. But inshallah, come 2023, we'll be voting Obi into office. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Obedient, and thank you for all you do. I'm gonna pass the mic over now to Speak Life. Speak Life, are you there? Speak Life. Oh, okay. Stanley, are you there?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you, Stanley. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, co-host. Thank you for having me. Good evening, guys. Morning, wherever you're listening from. I just want to state my observation for the past few hours I've been listening to everyone here. I realize that most of the listeners and speakers are all in diaspora, and it's so sad. It's really sad because Nigerians live in Nigeria and those who are supposed to be on this place, listening to what they are supposed to know. It's rather unfortunate that we in diaspora are more interested are taking this election, taking politics more serious than Nigerians living in Nigeria. I told a friend last week, a Tinubu supporter, I told him, I said from now till next week to next month, you don't know when you will die. Because you all are all living in fear. If these guys can go into the church to kill, then let alone your house. You don't know where else they'll bomb. And just a week they're going to forget you guys. That's how Nigeria is. There's no justice for anything. No justice system. Nothing. Twitter will retweet, Instagram will. 1 week, that'll be what happened some 2-3 weeks ago. Who's talking about it today? It has become a history. So now you guys are living in fear every day, and you're telling me you want to vote this old man. Telling me your vote does not count. Okay, for the past 7 years plus, how has your life improved? Now you are expecting us in diaspora to be begging you to get your PVC. I realize something that Nigerians are built in such a way that they can adapt to any environment, any situation. I tell you today, if bag of rice becomes 500,000 naira, Nigerians will still eat rice. When you go to party, you still see rice. Nigerians are built that way, and they are adjusted to that situation, which is not good. When you talk of health, you talk of transportation, you talk of safety, zero, nothing, absolutely nothing is working in Nigeria. I'm based in Dubai. Dubai is a small country compared to Nigeria. In everything you can think of. But in Dubai, I can come outside 3 a.m., 2 a.m., sit with my friends, do anything. I'm safe. There's no atom of fear anywhere. The grocery is working, the pharmacy is working, the hospitals are open, transport is working, metro is on 24 hours. This is a working country where everyone in the world are coming for tourist attraction because of safety. So getting PVC is not enough. We need to educate, especially the older ones, because if you check properly, you realize that during the election, the elderly ones, the older people, usually are the ones coming to vote. All these youth are making noise. Under you will not see them. The ones you see are the ones that will collect 10K and go. So we need to educate our mothers, our fathers, our elderly ones at home to know the right candidate to vote. They are living their life. They are almost done with their life. It is we, the youth, it's our future we need to fight for now. So I'm encouraging us, apart from getting our PVC, it's very important. We need to prioritize educating 2-3 neighbors of ours every day via any media you can. It's very critical because the rate at which Nigeria's psychological have changed in such a way that they are willing to take anything that comes their way. They don't care. So please, I want to sincerely appreciate David for this opportunity and the co-host. Thank you once again. That's my take. Thank you.
Thank you for your submission, Stanley. Welcome on stage, Amaran. I must really appreciate your patience and resilience. You've been here for the longest hour, and then you've been trying to come up for some reason. So welcome on stage. I'm going to give you priority for being here right from the beginning of this space. Amara, are you there? Hello, Amara, are you there? Okay.
Yes,
Can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me? Yes,
I am. Absolutely. You have the floor 3 minutes.
Thank you, Pels,
thank you, Pels, and thank you,
David and everyone
who has spoken.
I mean, I have a lot to say, and I don't even know where to start from. So I'm just going to personalize it. I might not have to generalize it like most people have. Let me start by saying that I consider myself privileged because I do not think that I've ever begged for food. I do not think I've ever begged for shelter or anything. So if I'm talking about what I've lost since 2015, I don't want anyone to look at it and say, life must be hard. No, life would have been so much better for me because I consider myself educated. Nonetheless, it happened to me, and then it has happened to so many people who are better than I am, more connected than I am. And the only thing that goes through my mind every day is, what of people who didn't even have it as good as I had it? And then what of people who don't even have it as good as I have it? It's unbearable that sometimes I just go into this kind of depressive mood, thinking about Nigeria, thinking about what my family members are going through. So I'll start by saying, when I grew up, my parents wanted to send me to go and do my studies after secondary school. But their only reason was that, if she travels abroad, she's just going to marry maybe someone from another country. She's our first daughter. And because I'm Igbo, it's a big deal for me to maybe decide I'm not going to marry an Igbo person. We're not going into that discussion. And that was how I didn't, travel when I was supposed to travel. After my studies, I had plans of working in my field because I have a background in physics. I was so excited about leaving school, going into materials, going into mud engineering, and everything was just going according to plan until companies started folding, until MI Swaco collapsed, and then they had to join Schlumberger, and then things started happening in Port Harcourt, and companies were just running away. I went to Warri. Everybody knows about the Petroleum Institute. I started making applications, doing stuff, and then it started dawning on me that it doesn't make sense how educated you are, how intelligent you are, how focused you think you are as a Nigerian. If you do not know anybody, you're going nowhere. My brother, in 2017, he was the best footballer in his school. All the people that do scouting for under 17 came and picked him. And at that point, he was 15. He went, did everything he was supposed to do in Enugu. They said, "Oh boy, you're wonderful. We're going to take you." And then at the point of trying to draft him into national team, they said, "Okay, where is your money?" And he was like, hold on a minute, what's going on? They said, "Oh, this is your name and this is this, so we need some money." Right in front of him, they chose another Nigerian who didn't even perform as he did from the northern part of Nigeria and replaced him just because my family didn't bring 10 million naira there and then for them to put him, for them to draft him. When Goodluck was in power, my husband is an engineer. He trained, because they had Yaradua had his agenda. I think it was the 7-point agenda. And the plan was to do this electrification all over Nigeria. So those in the engineering sector, a lot of them were already being trained. And my husband was, amongst the high-performing engineers. We were all so excited about it, and we were really praying and hoping and then campaigning that Goodluck wins. I never voted for Buhari. I mean, I would never vote for the man because my father experienced the war. He experienced his first regime and said to us, if you're happy to vote a man that will make sure you stand on the line to buy salt, then you're not his child. That was reason enough not to vote. We didn't even have to do research like everybody else. We had real life accounts of what this guy's regime was before they packaged him as a corruption killer.
When he took over office, all of a sudden that electrification project just died. And people that my husband was already trained. They had already started the first phase of this project. And the phase was find other available means of making sure that we have power in Nigeria, be it solar, be it hydro. So this was actually a project that would benefit everybody, irrespective of the government in charge. But APC came down, and that was it. That frustration was something unbearable for me. So out of all this frustration of not working in what I wanted to do, I joined banking. I was in the banking industry and I was just losing my mind. Anybody who has been a banker will tell you, you come to work, next thing there's pressure, get this money, do this. And I'm like, hold on, how am I going to get billions of money? How old am I? I'm only 23. How do you expect me to raise 2 billion naira? My father he's not a drug lord. I mean, it's unreasonable. So I just said, you know what? I'm going for studies. At the point of leaving for studies, these guys came into power. Just to buy dollars and pounds became story for the gods. And unfortunately, because of the kind of information I had been in the bank, ironically, if you are connected, you can go to CBN and get the same foreign currency for 198. But if you're a common Nigerian, you won't get that currency at that rate. And the funny thing is that it is still happening till date. And then at some point, Nigerians started seeing that this is actually what's going on. We had a tape, I think maybe three years ago or so, where Emefiele and some guys were on a WhatsApp call or whatever call, and they told us, we heard how these guys have already sunk the economy. Still, nothing happened. That wasn't frustrating enough. By the time I started seeing all the gaslighting tactics, all the lies, men and brethren, I became a strong supporter of IPOB. You know, when you feel so hopeless, you feel so helpless, you feel like
there's nothing else I can do. I've been pushed to the wall.
I'm so sorry, Amara. Can you round up, please? Thank you.
Yeah. So when you feel so hopeless, like there's nothing else you could do, that was why someone like me started supporting. And that was what Nigeria took from me. Nigeria took my dreams from me, took my husband's dreams from him. They've taken me away from my family. I mean, video calls doesn't do it for people who live outside Nigeria. If it does it for everyone else, it doesn't do it for me. Sometimes I lose my mind just thinking about Nigeria. I am so scared of coming on social media. There are some videos I don't even watch. This is what I've lost since 2015, and I can't even quantify it. Nobody can quantify it. And I know for everyone else, it's some people, there are some things they might not say on public spaces, but honestly, we've lost more, and I wish we can get it right this time around. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Amara, for your heartfelt